Chapter 777. Shu, come down. A horse-drawn sleigh from Xianying County to Chang and stopped. The coachman jumped down first and urged the 4 passengers to get off so that he could unload the sleigh and relax the horse. The horse was rented from Li family Zhuangzi. The renter cherished it very much and let the horse run at a constant speed during the journey. He never urged it. It turned out that the place where free soup was provided by the river was separated by 5 sheds. There was still free soup for the people and the horse to rest. Xianying County was 50 miles away from Chang'an. The horse carried the 5 people for more than 2 hours and rested for 15 minutes in a shed. The 4 people got off the sleigh and each of them took out a 4-yuan coupon and gave it to the coachman. This was the money for their carriage. In summer it was cheap to rent a boat. From Xianying to Chang'an 6 to 8 people could sit on it. The cost was 4 to 5 yuan. In winter, a sleigh ride cost 4 yuan per person. If they didn't want to spend the money, they would walk 50 miles on the snow. If you like something, hurry up and buy it. We have to go back before dark. The older of the 4 said to the others. I know, Uncle 11. The things in Chang'an are cheap. After the travel expenses, we can buy less than in Xianying. Someone said the purpose of this trip, shopping. Today was the New Year's Eve. They would go shopping and not come out after returning home. The things in Chang'an were cheaper than in Xianying. There were also things in Chang'an, and that Xianying didn't have. The prices were sky high. The vegetables in Chang'an were more expensive than 20 counties in the capital. The people in the county didn't buy them. The coachman watched the 4 people leave. He took off the dung bag from the horses but unloaded the sleigh and led the horse to eat. There was a place for horses to park nearby. The horses were provided with food and fodder. The coachman bought fodder according to the packaging, a small bundle. The fine fodder was bought according to the weight and added to the horse. There was a guillotine nearby. If someone wanted to cut fodder for his horse, he could do it himself. The water was free. The water was provided by the imperial court. It was the same as the supply point on the road. Eat. When you finish, go back. They brought goods, so they charged more. Today we will go back 1.5 more trips. Rest. I will give you more fodder in the evening. The coachman said to his horse, his slightly wrinkled face full of smiles. Since they came from Xianying, the 4 of them paid 16 coins. When they returned, they would discuss the price based on the quantity of the goods. If there were too many people, they would have to go down and not tire the horses out. The rent was now 10 coins a day, and the food depended on what the tenant gave. Feeding them concentrated materials would cost more, and it would cost more than 10 yuan a day. Feeding them ordinary dry grass would be cheaper. There was a problem. If they didn't feed the horses, they would lose their strength and die of malnutrition. In the future, they wouldn't be able to rent anything from Zhuangzi. The neighbors around him would point fingers at him, saying that he had harmed the livestock of the Li family Zhuangzi. The coachman planned to go back and earn back the rent and fodder money. Then he would make another round trip and earn his own income. He earned nearly 40 yuan in a day, which was not a small amount after a whole winter. Next to them came a snowplow pulled by oxen, carrying 9 people. The oxen stopped and everyone got down one after another. They carried the goods on their backs and were going to the West Market to sell them. The coachman took out a broom to clean the snow for the oxen's hooves and legs. The oxen could pull the cart, but their speed was slow. The oxen obviously came out earlier, and then they would rest for a while and go back in the afternoon. They made about the same amount of money by making 1 trip a day. Dongzhu, we bought 3 more oxen and 2 horses today. They are old, and the owners can't use them to do much work. They can't afford to feed them. Ask Zhuangzi, and if Zhuangzi doesn't buy, they will report and kill them. Songda found Li Yi, who was looking after the big red-breasted parrot, and reported the situation. You bought them according to the price of the meat? Li Yi picked up a pine nut with long tweezers and sent it to the cage. Hello, my Dongzhu. The parrot said the 2 words it had learned. Sometimes it said, hello, welcome. It's too cold. My Dongzhu. Yes, according to the price of the meat. Songda answered. Raise them for a few days and then set up the cart. Li Yi didn't want to kill them for meat. He knew that Songda didn't buy the kind of livestock that couldn't do any work. It was a family raising 1 ox. When it was old, it couldn't be expected to work like before. There was a way to put 2 oxen together to pull the cart, or even 3 or 4 oxen. They could work together. In theory, such an ox and a horse could do more work than a normal ox or horse. If they worked in their current state, they could earn some money. Besides their own food, there was still some left. Then they would keep raising them until one day, when 4 oxen couldn't do the work of a normal ox, they would use the extra money they earned to feed them. At that time, they wouldn't be far from dying of old age. They wouldn't live for more than a few years. Otherwise, they would be able to work all the time and efficiency would be a problem. When they died of old age, they would be checked and then eaten and skinned. In other words, they would use their own labor to exchange for a chance to die naturally in their old age. After they died, they still needed to be eaten. As long as there was no disease, no matter how important the oxen and horses were, they were not as important as people. Dongzhu is benevolent and righteous. Songda had always thought that Li Yi was benevolent, righteous, and kind. Li Yi didn't explain anymore. Others wouldn't believe him. He wanted to make use of labor as much as possible. He wanted more livestock to work together, just like repairing a bad engine. If they could do it, they would do it. The value of the work couldn't be directly calculated by the monetary value of the time. If the oxen could live for another 5 years, they would work for 4 years. In the last year, they would wait to die slowly. Considering the depreciation of the currency, the first year of the oxen's 4 years of work would have more purchasing power than the last year. Zhuangzi would make a profit. There was also the problem of jobs. If he used old oxen and horses to plow 1,000 mu of land, the feed they fed was basically the same as the work they did, but it didn't mean that there was no profit. If he didn't use oxen and horses to plow, the consumption would be even greater. If he couldn't even recruit people, the 1,000 mu of land would be wasted. The value was reflected in the maximal use of resources. The old livestock would make up for the position. Dongzhu is benevolent and righteous. The big scarlet parrot, which was being slowly fed by Li Yi, suddenly imitated Songda's words. Okay, you're smart. I'll give you 2 more. Li Yi was stunned for a moment, then continued to pick up pine nuts and put them in. Dongzhu is benevolent and righteous. The parrot shouted again. This is the power of capital. Even if it's a waste collector, when the scale reaches a certain level, he can also make a fortune. When the oxen and horses die, the processing of meat, leather, and tendons can make money with Zhuangzi's scale. Yes, the bones can be used to make free soup, giving the livestock a chance to die naturally. People can get a lot of benefits. Li Yi explained to the parrot. It smacked its lips. I want to eat spiced beef. Why haven't there been any dead oxen in the last 2 days? At noon in Heavenly Earth, Songjing invited a group of people to lunch. He had something important to discuss with them. Even the first inspection group of the Tang dynasty had come. He probably felt that the current power of the imperial court was not enough, so he needed to find more people. You've seen the carrying capacity of the sleigh in winter. Compared with last year, it's simply unimaginable. This year the water network is working. Because of the heavy snow, it's easy to drive on land. Songjing pointed to the crowd outside. There were no sleighs in the city, but there were many people on the streets. Everyone looked at him and waited. The imperial court has made a lot of tax money this year. The Li family Zhuangzi has raised too many livestock. Can the imperial court collect them? Songjing got to the point. Chapter 778. Songjing looked at Baigu after he finished speaking. Baigu was in charge of finance. Baigu looked at the street outside. The Li family Zhuangzi has more than 60,000 horses and cows. The Zhuangzi can't raise them all, so they can only rent them out. Yao Chong understood and said, 30,000 winged knights and 100,000 horses are raised in the Forbidden Garden. If we buy the Li family Zhuangzi's livestock now, where should we raise them? According to the Li family Zhuangzi's method, we can only buy those who are young and strong. Songjing had obviously considered this problem. He would buy the good ones and leave the bad ones for the Li family Zhuangzi. He had no other choice. He couldn't recruit people, so he had to rent the Li family Zhuangzi's livestock and sleds. If the Li family Zhuangzi rented out livestock and carriages, the imperial court couldn't refuse to pay. Unless the imperial court didn't take over and let the Li family Zhuangzi continue to be responsible for the disaster victims. The idea came from Songjing's subordinate. If he wanted to save face for the imperial court and save money, he might as well buy them. After the new year, a team of 5,000 people would be recruited, and they could use livestock to transport them. If he bought them, he definitely couldn't buy them from the market. The price would skyrocket. If he bought them in bulk, he would naturally look for people who had more horses and cows. We can only buy the horses that the Li family Zhuangzi rented to the imperial court. The other horses and cows are in the hands of the common people. Lu Huaishan shook his head. Although he said he would buy them, he didn't think so. Song Jing took a sip of wine. The key is whether Li Yi is willing to sell them or not. The price is reasonable. There shouldn't be a problem. Baigu considered Li Yi's style of doing things and looked worried. Longzhe. Song Jing looked at Baigu again. Okay, I'll ask. There will be 5,000 horses involved in the transportation of goods. They are all of good physique. Buy them all? The price is estimated to be around 30 taels per horse. Baigu did not feel that it was a lot of money. It was only a few 100,000 yuan. He was rich. It was hard to determine the price. Horses were different from one another. The Li family Zhuangzi still had close to 5,000 military horses, which had always been given to the 16 guards to use, while his own Zhuangzi's people learned how to ride them. It was said that it was Li Yi's own horse, and it was the imperial court's military reserve at critical moments. He could take it out at any time, including other strong horses to form a team of baggage. After Baigu finished speaking, he got up and stopped eating. He had to deal with the matters of the imperial court first. The others sat and waited, hoping that Baigu would bring back good news. Baigu rushed to Zhuangzi, thinking that Li Yi would be eating there. As soon as he crossed the bridge, he saw Li Yi riding a two-wheeled thing over. Ding! 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 Creak! Hua! When he was a few steps away, Li Yi stopped the bicycle, accompanied by the sound of the bell, brakes, and wheels rubbing against the ground. The tires are not inflated. It's only wrapped with leather. It's very bumpy. Oh, Bai, you're here. Li Yi got off the bicycle, observed the wheels, and greeted Baigu. This is... Baigu did not see Li Yi. It seemed that he had found something good. Bicycle. Not including the design cost, it costs 500 taels to make one. It's very expensive. The bearings and chains are made of new steel, the steel used to make guns. Li Yi saw Baigu staring at the bicycle and quoted a price of 500 taels. In fact, it was just the material cost of more than 10 taels of steel, not including the technical cost. Li Yi's blowing converter was completed. The requirements for the raw materials were higher than that of an open hearth furnace, and the output was lower. Zhuangzi could use it now. He did not need to spend money on iron ore or good coal. In the first step of rough processing there was coke, but the temperature was not high enough to produce steel. Then it was poured into a blowing converter. The furnace temperature rose and turned into steel. The steel was first made into steel plates. After heating, it was forged in a concave groove, then welded, clad, penetrated the core, continued forging, and naturally annealed. Together with other tapping and turning parts, it became a gun barrel. A gun barrel without rifling inside. Paper shells were used, and they were ignited using flintlock ignition mode. The steel used to make the bicycle chains and gears was the same as the steel used to make guns. Li Yi planned to sell it. After selling the bicycle, he could make at least 20 guns, including all the expenses. Li Yi said that the production cost was 500 taels, but he wanted to sell it for 1,000 taels. He did not know how many people could afford it. If not, he could pay in installments. Kerosene lamps and thermos bottles were selling well, even though they were not selling now. Ask it to move. Baigu heard the price and wanted to see it again. Li Yi got on the bicycle and stepped on the pedals. The bicycle circled around Baigu. This thing is exquisite. It is like a boat with a paddle wheel. It uses the big wheel in front to drive the small wheel at the back. The two wheels. Why don't they move left and right? Baigu asked Li Yi to stop again. He observed carefully and found the secret. It was very simple. Li Yi also felt that it was very simple. The prerequisite was to improve the smelting technology. How much are you going to sell it for? Baigu had forgotten about buying a horse. 1,000 taels. 1,000,000 taels. It has a lifetime warranty. Is it expensive? Li Yi inquired about the price. It is not expensive. Xiaoyi, you should know that this is not a bicycle. This bicycle has a kerosene lamp on the left and a thermos bottle on the right. When the bell rings, who would not look at it? Baigu already had a sense of luxury goods. He realized that many people who bought kerosene lamps did not wait for the sky to turn dark before they came out to shop. His lackey carried the kerosene lamp and thermos bottle behind him. When he walked to a place that did not provide free hot soup, he would shout, "Pour hot tea." Baigu felt that these people hated places that provided free soup. In winter, people should carry thermos bottles to get hot water. Those who gave them hot soup could drink it any time to keep them warm. At the same time, he hated the ice lamps and the street lamps around Chang'an. The street lamps used diesel lamps and were not dimmer than kerosene lamps. If someone was willing to show off, wouldn't it be more impressive to ride a bicycle? Xiaoyi, there are many rich people in Luoyang. It is easy to sell your bicycle. Yes, a bicycle. It is a bicycle. It does not require any animal power and is fast. It belongs to. I want to use the money I earned to make weapons. A new type of weapon. It is very powerful. It is weaker when fighting against cavalry in the wild. It is most powerful when defending a city. Li Yi did not say what kind of goods the bicycle belonged to. He only said that it was a weapon. Flintlock paper shell bullets are used on flat ground in the wild. There are only a single type of soldier. The firing frequency is not enough to stop cavalry from charging. Li Yi explained the reason. Why do you need a single type of soldier? My Tang dynasty has cavalry, shield soldiers and mo sword soldiers. Make the gun and show it to me. Only after I see it I will know where to use it. Baigu refuted Li Yi. Since there was a new weapon, it would be better to use it with other types of soldiers. Okay. Is it over the new year? Li Yi wanted to make a few more. Only then can the power of the gun be displayed. I am here to ask if you are selling your livestock and sleighs. The imperial court wants to buy them for the new army. Baigu remembered the important matter. Is it because Songjing thinks that renting Li family Zhuangzi's horse requires extra rent? Sell it. Which ones do you like? Li Yi agreed very quickly. 5,000 better horses. I am renting them for the imperial court's current use. 30 carvings per horse. I will not charge you tax for selling the horses. Baigu opened his palm. 25 carvings. I can sell you 10,000 horses of similar quality. Do you want it? Li Yi took the initiative to lower the price and increase the quantity at the same time. A sleigh is not worth 5 carvings. You will lose. Baigu began to doubt. There must be a problem. Are you buying or not? Buy. I will settle the bill today. The price will increase tomorrow. Li Yi did not explain. I will go back and ask. Baigu ran away again. Chapter 779. Nobody was in the mood to eat after the transaction of 10,000 cheap horses. The transaction of money and goods was completed before 3/4 of the morning. Zhuangzi gave out 5,000 horses, and the other 5,000 were rented by the imperial court to transport the goods. Now that the procedures for the horses were in the hands of the imperial court, there was no need to pay rent. Songjing was in a good mood and continued to eat in earthly paradise. Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Tomorrow, send people to learn how to ride bicycles in Chang, and show others how to ride them. Dongzhu, do you want to depart now? They should be arriving soon. Songda nodded to show that he knew about the bicycles and talked about another matter. I haven't eaten yet. Let's go, I'll go too. Li Yi rode the bicycle to change his clothes. He put on his military coat and sat in the ambulance with a sleigh. Zhuangzi's large group of people left Zhuangzi and went west. They sent out 1,000 sleighs, 3,000 winged knights, and 200 villagers. When the Li family Zhuangzi moved out, the people were curious again. What were they doing? Li Yi left Li family Zhuangzi. His ambulance was protected from the south of the city and seems to be heading west. Someone ran to earthly paradise to report. It's almost New Year. What's his purpose for coming out? Is there a problem in the west that he needs to deal with personally? Songjing couldn't help but pay attention. Li Yi's every move affected many people's hearts. He just bought 10,000 horses at a cheap price. Could it be that he took things too hard? Baigu didn't understand the situation and looked at Sui. Sui hadn't been the prime minister for long. so he didn't know Li Yi's thoughts. Yao Chong took a look inside. Sigh. It's not expensive to buy a horse for 25 horses. The sleigh doesn't cost much. Ask the workers' union to make it. Yes, it's not expensive. Songjing nodded. That's right. If he bought 10,000 horses in bulk and sold them slowly, he could make a profit. Ah, Wei Zhigu also sighed. You Huaid and the others are back, right? I don't know if I'll go out again next year. Bai Gu slapped his forehead and said, That's right. The smuggling alliance hasn't returned yet this year. They probably want to come back for the new year. Last year we opened the door. This year, His Majesty will be happy. Bai Gu remembered that there was another team that earned money for Her Majesty. That team had cheated many officials. The officials had taken the money, but His Majesty had ordered them to work, so they had to pay out of their own pockets. Songjing hadn't been in Chang'an last year, and no one had told him about it. Now that he heard everyone talking about it, he asked in a low voice, Is that team doing business? A lot of horses will be sent back. I don't know if they're only trading at the Tubo border or if they're also running to the Turks. Bai Gu looked very helpless and picked up the wine to drink. 25 silver coins for a horse. Not expensive. Yao Chong comforted Songjing again. Songjing. Li Yi's team kept running west. When it was almost midnight, the scouts reported that the two teams were 20 miles away. Quick, they can't wait any longer. Let's go over first and help them set up camp so they can rest. Li Yi could guess how anxious Yu Huaid and the rest were. It was almost the new year. The closer they were to home, the more anxious they were. When Li Yi's team and Yu Huaida's team met, many people who had followed the smuggling alliance back couldn't help but cry. They had been on tenterhooks the whole way. Only when they met up did they feel completely relieved. Those who came later helped to set up camp, while those who came back drank some soup and lay down to sleep. In the morning, when the sky was already bright, they were woken up. After a simple meal, everyone headed back. The goods were moved to the sleighs last night. The more than 40,000 horses that were brought back were also fed. Sitting in Li Yi's car, Yu Huaid and the rest began to talk about the trade. They bought very few horses from Tubo, but they bought a lot of pearls and furs. The horses were used to prepare for war, and many of them were stolen by the Tang dynasty. The stolen horses were left at the border, and the military governor or provincial governor was in charge of raising them. The trading team heard about the internal strife of the Turks and ran to the border to trade for many good horses. Some small tribes felt that the days of oppression by the Turks had come to an end and celebrated. On the way back, we used weak horses to exchange for food. The officials didn't accept anything anymore. Yu Huaid said regretfully, They aren't stupid. After being cheated once, they already know who your backer is. Li Yi laughed. Li Dongzhu, these horses are still yours. The rest of the goods should be enough for His Majesty and us. We earned a lot this year. Yu Huaid and the rest didn't want horses. It was too tiring to raise them. The area around the capital was a flat plain. The Qinchuan River was 800 miles long, and it was not suitable for raising horses. West was where the Tang dynasty raised horses. Up from Jiangyi Province was Guanyi Province, and Guanyi Province was the Lus Plateau. North past the Great Wall was a desert, Maowisu Desert. It was the place where wells and roads were being built. East was a small plain, but it was actually a basin, Fan River Valley. If they wanted to find another plain, they would have to go to the North China Plain or Luoyang Plain. Raising horses was too troublesome. It was better to give them to Li Yi. The Li family Zhuangzi had the ability to find a place to settle the horses. I only want these horses. I don't want the rest. You all stay. You all have to work hard outside. I don't know what will happen next year. It's best if you all stay at home. Send someone to take a look. Li Yi decided to ask for less goods this time. The extra goods would be given to the smugglers. Li Dongzhu is benevolent. Yu Huaid agreed on behalf of everyone. Actually, it wasn't much, only about 50,000 to 60,000 horses. Of course, it was much more than last year. The situation this year was good, and they brought more goods. With the sleigh, the team speed was very fast. When noon arrived, they saw the city wall. The people passing by saw this huge team. There were so many horses, and from the looks of the horses, they were all good horses. The team continued to make a detour from the south. They first went to the Li family Zhuangzi, and then rested. They took a bath, ate well, and slept for a day and a night. They didn't think about anything and didn't care about anything. When they were comfortable, they would sell the goods. There are 45,000 to 60,000 horses, and they can be used as military horses. The imperial government doesn't lack horses. The person who went to inquire about the news returned to the political affairs hall of Xingqing Palace. Song Jing used his tongue to lick the 2 large blisters in his lower lip. His face was full of bitterness. He looked at Bai Gu. Bai Gu shrugged his shoulders and spread out his hands. I knew it. This matter is too straightforward. There must be a problem. The blisters in my mouth should be removed, and I should apply watermelon frost. Let's find the imperial physician. Song Jing felt that the blisters were even more painful. Yesterday, he was afraid that a long night might lead to trouble. He didn't even eat and rushed to give the money to Li Yi. Both parties signed a contract and pressed their fingerprints. Yesterday's horses were worth 30 coins, but today's horses were not worth it. More than 40,000 military horses were better than 10,000 horses bought for 250,000 coins. Yes, find the imperial physician. The watermelon frost is good. The preparation method of the watermelon frost has been spread to all parts of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi has never kept it a secret. Otherwise, he can make a lot of money with this medicine alone. Bai Gu was quite embarrassed. He felt that he was a little responsible. If he wasn't so proactive, how could he spend 250,000 coins to buy 10,000 horses today? 200,000 yuan was already too much. Chapter 780. Eat some light food these days. The canned fruit stored in Li family Zhuangzi are pretty good. Don't eat spicy food like chili, garlic, onion, ginger, etc. The imperial physician came and disinfected the tools with alcohol, popped the blisters, tore off the skin, and applied watermelon frost. Can't the skin stay? Bai Gu looked painful, but there wasn't much bleeding. There wasn't much blood in the blisters either. Li Dongzhu said that the blisters on the surface of the body should be punctured, but don't tear off the skin. Let the skin dry naturally to reduce and avoid leaving scars. But don't leave the blisters in the mouth. Otherwise, the saliva in the mouth will enter the mouth and lick it with the tongue. The blisters will grow first and then grow back. And under normal circumstances, there won't be any scars in the mouth. Don't drink water for the time being. Rinse your mouth after dinner and spray the watermelon frost again before going to bed. When the imperial physician talked about Li Yi, his face showed admiration. Li Yi gave out so many medical books and prescriptions as well as subsidies, and continued to recruit many people to study medicine. The imperial physician's status rose sharply. They had to take care of students and a large group of people under them. It hurts a little. Song Jing didn't want to hear the words Li Dongzhu now. There is borax. Yes, you can't eat fava beans or fish. You can't touch the meat either, in case the raw meat is not clean and touches the wound. The imperial physician continued to give medical advice and wrote it down. Finally, he signed and stamped it, proving that he was the one who treated the illness. Bai Gu helped to send the imperial physician out. When he came back, he said to Song Jing, "There are still vegetables in Guangping's house. Why don't I go to Shaoyi's Zhuangzi to get a cart? Everyone can share." Go. Longzhe worked hard. Song Jing immediately nodded when he heard that he was going to Li Yi's house. Yes, eat his food. Who asked him to cheat me? Bai Gu shook his head and really went out. It was afternoon. When Bai Gu arrived, he saw Li Longji and Empress Wang, who had learned how to ride bicycles. Li Yi pulled the little fellow to the side of the road for fear of being hit. "Uncle, the bicycle is good. As long as we level the roads from the capital office to the various counties, we can ride this bicycle to the farthest county in a day. If you want to go to Luoyang, take that railroad. You won't fall into the rails and it's still flat. Hang a cart behind you and you can transport goods." Empress Wang said as she rode her bicycle in a big circle. "Sister-in-law, you're right. It's better to put the two-wheeled car in the front. Put it in the back and build a shed. Every time we pull a customer, we have to pay 50 yuan less." Li Yi said with a smile. "Bai Zaifu is here?" Li Longji stopped and looked at Bai Gu. What could Bai Gu do? He cupped his fists to Li Longji, Empress Wang, and the little fellow. He turned to Li Yi and said, "Shaoyi Guangping is heaty. He bought a horse yesterday, and there's a blister and a blood blister on his mouth. The imperial physician has just seen him, and he needs to eat light food. I've sinned. Why don't we return the horse to the original price? I have a place to raise it, and it's useful. Li Yi said with a I'm easy to talk to. What's the use of you saying it first? Bai Gu didn't dare to agree now. God knows if it was another trap. Change horses. Winged knights have 100,000 horses. They are called military horses, but there are still horses that are not good enough. His Majesty asked the governor and the provincial governor to send back good horses. In fact, they didn't send the best horses. The local military and government are integrated. If there's one person in charge, it's likely that the tail won't be able to get rid of it. If there's a rebellion, it'll be troublesome to clean it up. Only with enough military horses would they have the confidence to do so. I'll change the new good horses to winged knights. The horses that were changed will be given to the 16th Guard. I'll ask the border guards to continue sending horses back, and let them be raised in the northern and protectorate manner, not just Long Yu Road. Li Yi pointed to the northwest and the north. The officials in the northwest were in charge of military affairs and government affairs. They didn't lack horses. The Tang dynasty could now gather 300,000 military horses. 100,000 were in winged knights' hands, and 200,000 were outside. The 45,000 new horses were in Li Yi's hands. He didn't need them. He had 5,000 military horses in Zhuangzi on standby. Before there were vehicles, horses represented victory, unless the other party's commander was stupid. The mobility and impact of cavalry was a headache. If they couldn't win, they could retreat. If they chased after them, it would consume a lot of energy. When they helped the North Koreans fight, the other party had mechanized troops and used magnetic tactics. Li Yi's country's army was no longer able to achieve the same strategic effect as before. They went from advancing all the way to trench warfare. When facing the enemy's mechanized troops, especially the tanks, they used net-type defense and reverse slope bunkers. This was a method that couldn't be helped. Since they couldn't win by surprise, they had to use force. If they had the same advantage in mobility back then, they could have completely crippled the other party. Now they were competing with cavalry. They had fewer people and bigger territory, so cavalry had a huge advantage. Northern and protectorate manor? Li Longji immediately thought of the plan to pass through the oasis in the desert. It was the northern and protectorate manor. Yes, the Hatao Plains. The northern and protectorate manor is located in the front. The Turks are in chaos, and the number of surrenders have increased. More surrenders will be arranged here. At that time, the waterway at Huku Waterfall and the land route through the desert will make it convenient for the flow of resources and personnel between Gyeonggi province and the other side. Li Yi had a map in his mind. There could be 2 routes, 3 routes, or even 4 depending on the arrangement. Thinking about it, the Huayuan Plains in the west of the Hatao Plains, which was also Yinchuan, also had plains. Build a small canal at the head of the Jingshui River in Chang, and then connect it directly to the Weiru River and the Yellow River. With just a few li of the canal, even a mountain would be blasted apart. Hatao Plains, not bad. I won't transfer the military horses at the border to prevent them from suffering losses during the war. I still have to raise more horses. Li Longji thought of the problem of many horses at the border and the integration of military and politics. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to defeat the other party without enough military horses. There was nothing for the time being. He could raise the horses himself and change to another place. At that time, the newly recruited soldiers, the Yulin flying cavalry, and the 16 guards wouldn't be lacking in supplies and horses. Whoever dared to rebel would be annihilated. Bai Gu listened by the side and felt a headache coming on. Our Prime Minister is thinking of how to govern the Tang dynasty and see if there are any problems. Xiaoyi is discussing with His Majesty about limiting the military and political power of the military governors and regional commanders. We are thinking of buying horses and setting up a team. Xiaoyi is already thinking about the abundant water plants and transportation obstacles in another place. Why does it feel like there are 2 imperial courts? Furthermore, our imperial court has to be influenced and interfered with by the Li family Zhuangzi's imperial court? No wonder His Majesty is so relaxed every day and seems to be in high spirits. There is also someone outside helping him to consider the restrictions and power of the officials. More importantly, this person doesn't need any power. He can even make money. Old Bai, tell them that if the 10,000 horses we bought can't be used immediately, when spring comes and the roads are cleared, we can let them be raised in the Northern Protectorate manner. If they give birth to cubs, they will be yours. I don't want them. Li Yi suddenly talked to Bai Gu about the horses. 10,000 horses, we only recruited 5,000 people. 2 horses per person? Do you think it's the winged knights? Alright, give me a cart of vegetables. I will bring it back to share with everyone. I will take a jar of pickled vegetables with shrimp oil. What else can Bai Gu say? Should he tell Song Jing that he wanted food when he went back? If he knows, it will probably cause trouble. Chapter 781. Bai Gu's cart couldn't fit all the vegetables. His cart was loaded with books, so it was very heavy. The Li family Zhuangzi sent 2 carts to send the vegetables back. The political affairs hall was now in Xingqing Palace. 1 cart of vegetables was for the officials and the other for the people in the palace. The place where the imperial family grew vegetables was far away. Lioli village was on the road west of the city. As soon as Bai Gu arrived at Zhuangzi, he sent people to each department to get the vegetables. He didn't mention anything about the Li family Zhuangzi. Is radish considered spicy food? The 2 carts of vegetables were moved down and divided into 2 piles. After the people in Zhuangzi drove the carts away, Song Jing saw the radish. He wanted to eat it, but he felt that the skin of the radish was too spicy. He couldn't tell if the radish was still spicy after the skin was peeled. What if it was? The wound in his mouth was not easy to heal. Guangbing, you eat celery and stir-fried lean meat. You can't eat the garlic. There are also coriander, chives, cucumber and scrambled eggs or soup. If your mouth hurts, you can eat noodles and slurp it down. Bai Gu was like a skilled vegetable farmer. He took the vegetables and categorized them. He gave different amounts depending on the grade. He could tell the size and weight by his eyes and hands. There was no need to weigh them. The political affairs hall wanted to give out things, so the officials came one after another. They brought their own baskets and were always ready. Every 2 or 3 days, Li Longji would give out vegetables to the officials. The imperial family grew large greenhouses. They gave them to the relatives and officials, but they didn't sell them. On the other hand, the greenhouses planted by the relatives of the imperial family would be sold for money to improve their lives. Their salaries didn't increase, but the income of the people in the capital office increased. The price of goods increased. If they didn't make money, they wouldn't be able to enjoy a good life. This included the princesses. They raised many people. If the vegetables given by Li Longji weren't enough, they planted their own. Princess Yongmu lived in Xingqing Palace. When she heard the news, she came over with her personal maid carrying a basket. The 2 of them chose a few dishes that they wanted to eat from another pile and left happily. When the others were almost done, Song Jing packed up his own and asked Bai Gu. He didn't explain anything? Song Jing was depressed. You Li Yi swindled the imperial court's chancellor. And now that you're done, you're not saying anything? Xiaoyi said that we can take it back at the original price. When Bai Gu looked at Song Jing, he suddenly realized that when it came to scheming, Li Yi didn't seem to be at the level he should be at his age. Is there a problem? Song Jing was very cautious. He didn't dare to agree directly. What if he went back on his word and found that he was at a disadvantage again? Xiaoyi is playing a big game of chess. Bai Gu told Song Jing about Li Yi's arrangement. Northern Protectorate manner? Raise horses? Traveling by water and land? Crossing 2 deserts to replenish their supplies at an oasis? Underground canals? Why there? Based on Song Jing's understanding of the Northern Protectorate manner, he felt that it had no other value other than military use. For military use, it would be sufficient to travel to the other side of the Yellow River. When the Iron Chain Pontoon Bridge was opened, there was no other problem. Why would he need to increase the investment? Yes, it was called investment. There must be something important that he didn't say. The 3rd Prime Minister, Su Yi, was listening and he made a judgment. His Majesty probably knows that Xiaoyi won't tell us about this matter. If we didn't buy 10,000 horses from him, he wouldn't even tell us where to send the extra horses. Bai Gu had already gotten over it. The things that Li Yi was thinking about every day made it hard for him to keep up. Unless he asked him every day, he would tell him. If he didn't ask, he wouldn't know what he wanted to know. Why didn't he enter the imperial court and insist on staying outside? He doesn't have the Tang dynasty in his heart. Song Jing criticized. His mouth hurt even more. Sui didn't want to talk about Li Yi at this moment. He said, raise the horses first. When the road is repaired, send them to be bred. Horses that are slightly inferior to military horses might give birth to good ponies. Yes, there should be good stallions. Pick out the maras from the herd and find good stallions to mate with. You don't have to pay Li Yi money. In the blink of an eye, Bai Go started to think about money again. Stallions were expensive. The things that stallions ate were all good. It was said that the Li family Zhuangzi fed the stallions carrots, raw eggs, fish bone powder, soybeans, and qingchu. There was no need to think about other fodder. It was guaranteed to be the best. The alfalfa was planted in the greenhouse. It didn't feel like raising horses. It felt like raising children. Let the trade union alliance make the snow sleds first. When the 5,000 horses return, the snow sleds have to be returned to the Li family Zhuangzi. Song Jing remembered that there was no snow sleds when he bought the horses. Li Yi should be selling snow sleds. Yesterday he said that the snow sleds cost 30 kilos. We will buy them too. How much does a snow sleds cost? Right now it's snowing in most places, especially the grassland Turks. When transporting military supplies, Sui was complaining about Li Yi. As he spoke he suddenly stopped. Song Jing revealed a stunned expression. Bai Go's lips curled into a smile. Su Yi's expression became serious. It's snowing widely. Li Yi is afraid that there will suddenly be a war somewhere. How can he organize his forces to deliver supplies? Bai Gu nodded. Yes, so he would rather not earn that money and ensure that he can mobilize the snow sleds at any time. He has never counted on anyone else. Right now, if the Turks dare to invade the border, the Li family Zhuangzi will definitely be able to take out a large amount of baggage to send over. Her Majesty is more willing to stay in the Li family Zhuangzi because it's stable. There won't be any unprepared situations. Let's see if there are any other memorials to deal with. Song Jing decided to work honestly. He could no longer blame Li Yi for not giving him the snow sleds. The Li family Zhuangzi was always prepared. Whether it was a disaster or a war, he couldn't be the prime minister at all. He didn't have so many resources to waste. The Li family Zhuangzi would rather store things than release them. Su Yi and Bai Gu returned to their respective offices. They just had to persevere for a few more days before the Lunar New Year holiday. A bicycle costs 1,000 kilos. It's not expensive. There's one in Chang'an. If you ride it from the opposite corner, you can get there quickly. Li Longji familiarized himself with riding a bicycle for a while. He felt that it was better than riding a horse. If he rode a horse in Chang and if the horse was frightened, it might hit someone. It was easy to ride a bicycle by himself. There were also brakes. Empress Wang parked the bicycle. If you ride it out of the city, what if someone snatches the bicycle? It's useless to snatch it. After snatching it, ride it yourself or sell it. The bicycle is secretly numbered. There's a record of who bought it. Li Yi thought that if others were smart enough, they wouldn't snatch the bicycle. It was the same as when he first got a car. If you snatched it, would you drive it? If others rode a bicycle and you drove it, it would be too obvious. It was the same with bicycles. There were only so many of them and the price was high. If you looked at it and thought that you were poor, wouldn't you be exposed? Moreover, would a pretentious person carry a kerosene lamp and a thermos bottle by himself? There would be followers. Riding a bicycle would also be followed by a group of people. It was not a means of transportation. Unless it was the Li family Zhuangzi's people who rode it to the city for business, others would have to show off. Thinking of carrying a thermos bottle, Li Yi said to Li Longji, "Children who make money by shining shoes should have a shed. In Chang'an you can set up mobile stalls on the roadside and collect a little fee to clean up. For example, 1 coin a day. Her Majesty has moved to Xingqing Palace. It's better to open the windows on the neighboring street. At worst, the guards can stand next to other windows on the road where Her Majesty is going." Chapter 782. While the people in the imperial court were busy, the last day of the year arrived. Li Longji's family all left, including Li Dan and imperial concubine Dolu. A large group of people from Nankou arrived and prepared to perform. The first batch of 42 students also rushed back from the county to celebrate the new year with their families. Outside, the Southwest barbarian captives were cooking for themselves. Those who performed well were allowed to become cooks. The cooks had the opportunity to learn the cooking methods of the Tang dynasty, which was a good treatment. Usually they ate black bread. They didn't cook wheat rice with bran. Instead, they used wheat flour and bran to make bread. Occasionally, they ate chicken bones. During the new year, they made dumplings with pork and onion fillings. They were also allowed to drink a bowl of turbid wine. They were also given new clothes and shoes. The key was that they also learned the language of the Tang dynasty. They were not ordinary captives, but knowledgeable captives. When they returned, they could be small leaders. How many Southwest barbarians knew their own language? How many of them knew the language of the Tang dynasty? Li Lang, sorry to disturb you. It's quiet at home during the new year. Xiaolan and I will go to Zhuangzi to watch the fun. Princess Yongmu actually came. She didn't go to the imperial city but went to the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi looked at her and Xiaolan. Welcome, beautiful. I want to go to your Zhuangzi to pick you up, but I'm afraid it's too abrupt. How are the bean worms at home? Princess Yongmu blushed slightly and lowered her head without saying a word. Xiaolan hurriedly said, We're raising them. We've collected a lot of worms. When the weather warms up, we'll plant beans and hope that the worms will turn into moths and lay eggs. Actually, we don't need to collect too many. Moths lay a lot of eggs. If there are other people's bean fields nearby, the moths can fly there. Li Yi didn't expect the people of the imperial government to be so obedient. After the Li family Zhuangzi's promotion, the price of worms increased in the autumn. It was said that some people caught a lot of worms and buried them in the soil. When their wives gave birth to children, they were afraid that they wouldn't have enough nutrition, so they dug out the worms and gave them to their wives. It was similar to people in the past. When their son got married, they would quickly raise more chickens and wait for their daughter-in-law to get pregnant. At that time there were eggs and chickens. She fed her daughter-in-law all day long. She ate many eggs a day. Later on, her daughter-in-law felt disgusted whenever she saw eggs. She stewed a chicken every few days and bought pork knuckles for those with money. She didn't add much salt in order to increase milk production. When he came to the Tang dynasty, some villages still did this. They did not care about nutrition balance at all, and some even still favored boys over girls. Now it was even worse. Even if the farmers did not say it, they would take good care of their daughters. In fact, they still hoped that their daughters and daughters-in-law would give birth to a fat boy. Li Lang, Li Lang. Princess Yongmu called out when she saw Li Yi in a daze. When Tian, when you get married in the future, have you thought about what kind of man you want to marry? Do you think I won't be able to make it? Li Yi came back to his senses and asked Princess Yongmu with a smile while pointing at himself. Princess Yongmu's face turned red all the way to her neck. She quickly turned around and looked at the area where the captives were. Li Dongzhu, how can you ask that? Xiaolan put her hands on her waist. I'm just asking. I'm single now. Li Yi was still smiling, making the palace maids and eunuchs standing around very uncomfortable. Usually, the Dongzhu they saw was gentle and elegant. When facing outsiders, he was well behaved. Occasionally, he would be free and easy, making people feel comfortable. But now he was clearly a lecher. Princess Yongmu looked at the place where the captives lived and suddenly thought of Li Yi spending money to buy captives. Did Li Lang make money from the captives? In her opinion, Li Yi was able to earn money wherever he went. He was very impressive. Sigh. Li Yi sighed. Don't mention it. If you talk about making a loss, I didn't make a loss. I just gave them food to eat and didn't give them extra wages. If you talk about making money, old Bai is too stingy. If I didn't say that I had military matters to deal with, he would be eyeing my money. More than 11,400 captives have been working for the imperial court for free. The imperial court only gives them some food. Ha 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 ha. Princess Yongmu couldn't help but laugh when she saw Li Yi pounding his chest and stamping his feet. I actually have other plans for these captives. They will work now and learn the culture of the Tang dynasty while they are at it. Next year, I will release those who perform well and find an excuse to release 100 or so people. Li Yi explained his plan. The impact of culture was the most important, especially when the Tang dynasty was strong. According to the records, after the new year, a large group of Japanese people would go to the Tang dynasty to learn knowledge and become officials. Now, Emperor Yuanjing was on the throne. She was a woman 37 years old this year. It was said that she was very beautiful. She helped her brother's child take charge of the imperial court. Li Yi had never seen her before. He didn't know how beautiful she was. She probably couldn't be compared to the girl in Xinyan in front of him. The girl in front of him was delicate and pretty. Xinyan belonged to the gentle and mature type. Li Yi realized that the saying that the Tang dynasty regarded fat as beautiful was not true at all. The Tang dynasty people didn't like fat Western women with big bellies. Li Lang. Seeing Li Yi distracted again, Princess Yongmu was very helpless. You are thinking about other things while you are flirting. Aren't you being too fake? When Tian I designed a new set of clothes. It's a set, no several sets. It's for winter beauties. Do you want to try it? Li Yi came back to his senses and introduced the design he copied. The clothes of the rich people of the Tang dynasty were actually very beautiful. He added some elements and styles of his time. He couldn't invent synthetic silk stockings, but he could make silk stockings. The silk color matched with knee-length pleated dresses or separated tops. The outside was fur or woolen overcoats. Some were long and some were short. These were made because of the textile technology. They were not sold. They were all worn by people in Zhuangzi. The coarser ones were felt, and the thinner ones were clothes. Just like hemp, the coarser ones were gunny sacks, and the thinner ones were made of hemp. It was more difficult to wash this kind of woolen clothes in the southern part of the Tang dynasty. However, people didn't wear it. In the northern part of the country, as long as it was dirty, they would throw it into the snow and beat it with a stick. When she heard Li Yi talking about new clothes, Princess Yongmu's face became redder. She knew that Li Yi designed clothes with very little fabric for Yi Meng. Let's go, I will take you to see it. Li Yi pulled Princess Yongmu's hand and walked towards the courtyard. Hey! Xiaolan was dumbfounded. She glanced at the palace maids and eunuchs. The 8 of them didn't seem to know anything and followed him. When Tian, look at this. This dress is actually very thick. The pantyhose is 4 layers. You can wear boxers inside. The shoes are leather, silk and cotton mesh sports shoes. The bottom of the shoes is filled with glue. It is very elastic. You will look very lively after wearing it. If you are afraid of the cold, wear a coat outside. I will make a car for you. If you stand outside for too long, get in the car. Li Yi took out the clothes and compared them to Princess Yongmu's body. Princess Yongmu's face was no longer red. She revealed a curious expression. The new clothes and shoes did look good. The 4 of you change out of your palace attire. Put on the clothes that I gave you. Let Wen Tian take a look. Li Yi turned around and said to the 4 palace maids who just came in, brothers and sisters reading outside the station, if you have the ability, please subscribe to Qidian and vote. Thank you very much. Chapter 783. The 4 palace maids changed into red knee-length pleated skirts, silk stockings, sneakers and silk blouses with collar flowers and transparent sleeves. Then they let their hair down and put on a big bow. As soon as they appeared, a youthful and lively aura greeted them. Then they put on the red woolen overcoat outside. The hem of the overcoat reached above the ankles. The well-ironed clothes made the palace maids look dignified. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan's eyes lit up. Clothes can be designed like this? Then the palace maids changed into long down jackets that reached their waists, short fur coats, and short woolen blouses, the color of the skirt, the color of the sneakers changed into high-heeled leather boots. The eunuchs also ran to change. One moment they wore casual clothes, the next a suit, a Chinese tunic and a button Tang suit. This Tang suit was different from the clothes of the Tang dynasty. In the Tang dynasty the clothes were tied with ropes or belts. The Tang suit was buttoned and made of cloth. There were also copper and painted buttons and zippers. Ever since they could make bicycle chains, the craftsmanship of Zhuangzi's workshop had improved again. The zipper was out. It looked very simple, but it couldn't be made with ordinary craftsmanship. When Tian looked, there's a pocket here and there's another pocket here. The pocket with both hands usually doesn't put anything. The left inner pocket, the right inner pocket, the double-breasted design, the front and the side of the waist have a real belt and a fake belt. The belt outside is not just for decoration. Look at the socks. Long silk socks can be added with a short silk embroidered sock. I've been researching sewing machines recently. As long as we can make it and add some accessories, we can use it for embroidery. It's much faster than doing it by hand. Li Yi introduced the situation to Princess Yongmu and told her about his new things. He was going to make sewing machines. Because the smelting technology had improved, it was easy to make sewing machines into embroidery machines. He just needed to add things and even make embroidery machines. The kind of foot pedal was actually very easy to use. There was a belt connecting the upper and lower threads. The thread was wrapped in a paper roll and a small felt pad. The spring had been made when the Qiangong step bed was made, including the shock absorber board. This was how skills were improved bit by bit. The craftsmen of the Li family Zhuangzi slowly learned. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolin's eyes were filled with stars. Both men and women loved to wear beautiful clothes. They had seen a lot of good-looking teenagers, and some of them were even more delicate and handsome than Li Yi. They had seen their fair share of rich people, such as Wang Wei, who roamed the Sea of Flowers. There was also no shortage of skilled craftsmen. She had also seen handsome generals in battle. But they realized that there was no one else. Wen Tian, these are all yours. See if they fit. Li Yi said to Princess Yongmu as he motioned for the palace maids and eunuchs to go back and change into the palace attire. Where's mine? Where's mine? Lan was anxious. She was also wearing a palace dress. Not only was it beautiful, it also represented her status. However, she still liked the new clothes. She found that the silk stockings had something more than bare legs, because her legs were hairy. Yes, you have some too. Li Yi immediately agreed. I want the silk stockings that go all the way up. Lan lowered her head as she spoke. Li Yi understood. Silk stockings were most useful for Western women. They had a lot of body hair and silk stockings covered it. Lan, I have a good way to shave leg hair. Li Yi added. You're the one who needs to shave leg hair. Lan glared. I'm just showing it to you to see if it's easy to use. I don't feel comfortable using it. Li Yi added. Is that so? Then give it to me. I'll help you try it. Lan's attitude softened. Actually, there's also fishnet stockings. You can hook them with a crochet needle. Even if you have leg hair, it's more seductive after wearing it. Li Yi put on a look that said, I'm telling you a little secret. How do I hook them? Can I learn it? Lan had the mentality of an ordinary woman. There's crochet teaching in Zhuangzi. There's also knitting. I've been doing it recently, but I've been practicing plain needles. It's mainly to train the dexterity of my fingers. Li Yi made a crochet needle action. He only knew how to do that. How long will it take to learn? Lan was anxious. Princess Yongmu also wanted to know. She nodded at the side, indicating that she would like to ask about the difficulty of learning. You two can stay here. Arrange a courtyard for yourselves. Don't stay in third brother and sister-in-law's courtyard. They sometimes bring the baby here. Li Yi took the initiative to invite them. We still have things to do in Zhuangzi. Lan refused again. How many things? Ask me and I'll arrange it for you. Little Zhuangzi is easy to manage. Just say the word. Li Yi looked at Princess Yongmu. Okay. Princess Yongmu lowered her head. Li Lang. I was wondering why I couldn't find you. So you're here. Hello everyone. Li Lang is too lazy. He's missing a final song. Xian Yan came over and looked like she was going to blame him. Acting coquettishly was the most important thing. But when she suddenly saw Princess Yongmu, she quickly changed the topic. There's a song. Let's go. I'll play it for you. If not, I'll sing it a cappella. It's called Unforgettable Tonight, Unforgettable Tonight, Unforgettable Tonight. We wish the Tang Dynasty good. Tang Dynasty good. Li Yi changed the ending song of the Spring Festival Gala and sang it. Actually, it was fine even if he didn't change it. Everyone in the Tang Dynasty could understand it. Okay. Li Lang, I'll leave you to it. Xian Yan said seriously and left. Li Yi sang it once and she remembered it. She went back to add music to it. The Spring Festival Gala is getting better every year. It's because there are more musical instruments and more songs and performances. Li Yi was looking forward to this year's Spring Festival Gala. There were many skits and crosstalks that mocked the current officials. The retired officials were not counted. They were just officials who were still on duty. Mocking. Of course, this was the Spring Festival Gala in Zhuangzi. It was another story if it was spread. Li Yi was not the Spring Festival Gala in his time. He didn't need to consider politics. The so-called politics was not politics. It was the thoughts of the person sitting in that position. What if the person was unhappy? Li Yi didn't need to care about those things now. For example, the skit in the class reunion. They were classmates, so they should help each other. That skit was deleted when it was replayed. Why? Because some people were in a higher position. Not only did he not help his classmates, so he didn't allow it to be replayed. If the person was in a bad mood, he would cut it off. Li Yi was now in the Tang dynasty. Who did he care about? It was already good enough that he didn't call out their names. So what if he mocked you? If you dared to make a sound, he would impeach you the next day. Li Lang, if you always say that the officials are bad, the people will think that way. Princess Yongmu had her own thoughts. She really worshipped and liked Li Yi. She still had to say her own thoughts. Wait for next year's Spring Festival Gala. I will mock the Li family Zhuangzi in the beginning. Everything that has the people's hearts must be treated as ordinary. Then I will let the program say that after His Majesty knew about it, he helped the Li family Zhuangzi. That's why the current Li family Zhuangzi was born. The people need a belief and the officials are tools, including the Li family Zhuangzi. If a country can't centralize power, then it's over. No matter what system it is, it's over. Li Yi didn't smile when he said this. Instead, he was very serious and looked very domineering. Princess Yongmu bit her lower lip lightly and lowered her head to look at her little shoes again. Chapter 784. Take out all the hand towels, quilt covers, mattress covers, and pillowcases. This is the last time this year. A shout came from the Li family Zhuangzi. The palace maids and eunuchs disappeared in an instant. The things they sent were all theirs. Before every shift, they had to send the things to the people in Zhuangzi who specialized in washing clothes. It wasn't that they couldn't wash it themselves. There were all kinds of washing machines so they could wash it. However, some things were used for a long time, such as hand towels. After washing them, they would have a strange smell 2 days later. Everyone knew about this, including the people in Li Yi's time. The newly bought hand towels would have no smell after half a month. After that, they wouldn't be able to be washed no matter how much they were washed. In theory, it was time to change them after more than a month. In reality, that wasn't the case. Even if the hand towels were sent to the dry cleaning shop, they would be washed with chemicals. Also, fungi and some bacteria couldn't be killed in low temperatures, so they would have a strange smell soon. The Li family Zhuangzi used the steaming method. They brought things over and steamed them in a big steamer. After steaming them once, they would be just like the new hand towels. They would have no smell for many days. Otherwise, if they could be sterilized by washing, why would Li Yi's needles and gauze need to be steamed after washing? Now, the pillows and needles in the Li family Zhuangzi needed to be steamed, just like in the 1980s and 1990s when Li Yi was still alive. Therefore, whether a hand towel needed to be changed or not depended on whether the person using it would use the steaming method to sterilize it. Hand towels that cost more than 30 yuan should be thrown away after a month? Otherwise, there would be a smell. Steam. Specifically, find a day of free time to wash the hand towels and put them in the steamer. After steaming them once, they would have the same effect as new hand towels. As for the hand towels that cost 2 yuan each, throw them away. The money from steaming them once was enough to buy a new one. Steaming wasn't done just by opening the steamer. It also needed a long time to increase the pressure and steam temperature. If you bought 100 hand towels that cost 2 yuan each, you could buy a new one every day. After 100 days, you could steam them in a big steamer. The people didn't know. They always had hand towels to wash every day. They found that if they didn't wash them, they would have a smell. Even after wiping her body and feeling that she had washed herself clean with soap, when she came into contact with water the next day, there would be an unpleasant smell at night. The Li family Zhuangzi wasn't like that. Normally, the steam house would only be used once every 3 days. After that, the steam house could be used for many days. It was the last day of the new year, and everyone had changed to new ones. The ones that had been replaced could be processed. They would rinse them first and then steam them. Li Yi explained the matter to Princess Yongmu. It was very simple. It was just steaming. So that's how it is. Li Lang newspaper say it tell the people. Princess Yongmu was very distressed. She threw away a lot of towels and clothes that she found smelly no matter how she washed them. It was actually steaming. Why didn't he know about it before? If I mention it in the newspaper, the people who sell hand towels and other things will have less sales. Li Yi analyzed the problem from another angle. When he was on the internet at that time, when he talked about how to remove the smell of a towel, it was all about adding salt, vinegar, soda, and boiling water. In fact, during the production process of towels, there was a steaming process. No one talked about this. It was clearly a steaming process, but why did they have to make it so complicated? Pressure cooker 2 hours. When it was taken out, the towels were very absorbent. At the same time, there was no smell for many days. Li Lang, are the people who sell things more important, or are the people who sell things more important? Princess Yongmu was unhappy and pouted. Go and look for Songda. Write it in the newspaper next year. How about the beautiful lady? The people who buy things are more important. The people who sell things can change their strategy. Li Yi followed her advice. He gave people the feeling that he could change anything for a beautiful lady. Princess Yongmu was wearing a pleated skirt that reached her knees. She fidgeted and placed her hands on her lower abdomen. Li Lang, why are you treating me like this? I like you. I don't have any resistance to beautiful ladies. Let's have a heart-to-heart talk tonight. Li Yi was smiling mischievously again. No way. Princess Yongmu's personality was about to change. In the past, she had always been gentle. Now she was like a young girl. In history, she was at a disadvantage. When she got married, she gave little things. Then, after she got married, she was bullied by the son of the person in power. The so-called bullying was when the other party went to her house and forced her to cook. They did not treat her like a princess at all. She did not want to tell her father because she felt embarrassed. The key was that in history the people she married were weak, afraid, and all kinds of afraid. Now it was different. She was in contact with Li Yi. Her family also wanted her to marry Li Yi, and asked her to be more proactive. When Li Yi interacted with her, he always felt like a gangster. She became mischievous. The environment determined one's character. Don't be afraid. I know your surname is Li. It's not easy to live with me. It's okay. I'll try my best to change the law. We'll talk about it after 5 years. Li Yi said to Princess Yongmu with a smile. Princess Yongmu covered her eyes with the back of her hands and turned around. She was only 16 years old. Li Yi, I'm telling you, don't go overboard. Xiaolan stood up in time. Actually, I've long wanted to spread it. However, for other materials, steaming is not a good way. Only cotton works. How do you steam hemp and silk? If the hemp is not woven and processed properly, you can use a wooden stick to beat the bacteria out. Silk is rinsed. A little plant ash is enough. If you steam it in a pot, it will destroy its structure. Li Yi talked about serious matters in the blink of an eye. There were no washboards now. Washboards only existed in the middle of the Ming dynasty. Now clothes were not washed. They were dyed and waxed. Normal cotton cultivation in history was in the late Song dynasty. Then it stopped. The Yuan dynasty did not develop the local economy at all, even though there were many Han people in the Yuan dynasty. A large amount of cotton only appeared when it was Zhu Yuanzhang's time. Then there were washboards. The washboard could not be used to rub numbness. The washboard could not be used to rub silk. Only cotton cloth was suitable for the washboard. Therefore, the history of the washboard began in the Ming dynasty. It was accompanied by a large amount of cotton cultivation and application. I still feel that you are bullying my wife. Xiaolan stood firm. She was the princess's personal maid and had to think for the princess. Silk is not easy to deal with, is it? Princess Yongmu did not think of anything else. She had a strong desire to learn now. Whether silk is easy to deal with or not depends on how you look at it. In terms of subsequent cleaning, silk is easy to deal with. In the beginning, it is not easy to deal with from the beginning. Silk reeling is the most difficult. How can you change the lives of silkworms in silk reels? You need to increase the value of silk. How to increase the value of silk depends on the scale and value of other substitutes. Li Yi was very patient. He spoke slowly. Up until now, he was not specific enough. Could economic matters be explained in a few words? Yes, it meant that there were profits and losses. In fact, it was not. It depended on whether the pursuit of pure profits or expected profits for a period of time. Chapter 785. Princess Yongmu had never been exposed to such knowledge since she was a child. She was raised to be a good girl and didn't go out much. What she learned was from books. Because her mother was from the Liu family, her handwriting was better and she was educated. No one asked her to learn anything else. She could embroider, but she couldn't cook, let alone other economic skills. Now that Li Yi had only briefly explained it to her, she was confused. What did the price of silk have to do with other things? Li Lang, are you talking about cotton? The only thing Princess Yongmu could think of was cotton. When Tian is really smart. Li Yi quickly praised. Cotton is easy to grow and has a large output. It makes clothes and bedding comfortable. Li Yi knew that cotton eventually replaced other fiber crops and became the mainstream. Putting aside the brand, the price of silk was never low. The key was that the people couldn't afford to wear silk and had always been wearing hemp clothes. Li Lang, cotton can't be made into bedding. It's warm to put it in a silk cover. Princess Yongmu had never used hemp since she was a child. In her opinion, cotton bedding was good, especially the mattress. It was comfortable to sleep on it. The mattress was a little heavy, heavier than cashmere and duck down stuffed in silk. Brush a layer of glue on the inside of the cotton, and stuff the defatted chicken feathers into it as clothes. It saves cotton and is warmer than wearing thick linen directly. Li Yi had been collecting chicken feathers and goose feathers. The good ones were used to make badminton, and the bad ones were defatted and softened with chicken feathers to fill clothes. The warming effect was much worse than cashmere, duck down and cotton, but it was better than the others. The linen clothes were filled with straw and withered grass. It would be bloated to wear it, but the warming effect was many times better than not wearing it. When Li Yi first came to the Tang dynasty, straw was used as bedding in the various squares in Chang'an. It was still the same now, but the straw was woven into curtains, and there was a fire under it. In the winter morning, no one said that someone was frozen to death. Li Dongzhu, if you sell the cotton, will you make money? My family still has land. Xiao Lan's heart ached when she thought about the land she had bought. He bought 100 mu of land, 20 mu of which were planted with beans, and the rest were planted with greenhouses. He hired people to look after them. He had yet to earn back the money he spent on buying the land. Hiring people for the greenhouses was money. The silk was money. The shelves were money. The fertilizer was money. The money was saved up by Princess Yongmu and was used to buy land in Xiao Lan's name. Xiao Lan wanted to plant cotton directly after she stopped planting greenhouses. At present, there was no fixed price for the cotton, so it was bought by the Li family Zhuangzi and the Ministry of Revenue. If you use that bean field to grow cotton, the bean moths will come out and affect the development of the cotton. Why don't you plant bellflowers instead? After the greenhouse was removed, they were directly planted with seeds. The yield was higher than transplanting seedlings, which was different from many other crops. Then in the winter, if he wanted to plant a greenhouse, he would first build a small shed to nurture seedlings of cucumbers, cowpeas, eggplants, and so on. Harvest the platycodon, build the greenhouse, and put the cultivated vegetable sprouts in it. This way, both sides won't be delayed. Li Yi patiently explained the problem of what to plant. In order to make money, there was no need to use cotton. After the Qing government finished purchasing the land in Hunan province next year, they would let Hunan province bear a part of the task of planting cotton through collecting taxes and deducting taxes. Right now, food was still the priority. Only when enough food was stored could they consider enjoying it. There are no seeds. Xiao Lan tilted her head and looked at Li Yi. She looked like she was saying, if you want to pursue my princess, you have to produce seeds. I'll settle it for Dongzhu. Li Yi agreed readily. Otherwise, he would also release a large number of seeds. Zhuangzi specially planted the land, and the platycodon was a medicinal ingredient. In the northeast of his time, the people were willing to use platycodon to make pickles. At first, the price was the same as other North Korean pickles. Later, the price rose sharply along with the licorice. At the most expensive time, A caddy of dog treasure pickles cost more than 40 yuan. It looked unaffordable. Platycodon looked like ginseng. Those who didn't know how to make it would use a knife to cut it into strips. The authentic way was to use a wooden hammer to smash it. After smashing it, there would be a trace of it. What was eaten was the root of platycodon, which was also called platycodon. It was better to use it together with licorice to treat coughs, especially when there was phlegm that couldn't be spat out. The taboo was that licorice and platycodon hurt the stomach. Those who didn't have a good gastrointestinal tract would feel nauseous and vomit after eating it. Li Yi needed medicinal ingredients. He cultivated the seeds and asked others to plant them. At the same time, he mixed them with chili powder and ate them as pickles. Princess Yongmu didn't read the medical book. She ate the platycodon pickles with chili powder. There was sugar, salt, and fried sesame inside. Yes, plant. She believed in Li Yi. If he said that it could make money, it would definitely make money. It was better than planting cotton. She took out her own money. She didn't have much money to begin with. After buying the land, she started to plant greenhouses. It required a lot of silk. Recently, she didn't have much money. When it was time to plant other crops in spring, the money earned from the greenhouses would be able to cover her cost. There were more greenhouses this year, and the price of the greenhouses was not sky-high. Next year there would be more people. It would be impossible to cover the cost of the greenhouses in a year, unless the price of silk dropped significantly. In the past, Princess Yongmu thought that her life was just to save some money. Then, she would be betrothed to a man by her father and live with him. What kind of life she could live depended on the other party. The other party's appearance, background, and moral character were not things that she needed to consider. Rest first, then prepare to watch the Spring Festival Gala. It's better than the one in the Imperial City. There are also more fireworks. Li Yi was afraid that the two of them wouldn't have the energy to watch the program at night, so he arranged for them to go to the courtyard. After sending the two of them in, he arranged for the palace maids and eunuchs to take turns to serve them. Li Yi changed his cheeky smile and went back to his study to write. The new year was coming. There would be new changes in the Li family Zhuangzi. At the same time, Li Yi had to come up with a plan for the future development. At the end of Su and the beginning of High, dinner began. Everyone still ate hot pot. This way they could save as much food as they wanted. The water curtain was taken out again and divided into 3 areas. The people from the Zhang family village and the imperial plantation rushed over. There was a water curtain in the residential area. Everyone tried to squeeze together. Some even ran upstairs to watch from the windows. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan came out. They were arranged to sit down and watch the program. As expected, it's more interesting than the Imperial City. It's closer and there's hot pot to eat. Last year I didn't go. Xiaolan whispered to Princess Yongmu. Last year, she watched the program in the Imperial City. Her status was low, so she couldn't go. Princess Yongmu looked around. There were only the two of them at the small square table in front of her. The villagers were eating and drinking slowly. They were afraid that they would eat too much. They were also worried that they would feel sleepy if they ate too much. They ate and drank soup. When they felt full, they would be able to eat more after the soup was digested. The children didn't care about that. They put on new clothes and ate what they liked. At most, they would sleep and not keep watch. Princess Yongmu didn't feel cold at all. There was a lot of charcoal in the hot pot. If it wasn't for the fact that it was outdoors, many people would have been poisoned by carbon monoxide. After an hour, Li Yi, who had changed his clothes, ran over. Eat. Don't be idle. Eat some seafood first. As he spoke, he poured the frozen oysters and scallops into the hot pot. Chapter 786. It's better to eat in Zhuangzi Li Dongzhu. Before coming here, I heard that the East Market sells oysters and scallops of the same size for 5 yuan. Xiaolan and Princess Yongmu didn't eat just now. They sat and ate melon seeds. There were several varieties of watermelons in the Tang dynasty. Among them, there were watermelons that specialized in seeds. They weren't sweet, but they had large seeds and many seeds. Seed melons were planted in Longyu Road. They were the food of the upper and middle class. How could the lower class have the money to buy melon seeds? Li Yi looked at the small pile of melon seed shells and smiled. If you think Zhuangzi is good, you can live there for a long time. If you like to eat melon seeds, there will be enough for you to eat all year round. I don't like to eat melon seeds. I'm waiting for you, Xiaolan retorted. Her tongue hurt from eating melon seeds. Li Yi nodded and said, the Gobi area is the most suitable for planting melons. I have a technique called the stone pressure technique. Put stones on the soil of the Gobi and plant the melons. Don't worry about it. Wild beasts generally don't cause much harm. There are no wild boars there. When the season comes, all that's left is income. Take out the melon seeds and dry them. I have a way to fry them. I know about 5-spice. When Xiaolan heard about melon seeds, she couldn't help but reach out to grab them. Princess Yongmu tapped the table with her finger. Xiaolan stuck out her tongue. Princess Yongmu looked at the melon seeds and asked curiously, Li Lang, why do you use stones to put them on the ground? I also learned it. It's said that when stones are pressed on the soil won't be easily dried by the wind. When it rains, the stones can also retain water. The seedlings of cold melon are particularly tenacious. After sprouting, they drill out of the soil and don't care about the stones on top. Soak the seeds in warm water and plant them. People don't have to care about them anymore. They don't even have to hoe the grass. Li Yi compared the information and said that there was nothing wrong with it. Do birds eat watermelons in the wild? Princess Yongmu didn't know who ate watermelons. Hedgehogs, wolves, badgers, wild horses, sheep, wild boars, pheasants, and so on. Li Yi looked at the information and gave the answer. He realized that he would eat anything including people. You want to tell the people? Princess Yongmu first thought of the Li family Zhuangzi. Ordinary technology was not confidential. People who live near the Gobi Desert have to harvest the seeds and transport them out. Only by raising the price of watermelon seeds will the merchants buy them. Li Yi didn't care about the technology. What he cared about was whether the people who planted the seeds could make money. The melon farmers themselves did not have sales channels, so everything depended on the acquirers. Princess Yongmu lowered her head and thought for a moment before asking, how much will the merchants pay for the current melon seeds? It depends on what the merchant thinks, how far away it is, and how good the seeds are. Usually the price offered is very low. When Li Yi mentioned merchants, he shook his head. He gave the merchants benefits and promoted the development of business, but he also knew the nature of the merchants. Planting melons in the Gobi Desert was better than planting watermelons. Watermelons had a short shelf life, so the seeds could be harvested. If the watermelon seeds collected in Zhuangzi were 20 coins per caddy, the merchants from the nearest place in Longyu Road would only collect 1 coin per caddy of raw melon seeds. Excluding the transportation fees, the merchants made a lot of profits, so they had to collect taxes. 20 coins per caddy. How many watermelon seeds could 1 mu of land produce? According to the current watermelon varieties, land area, fertilizers and care, 1 mu of land could produce about 50 caddies of seeds. Longyu Road was slightly better, producing more than 70 caddies of seeds. Princess Yongmu obviously thought of the same question. Is it worth it to plant watermelon seeds? How should I put it? If people don't take care of it, they can earn 50 coins per caddy after deducting the cost. If they plant wheat, 1 mu of land can produce 120 to 30 caddies, which is about 10 buckets of rice, and 20 to 30 coins per bucket of rice. Li Yi talked about the output and price, but he didn't say anything else. It's worth it to plant food. Xiaolan directly compared and gave the answer. Xiaolan, I'll let you plant wheat in the Gobi Desert tomorrow. If you want to produce 1 stone per mu, you have to take care of it every day. I'll give you heavy armor, modeo, crossbow, and bow. You see, first plant 10 mu of land and then... No, I don't want to. I'm a girl, I can't, I'll die. Xiaolan shook her head like a rattle drum. The wheat we eat only produces 1 stone per mu? Princess Yongmu was thinking about the output. Our land is good. 1 mu of land can produce 2 to 3 stones. The Gobi Desert can't grow wheat at all, it won't be enough. The people who live there all grow some vegetables and then let the sheep, which are still goats, eat grass and dig out the roots. After a heavy rain, if the number of sheep is not many, it will always be like that. Li Yi frowned when he talked about the people who lived in the Gobi Desert during the New Year. It was very difficult there, and it wasn't very far from the capital. Those people raised sheep, and when they wanted to sell them, they didn't give them grass to eat. When they were sent to Chang'an, the sheep were so hungry that they kept crying. It was like raising pigs, they were hungry, otherwise they would be full. In other people's eyes it was a way of life, but in Li Yi's eyes it was helplessness. He considered the whole Tang dynasty and the imperial court. If there were people who didn't have a good life, he had to think of ways. Just like the story, two pairs of father and son saw a beggar. The father of one pair of father and son said to the child, "If you don't work hard, you'll be like him in the future." The father of the other pair of father and son said to the child, "If you don't work hard, you won't be able to help them in the future." Li Yi was now in the second level. He had to think of ways to let more people live a good life. Today he happened to see watermelon seeds, so he wondered if he could let the locals try to grow them. If he provided the seeds and the method, the locals would be a little tired for 10 days to half a month. He could increase their income, and their living standards would improve. Who knows that the grass floating in the sky, the years will make people old, the wind, the moon, flowers and birds. A smile of the fate of the world, the singing on the stage, the audience sang along, and their voices suddenly became louder. Li Yi suddenly stopped talking and clapped his hands to the rhythm. Princess Yomu blinked her big eyes. She still didn't understand why they had to raise goats and the number of goats. She also didn't know how much per moo could yield. How could they grow vegetables if they couldn't farm in the Gobi Desert? When the song ended, the host went on stage to announce, "Eat, it's ready. Use a colander to scoop it out. If you cook it for too long, the scallops will shrink too much, and the oysters will be cooked to pieces." Li Yi came to his senses and used a small colander to scoop out the two kinds of seafood he had just put in. He glanced at the empty plates in front of the two people and took a small bowl to scoop the seasoning. Chili oil, garlic juice, ginger juice, cold noodle soup, sesame paste, beef mince, soy sauce, aged vinegar, white sugar, tofu, oyster sauce, chopped green onion and coriander foam. He didn't put leek flowers because these seasonings were salty enough. If he put more leek flowers, he would need to add more cold noodle soup. "Come on, each of you take 2 spoonfuls. I put salt in the dumplings this year. When you eat them, don't dip them in soy sauce. Dip them in vinegar or eat them directly." Li Yi scooped the seasoning he had mixed into his big plate and talked about the dumplings. "You cooked the dumplings?" Princess Yomu craved the dumplings. The dumplings she had eaten were all taken from the Li family Zhuangzi. When it came to the stuffing, Empress Wang didn't trust others. Li family Zhuangzi wrapped the dumplings and hurriedly took them and sent them over. Li family Zhuangzi didn't put much salt in the dumplings, so that they could be dipped in soy sauce. There were still many people, including captives, during the new year. There weren't so many plates to use, so they directly put more salt. Chapter 787. It's cooked and it's fresher. The most important thing is that it's fast. There's a big pot, and the dumplings can be taken out after cooking for a while. Li Yi pointed at the place where the dumplings were cooked. There were more than 100 big pots boiling water. The Li family Zhuangzi needed to provide dumplings for more than 30,000 people. So there couldn't be fewer pots. The Zhang family village, the imperial plantation, the Li family Zhuangzi, the inhabited area, the newcomers outside the inhabited area, the captives, the winged knights, and the 16 guards. There was also the market at the bridgehead. There was a family of people doing odd jobs there. They didn't have a home to return to, so they lived in a shed with a stove. During the new year, everyone around the Li family Zhuangzi had to eat New Year's Eve dinner. They were also watching a performance by the Baitsu girls. The Baitsu girls didn't have any business during the new year, so they went to the Li family Zhuangzi to perform for others. The main thing was that they could get money, at least 500 yuan a night, and they didn't have to accompany the guests. "Li Dongzhu, what kind of dumplings are we eating? I love beef and onion dumplings the most." Xiaolan had grabbed a handful of melon seeds and was eating them. When she heard that they were cooking dumplings, she put down the melon seeds. "There's no beef in the dumplings this year. 2 cows died and were made into beef jerky for the children. The rest are meat and brain. The dumplings outside are filled with pork, cabbage, pork, celery, and chicken with a lot of oil. Zhuangzi has chives and garlic sprouts, so you can't eat them if you're allergic to them. Most of the dumplings are lamb and pork, which have little oil." Li was very familiar with this. He had arranged it. The dumplings and buns in Zhuangzi usually had little oil, whether it was meat or vegetable oil. The villagers with too much oil really couldn't eat it. The quality of life had improved, and they usually had meat for every meal. Who still wanted food with too much oil? The dumplings outside were different. When you took a bite of the dumplings outside, the chopsticks were slightly tighter, and the oil came out first. The villagers didn't eat the dumplings. Even the people in the village who worked hard didn't eat the fatty meat. Only the younger children who couldn't chew on lean meat would eat big slices of meat, which were fragrant and chewable. Older people wouldn't eat such fatty things. If one's teeth were not good, they could be inserted. Dongzhu was in charge of this. In the past, the older ones only had a few teeth left in their mouths. They would cook their food into porridge and then drink it. In the Li family Zhuangzi, there were only a few left. Let's see if they could hold up. If they couldn't, we'll replace them all and get a new set of teeth. The performance on the stage continued. When it was almost midnight, the dumplings were served. The people on the stage began to sing alone. Their voices were very low and did not have much of a presence. Everyone was eating. Princess Yongmu took a bite of the dumpling. It was stuffed with 3 delicacies, and the chives were very tender. It was not like the common chives in Li Yi's time, which were like plastic when she bit hard. There was also the tomato skin. It was still intact when he ate it, but it was still intact when he did it. The stomach, small intestine, and large intestine were unable to absorb and decompose it. The ones from the Tang dynasty were much better. There was no problem eating them. Li Lang, what's the life of a married couple like? Princess Yongmu ate a dumpling and looked at the lively scene around her. She asked about the future. She liked the feeling now. Everyone was so harmonious and worked hard together. That depends on the conditions and pursuits. Li Yi looked at the wine in the small wine cup in front of him and sniffed. Is there a difference? Princess Yongmu thought that a married couple was like her father and Empress Wang. She also had her mother. Her father had many women. Everyone hoped that her father would spend the night at their place. Yes. Li Yi thought for a while and only replied with one word. It was too complicated. He couldn't give an accurate definition. Bang! Whoosh! Whoosh! Boom! The imperial city began to set off fireworks, followed closely by the fireworks in the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi wanted to analyze the marriage, but he was interrupted by the sound. He simply didn't say anything. As the fireworks bloomed, the performance on the stage temporarily stopped. Everyone looked at the scenery in the sky. Li Longji stood at the top of the imperial city. He held Empress Wang's hand with one hand and his son, who was awakened by the sound, with the other. Around him were the concubines, talents, Jieyu, and other officials who were qualified to participate. Zhang Sun Xian was there. His rank was high enough. His wife was the sister of the empress. The two of them were lucky enough to participate in the New Year celebration. His current high status was not because of his wife, nor was it because he was a patrol inspector. It was because he was rich. He did business. The key was that he provided hundreds of people with jobs and paid more. The money he earned with his own ability was not related to other problems. No one could say anything when he spent it. In the past, he relied on his status as the brother-in-law of the empress to receive gifts. Now he knew how to give gifts. He learned it from Li Yi. He knew what Li Yi's situation was. With such power, he still gave gifts to the officials. Was his status lowered? Any official who dared to say that Li Yi gave gifts was lowering their status. The next day, this official could go to a remote area to play a role. The Tang dynasty needed him. Zhang Sun Xian, who thought that he had been tricked by Li Yi many times, was already disdainful of that imperial censor Li Jia. He had learned to be smart. After thinking carefully, he realized that Li Jia had a powerful force behind him. Even the current Prime Minister Su Yi was related to him. If he acted impulsively and did something, he would probably be crippled. Thank you, Li Li Dongzhu. You showed me the dangers of the world. Every time I schemed against you, I was sure that I would fall into the trap. Thinking like this, Zhang Sun Xian held his wife's hand tightly. His wife looked up at him slightly in the dazzling fireworks. Her eyes were bright. Li Yi is a good person. I just realized that he didn't want to do anything to me because of your sister. Zhang Sun Xian said and let go of his wife's hand. He raised his arm and hugged his wife's waist. He, who thought that he had been tricked by Li Yi, had learned to be smart. Even if he used chili powder to poison him, Li Yi was very gentle to him as long as there were no serious consequences. Later, he led the people to make more money. Drunken Immortal House even sent technicians to help. Exian, I only have eyes for you. Zhongsun Exian's wife leaned her head on his body and said loudly. The fireworks were too loud. Empress Wang, who was standing in the main position, suddenly turned her head and looked at them. Then she smiled and said in Li Longji's ear, Uncle finally got it wrong for once. Brother Yi didn't want to target someone. Otherwise, he could prove that he was right at any time. The new year is coming. I don't know what plans Brother Yi has. I want to see the people around the capital office and the people of the Tang dynasty live a good life. Li Longji didn't think about the topic of who was dead and who wasn't, because Li Yi had already helped him. When Zhongsun Exian was assigned to Lantian County as a patrol, Brother Yi understood the reason. Otherwise, if he wanted to kill someone, he had countless ways to kill them. Good life people, good. The little guy who was watching the fireworks heard his father and said. He didn't know the situation, but he repeated the key words. You will have a hard life in the future. I will send you to the Li family Zhuangzi to learn. Empress Wang kissed her son and rubbed her face against the little guy's face. She knew that her son must be taught by Li Yi, but how could he learn so much knowledge? As for the other officials and scholars, they can stand aside. They don't need you to teach them. Uncle can teach you everything you can. You don't even know what Uncle can teach. Chapter 788. It's so beautiful. Princess Yongmu looked up at the fireworks and said. Li Yi vaguely heard the sound of the fireworks. He looked at the imperial city and suddenly remembered something important. He waved to Qingsong and shouted, Send someone to the east and west of Chang, and in the south of the city to set off the fireworks there. Hurry. Qingsong ran to find someone. Li Yi was relieved. He thought that it was not easy for the people to see the fireworks. Obviously, it was not crowded to go to the imperial city from other places. Some people could only watch the show in their own square. The east and west of the city were in a suitable location. As long as the fireworks flew high enough, the people in the surrounding square could see it. There were many officials and people in the south of the city. They also wanted to see it. Li Yi believed that some people would run to the river to see the fireworks in Zhuangzi. They could go back at any time without closing the city gate. The winged knights took the fireworks and ran from the south of the city to the west of the city. The road in the city was full of people. After a quarter of an hour, the fireworks in the imperial city and Zhuangzi did not stop. The fireworks in the east of the city began to rise and bloom. After another quarter of an hour, beautiful patterns appeared in the sky above the west of the city. As Li Yi thought, many people stood outside the Ba River to watch and eat dumplings. Tubo's people in the Honglu Temple looked at the bustling New Year's Eve of the Tang dynasty in Chang'an. They were in a bad mood. More than 2 hours later, the fireworks finished and the show continued on the imperial city. Isimba's face was full of helplessness. Slay. Many places in Tubo are covered in snow all year round. It snows many days every year. It also snows in Tujue, grassland, and Khitan places. Boisjou had long thought of the Great Tang's capital's sleigh transportation capability, and he had also considered its military use. Write a letter back so that we can use the same tools there. Isimba's voice was full of helplessness. Tubo had always been learning about the Tang dynasty. He had not learned how to use the hot air balloon and had run out of alcohol. At present, he only had kerosene lamps. Kerosene lamps were expensive, so he did not sell more kerosene. The hot air balloon plan was no longer feasible. The only way was to consider how to deal with the hot air balloons of the Tang dynasty. He could learn how to sail a ship, but it would not be of much use in Tubo. What was left was the sleigh, which was pulled by horses and loaded with baggage. Baggage was not carried by a horse. The weight that the horse had to bear was obviously different. Usually, it's convenient for transportation. Wuxia had a deep understanding of this. The commoners of the capital government did this. In the winter of last year, or rather the winter of the year before the new year, there was heavy snow. In winter, the people could only travel by ox cart and horse carriage. When they encountered snowy places, They would take a board from the car to prop up the wheels and slip through. Then things changed. They were all sleds and there was no need to clear the snow on the road. Those who felt that the road was not easy to walk on would take the water network. Commoners came and went frequently. Only then did they contact the surrounding counties to transport large quantities of greenhouse vegetables. Would the greenhouse be useful in Tubo? He needed a lot of silk and had to add more fire. Thinking of learning from the Tang dynasty and planting greenhouses, Boxy suddenly thought of a crucial problem. There was no coal in Tubo, so how could he burn it? Burn firewood and cow dung? Just to eat some cucumbers and eggplants in winter? He had invested a lot of money. Some people did not even have silk clothes to wear in winter. This included slaves. If slaves were not given clothes, they would freeze to death. It was a loss of property. Planting soybeans to raise insects. Boxy was thinking of learning how to raise insects. He found that insects were delicious. Even if the upper class of Tubo did not like to eat them, they could just give them to the slaves. Only when the slaves had the strength to do more work. If Li was from Tubo, what good ideas would he come up with for Tubo? It's specially suitable for Tubo. Isimba was thinking about Li. He wanted to come over to compete with Li and get the technology from Li. He was very conceited and felt that he was strong. After a series of events, the competition was over. He had been watching Li take things out. In that case, Li's main concern in the Great Tang's capital office was the local people. What would happen in Tufan? No, yes, it's called resources. Without resources, he can only provide a short curved plow in Tubo. If he can take out a sled, what else can he do? Boxy felt uncomfortable when he thought of Li. He belittled him and felt much better. The other foreign envoys in Honglu Temple were working hard to learn. The Xian Khitans lived in the northeast and part of Inner Mongolia. It was difficult for them to travel in winter. They found that the sled was good. They were not wrong. In history, the horses, deer, and dogs in the northeast were all pulled by this thing. As long as there was snow, the sled could go up the mountain. Where the horses could run, the sled could definitely go up the mountain. If the bushes were too dense, the sled could not trip the horses. The sled could fly over the bushes. Of course, under normal circumstances, they would not do that. They were worried about the horses. What if they fell? In the past, they had not thought about it. This year, when they saw the people coming and going in the capital, they were ready to learn. Otherwise, they would not be able to go out in heavy snow. Yu Jiang came back with the group that went to Khitan and Bohai. He still pretended to be a shoe person. On the surface, the person in charge of the Khitan group was Bacharka. Yu Jiang went to find Bacharka. Bacharka and his group brought their families back, including the families of the brothers who did not go. They planned to let their families live in the Tang dynasty. They mainly wanted the children to learn the culture of the Tang dynasty. Then, they would take turns to return to Khitan to help out. Bacharka, the sled looks easy to make, but there is a trick to it. Khitan needs the sled. Yu Jiang pretended to eat dumplings and communicated with Bacharka. I'll go and ask. Bacharka was thinking about the Khitan. He did not care that today was the 30th. Li had just sent Princess Yongmu back to the courtyard, and was about to go back to his own courtyard to rest when he met Bacharka, who had come looking for him. The winged knights accompanied him. The winged knights were not at ease with other people getting close to Li. Li Dongzhu, what's the trick to making a sled? My Khitan needs it. Bacharka asked loudly. The sound of the performance came from the other side. You mean making it? The main thing is that it's light. Because there is no bamboo over there, it's better to make it with oak wood. It's also relatively heavy. If you want it to be light, you can use straw and use oil tree branches to weave them into a row. Li did not refuse Bacharka's question. He patiently explained how to make the sled in the northeast. The light ones were not sturdy enough, and were used when a child needed to be brought along, or to carry some goods and be dragged along. If wood was used, animals would naturally be used. There is a type of reindeer over there that can replace horses to pull the sled. They are more docile. Li kindly introduced the reindeer. The entire northeast was under the control of the Bohai Sea, including the Heilongjiang region, but their control was not very strong. The three provinces in the northeast were far from Liaoning to Heilongjiang. How could they completely control the entire region? Using highways? Provincial roads? Trains? There were many mountains and rivers along the way. In other words, some places were under the control of the Bohai Sea in name, but in reality the local tribes lived on their own. Otherwise, when the news of a rebellion reached the ears of the king of the Bohai Sea in autumn, he would send troops in winter. Before spring arrived, a group of people would freeze to death along the way. Chapter 789. Bacharka listened attentively, afraid that he would miss the key points. It's too late this winter. Even if I give you a batch tomorrow, it'll be spring by the time you get there. There's still more than a month before the glacier melts. Li comforted Bacharka, meaning that they would start using it next year. By next year, only Khitan would use sleds. The Tang dynasty's Dao army would use sleds in Shaanxi, and the Anbei protectorate would use sleds in Baotou. In the north, they would use sleds all the time. This year, they had successfully used sleds in the capital. They could use the same transportation method wherever it snowed in winter. If ordinary people didn't have livestock, they wouldn't even think about it. They could rent cars or stay at home. The Tang dynasty didn't encourage normal migration. They wanted people to farm and work in their hometown. If they wanted to travel far, they would need a public inspection from the government office, which was a letter of recommendation. In the era of planned economy, without a letter of recommendation, they couldn't eat outside. They had to look at the letter of recommendation before they could eat. Also, they had to stay in a hotel and find a job. The public inspection in the Tang dynasty was similar. If they couldn't produce a public inspection letter, they would be arrested. For example, in Pujindu there was a pontoon bridge, so they could only go there. If they came from the other side of the bridge, they would be stopped. Of course, there weren't so many things to do if they were in the same county. They just needed a household register. There was no need for a public inspection. The night passed. On the first day of the first lunar month, Li Longji prepared to worship the ancestors. Li Dan didn't die. Li Dan, who should have died last year, was now living well. Therefore, Li Dan wanted to participate in the worship and tell the ancestors about the current situation in the Tang dynasty. They went on the second day of the lunar month. There was a big banquet on the first day of the lunar month. All the officials came to eat, including the foreign envoys. Let's go. I'll take you skiing. There's snow in Mount Li and hot springs. I'm familiar with Supervisor Wang Xing. Li Yi came to call Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan when it was almost noon. When the two of them were growing up, Li Yi was about the first year of high school. When Li Yi was at this age, a female classmate from the same village gave birth to a fat boy. She wasn't married yet. A large group of maids and eunuchs followed them to Mount Li. Soon the people from the political affairs hall found out. Even if they found out, there was nothing they could do. Song Jing had never thought of impeaching Li Yi. Li Yi went to a place that only the royal family could go. Most importantly, there was no reward from the royal family. If the ministers performed well, they would be given warm soup. It has begun. After the new year, the Hunan prefecture must complete the work of clearing out the land. At the same time, the tax collection must begin. Baigu did not care where Li Yi went to take a bath. He was concerned about Hunan province. Zhang Shua was the magistrate of the Hunan prefecture, so there wasn't any problem with his operations. He had already started clearing out the land last year. After today's work, we'll take a break. How about we go to the Drunken Immortal residence in Lantian County? Sui suggested to take a bath. Without a reward from Her Majesty, he didn't dare to go to Mount Li himself. The only place he could go was the hot spring of the Li family Zhuangzi. Yes, Songjing agreed. He had wanted to soak in it for a long time. Although there was a private bath in each square, it could not compare to a hot spring. It would be better if the weather was warmer. Baigu thought of the bicycle again. He couldn't collect taxes on the bicycle. Li Yi had told him the other day that he wanted to save the money to make new weapons. He was looking forward to the new weapons. Then he would cooperate with the other soldiers to deal with the Turks and open up the Silk Road. Since Suaya town was occupied by the Turks, the Tang dynasty's trade with the West had been interrupted. They could only get some through Tufan. In addition to fighting the Turks, Baigu was also thinking about Zhang Juling. Zhang Juling was building roads and preparing to set up a department of transportation in Guangzhou. When the time came, a steady stream of money would come in. Baigu wanted to work for 2 more years and not change his position. When the tax collection in most of the areas of the Tang dynasty was settled and most of the stalls were rented, he could rest assured and join the Tuan heir. The big banquet was held in Hanyuan Palace. Floor heating was provided and everyone ate hot pot together. Li Longji had become stingy. Normally there should be a lot of stir-fried dishes. In the past, there was little stir-fried dishes and it was mostly roasted lamb. Now when eating hot pot, other than the chicken and the soup base, the waiter would serve the food after almost all of it was eaten. It was impossible to order 10 plates of meat at once. You have to eat plate by plate. It's all money. I'm not rich. However, the dipping sauces were good and there were many varieties. There was no shortage of chili oil and chili sauce. There were also a lot of frozen prawns, fish fillets made from sea fish, oysters, scallops, and hairtail. In fact, there were also spoonworms. Li Longji didn't bear to take them out. People on the beach didn't eat spoonworms. They were like worms. Li Yi ate them. He knew how fresh spoonworms were. Then, the locals would search for them on the beach and reefs. The labor cost was high but the quantity was actually not small. Things that people didn't eat reproduced quickly. Like the small sea crabs in summer, they were the size of coins and no one ate them. However, these small crabs were similar to flatback crabs and meatballs. They were used to fry, crispy and fragrant. People on the beach usually didn't eat them, including the people at Li Yi's time. There was no meat so they could only fry them. People who went on vacation caught them and said that they were raising them. In the end, when they woke up the next morning, the small crabs were all dead. Li Longji didn't let others eat anything that wasn't easy to get. Prawns were fine. There were many of them. For example, the envoys of the Japanese Empire didn't like seafood very much. Sometimes they ate seafood for memories. When the envoys from inland found the frozen seafood, they ate it with all their might. They didn't care about mutton. Empress Wang participated in this kind of big banquet. She carried her child and sat beside Li Longji. She was a motherly model. She fed the little guy hot pot and didn't dip anything spicy. They finally climbed up Mount Li. Li Yi chose the slope and asked everyone to change to skis. There were 2 ski poles made of bamboo. Both ends were slightly raised. When they were roasted with fire, the bamboo would be raised. When you wear it, you have to find a flat place. After wearing it, remember to keep your 8 characters inside. You must squat and never stand up straight. Use the poles to control your balance. Go down the slope first. Li Yi explained the skills to Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan. The winged knights, palace maids, and eunuchs who followed them all knew how to do it. They had practiced and fallen. What does the 8 characters look like? Princess Yongmu was full of curiosity. It was the first time she came into contact with skis. Li Yi glanced at the palace maids and eunuchs. The cub stood up, put on the skis, and found a small slope with the poles. It took a deep breath and slid down. The process of sliding was uncontrollable. With a swish, it slid down and then sat on the ground. This was the result of beginners who couldn't retract their legs and adjust their 8 characters. Unless it was flat ground or a slope, they would slide down. The cub got up and began to run up the slope with the help of the poles. Skiing didn't only have to be done from high to low. The biggest role of the skis was that it had a large surface area and people wouldn't get stuck. Take it a little bit. Keep a good posture, and then someone will push you forward from behind. You have to adjust the front end of the skis yourself. Li Yi taught Princess Yongmu how to put on her shoes and motioned for the palace maids to push her. Chapter 790. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan slowly learned, and the winged knights began to perform all kinds of performances. Slopes, flat ground, and speed up. During the skiing process, they suddenly stopped to shoot arrows, suddenly stopped to lie down, and quickly got up. Without a snowboard, they would shoot arrows while moving forward, and change their speed to ski. Princess Yongmu learned and watched the winged knights training. She realized that something was wrong. She thought that skiing was just for fun, but when bows and arrows were added, it seemed to have nothing to do with fun. Li Lang, are the winged knights in military training? Princess Yongmu watched the group of people climb and roll in the snow. She was not in a hurry to learn how to ski. When the snow is shallow, horses can be used to pull the sleigh. When the snow is deep, the horses can't run in the snow at all. In the waist-deep snow, any animal will struggle to move forward. In addition to the normal heavy snow, there is also a kernel. The snow elsewhere in the col is blown down by the wind and becomes thicker. If a horse goes in without a roof, how can you expect the horse to carry the sleigh? Skis solve this problem. At the critical moment, get off the horse and change to skis, Li Yi said as he gestured. When he was in the Tang dynasty, he did not see the snow very deep. The team moved forward. At that time he had cavalry. There was always a cavalry at the border. It was formed by the local ethnic minorities. The other few teams could also be considered cavalry. They could apply to join, but their combat strength when it was snowing heavily, they could only get off the horse and pull the horse together. At that time the horse was not a tool, but a belief that people persevered with, a comrade. A cavalry team following a horse in the snow and an infantry team in the snow were two different feelings. Li Yi thought of his cavalry at that time and told Princess Yongmu the importance of skis. When both teams were trapped by the snow, the winged knights changed to skis, and the enemy could only cry. On the skis they could circle around the enemy and shoot arrows, especially when they were in the limelight. When going up the slope they could move up and down, or they could turn their bodies horizontally and move horizontally. No matter which way, it was very slow. However, it was much faster than wading through the waist-deep snow. If he ran in the direction of the wind, the range of the bow and arrow would be further. If he ran on the hillside, the range of the bow and arrow would still be further. If the baggage troops from both sides faced the same problem, those with skis would carry the baggage troops and ski. The speed of an army is always relative. The winged knights must learn how to ski and skate. The harsher the environment, the stronger they will be. Li Yi concluded as he looked at the winged knights who were playing happily. Princess Yongmu felt that she was participating in a secret military project and was very excited. With the help of the palace maids, she learned how to ski seriously. Xiaolan worked even harder. She had to work hard. Everyone else knew how to ski. Li Yi slid back and forth beside her, correcting her movements from time to time and repeating the main points. Princess Yongmu didn't even eat lunch. She wasn't hungry, so she played like crazy. She had never been so happy since she was young. The education she received was to be gentle and quiet, to not show her teeth when she smiled. Because there was no orthodontic technology, many people's teeth were uneven and didn't look good when they were exposed. She was the same. She had two small canine teeth. They weren't very prominent, but they still didn't look good enough. She usually didn't smile like this, but it didn't matter today. A young girl should be like this. Why trap yourself? I'm old and experienced a lot. I can't find the feeling of being happy over small things anymore. Li Yi looked at Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan, who could already skate far away without falling, and smiled. Now, he only felt happy when others were happy because of him. When the people drank a bowl of free soup and recovered their strength, replenished their water, and lived, he felt a sense of accomplishment. As for making a series of movements while sliding in the snow, he really couldn't make a sound. I need to change myself and make my heart young again. I don't need to think about the responsibilities I carry. I haven't become a crown yet. I'll become one next year, Li Yi said to himself. Then, he slid down and made large movements with all his strength. After a series of rapid turns, he finally lost control of himself and rolled on the snowy ground. Ha ha ha. After using the rolling method to stop himself, Li Yi found a little of the feeling he had when he was young. Yes, he was so carefree and daring. Princess Yongmu saw Li Yi rolling in front of her and covered her mouth to laugh. When Tian, your two small canine teeth don't protrude much. There are gaps on both sides of your upper teeth. This is very good. I'll correct it for you with a steel wire. After a year it will be fixed. Your teeth will be neat and white. Li Yi lay on the snow and looked at Princess Yongmu's laughing face. He suddenly wanted to correct her with a steel wire. What about me? What about me, Li Dongzhu? Xiaolan was anxious. Her lower teeth were not neat. Together it's simple. Li Yi turned over and stood up again. He was very familiar with sledding with two boards. He could also play with a single board. However, a single board was not suitable for military use. When the snow was deep, it could not go uphill. When he thought of this, Li Yi wanted to laugh. He wanted to laugh at himself. At a ski resort where the snow was not deep, the coach would emphasize on standing posture when he taught the snowboard uphill. For example, the goalkeeper's movement. This was the standing posture. If some people still did not understand, the coach would directly say, squat. Yes, the traditional squat of China's wushu was the standing posture recommended by the West. If you were to talk about standing posture with a Chinese person, most of them would definitely be confused. What was this? If you were to talk about squatting, almost everyone could do it immediately. Li Yi always felt that there was no point in learning Tai Chi and thinking about fighting. Fighting was about the ability to take hits, explosiveness, endurance, reaction, and experience. But if it were to change to sports that require balance and body flexibility, Tai Chi could be added. It could be used as an auxiliary training. It would not be focused on Tai Chi Li Lang. Li Yi's floating thoughts were called back by Princess Yongmu. Li Lang, should we keep skiing a secret? It is a military secret. Princess Yongmu regretted now. It would be better if she did not come to learn. If someone accidentally spread the news, would Li Lang think that she spread it? There is nothing to keep secret. If others want to learn, then let them. The more they learn, the less skilled they will be. Every type of training needs to be supported. If Tubo wants to learn how to ski, he needs to know how to make the snowboard. He needs to try and learn the movements himself. I can cook meat and vegetables for the wing knights every day to ensure that they do not lack nutrition. Can Tubo do the same? Li Yi did not care about others learning. Just learn. There will be new things in the future. If you can't figure it out, I will teach you. I will train the wing knights like special forces. Do you know how much logistical pressure there is? Li Dongzhu, eating is enough? Tubo doesn't have enough food? Xiaolan was also curious. She was also a young girl. The most important thing in training is recovery. Training in a short period of time is about efficiency. The key is recovery. If a person runs 50 miles today and does not recover well, he will not be able to walk 5 miles tomorrow. With the same training intensity and subject, I can make the wing knights fall far behind them in half a year. Li Yi shook his head with a smile on his face. Chapter 791. We didn't even have time to soak in the hot spring after a day of hard work. He brought our eldest princess there and didn't even inform us. At night, Li Longji soaked in the large bathtub with Empress Wang and started complaining about Li Yi. The water in the bathtub was the hot spring water from Mount Li that was heated up a second time. Li Longji felt that he had suffered a loss. His daughter had been kidnapped, and it was the first soup of the new year that had been used by Li Yi. It was just like the first incense stick. Mount Li's hot spring was pure flowers palace. Mount Li's words ended in the middle of the clear night. The rain of tears fell without complaint. One of the poems that her uncle copied should be used as a form of reverie. If San Lang thinks like this, is there a story behind it? Let uncle write it down. Empress Wang didn't care about the first soup. If Li Yi wanted to soak, then so be it. You just learned a bit of swimming. Why are you struggling? Li Longji said to his son, not mentioning Li Yi anymore. The little fellow was brought along to soak. The water wasn't high, so he was less afraid of water than older children and adults. Children had the strongest affinity with water. As they struggled in the water, because their eyesight wasn't developed yet, they could open their eyes immediately. When adults learned to swim, the step of opening their eyes was very difficult. Usually, they would learn in the basin before they could open their eyes while swimming. Actually, they couldn't see anything in the water even if they opened their eyes. When there was light, there would be refraction and water fluctuations. When they saw things, it was a blur and the psychological pressure was great. But it was different with water glasses. If someone who didn't know how to swim put on water glasses and a small oxygen tank, anyone could learn to swim in an hour. The little fellow didn't have any fear of water and directly swam. He had struggled in the Li family Zhuangzi with Li Yi by his side. There was no danger. Li Yi was good at swimming and was also a doctor. The little guy could swim and he could even make a diving motion. Now that he was in the pool, he wanted to break free from his father's hands and play by himself. You can swim when we go to Zhuangzi in a few days. You can't swim now. Stay here. Li Longji refused to let go of his son. In the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Yi was there to accompany the child into the water. Li Yi was able to kill the black fish in the Ba River, so it was needless to say how good he was in the water. Most importantly, Li Yi was a godly doctor. If he wanted to drown in front of him, it would be impossible unless he wanted him to. The little guy seemed to understand that he couldn't drill into the water anymore. His small hand held onto his father's large hand, while his other arm was placed flat in the water. His body was floating in the pool, and his neck was exposed as he stepped on the water. The Shi tribe, the Khitans, and the tribes that the Turks can no longer control have requested to be taught the structure and manufacturing process of the sleigh. Li Longji stared at his son as he spoke, not daring to leave for even a moment. Empress Wang also looked at the little guy. In fact, they already knew about it. They just want to show their attachment to the Tang dynasty, and use this to test His Majesty's opinion on them. At this moment, Empress Wang suddenly had political wisdom. She was no longer careless like the Li family Zhuangzi, nor was she as amiable as when she brought a group of people to play in the imperial harem. If we agree with them, will Tubo find an excuse to deepen his contact with the current Turks? Li Longji considered the politics of the surrounding area. Whether we agree or not, Tubo will still find an opportunity. Tubo should have realized that the sleigh is most suitable in Tubo. Uncle's layout is very careful. If Tubo can see it, it will be too late. Empress Wang gestured the height. Li Longji understood that the recruits would come to Taibai Mountain one after another. Just like the Winged Knights, there would be 30,000 people. Those who are good at fighting can subdue the enemy without fighting. Li Longji said. The military training in Taibai Mountain could not be hidden from others, and there was no need to hide it. 30,000 elite troops could be sent to fight Tubo, which was a top military force. 30,000 people were trying hard to adapt to the plateau climate and complicated terrain. What would Tubo do if they knew? The military training was in the Tang dynasty. Would Tubo race against time to fight the Tang dynasty, or unite with other tribes to contain the Tang dynasty? In fact, it's not about subduing the enemy's soldiers, but about making the enemy's soldiers move and lose their minds. Empress Wang began to talk about the specific use of soldiers. When the Tang dynasty moved, Tubo had to move. For Tubo, it was passive. In the past 2 years, Tubo had always been passive. They took the initiative to attack twice in a row and suffered heavy losses twice in a row. They were not as good as the Tujue. In the beginning, Tujue raided the Tang dynasty and plundered nearly 100,000 people. When the Tang dynasty sent troops, Tujue killed all the people who were plundered and did not have time to bring them back. After that, he ran all the way back and killed people. His purpose was very clear. If he could not catch the slaves, he would not leave them to the Tang dynasty. He would kill until there were few people in this place and they would be afraid of him. Tubo was not. Tubo was not that reckless. The people he plundered were slaves. He raised them to work. When he did not succeed, he tried not to kill them and let them go. He did not kill them not because he did not know how to kill, but because he was afraid that if he killed too many, he would not be able to snatch them next time. In addition, if he killed too many, it would not be easy to reconcile. When the Tujue fought with the Tang dynasty, in the end, Wu Zetian tolerated it even though the Tujue killed many people. Li Longji was not. Before the Enlushan rebellion, the Tujue was the first to be destroyed because they went too far. During the Enlushan rebellion, the Tang dynasty and Tubo perished together. With Brother Yi, the Tang dynasty will be stable. Li Longji did not know the history. What he knew was that Li Yi had never stopped. Li Yi's progress wasn't fast, but every step he took was steady and steady. There is a kind of fish that can survive in this temperature. Then they will eat the dead skin on the human body. I am sending people to look for fish beside the pools in the craters of the volcanoes. Some fish can withstand the high temperature. There was also a certain type of fish in a place quite far away. If it is not possible, we can slowly adjust the temperature of the water to raise them, especially the fish in Cheongzhou. Li Yi was soaking in the hot spring. He said to Princess Yongmu, Xiaolan, and the palace maids and eunuchs who were also soaking in the pool. There were no hot spring fish now, and they could not be found. They needed a process of cultivation. To cultivate hot spring fish, one did not necessarily have to choose a certain breed. Gradually increasing the temperature of the water and adapting to it, it could slowly become a hot spring fish. At that time, many of the fish in the hot spring were not Turkish. They were cultivated after adjustment. In fact, hot spring fish were useless. They were just interesting to look at. Could the dead skin not be rubbed down by itself? Did the fish have to bite? If he broke off a corner of a brick and rubbed it, could it not compare to that bit of fish? There were so many volcanic rocks in Lantian County, and they were all used for sauna. With this kind of stone with holes, the dead skin would all be rubbed down. There were also gourd fillings which could be rubbed down too. Was it amazing to get a fish there? Li felt that it should be. He wanted to cultivate it so that he could sell the fish to make money. Pedicures were not as good as fish. No, pedicures were people, and it was not easy to sell. Princess Yongmu was so naive. How could she know that Li Lang, who was soaking in the hot spring with her, was thinking of making money? She felt the temperature of the water. Li Lang, can fish live in this water? Look at what you're saying. It's like northerners can't survive in the south, and southerners will freeze to death in the north. Zhang Juling is from the south, and he didn't freeze to death in Chang'an. Li Yi paddled a few times in the water and said with a smile. Chapter 792. It wasn't until the 4th day of the first lunar month that Li Yi and the others returned from Mount Li. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan had learned how to ski, but they still needed more practice in the future. On the morning of the 5th day of the first lunar month, Li Yi straightened their teeth and put on steel wires. You'll feel a little pain and discomfort later. You'll get used to it in 2 days. Li Yi explained what might happen after putting on steel wires. Princess Yongmu took a mirror and found that she couldn't smile. What was on her teeth? It's too ugly. Li Dongzhu, do you have any other way? Xiaolan felt like she was going to collapse. Xiaolan, this is the best thing in technology one can give you. Ceramic steel wires, anything better. I'm sorry. Li felt that it wasn't bad. Don't ask for too much. Princess Yongmu looked at it carefully again. It's okay. Then she said, Li Lang, after lunch, Xiaolan and I will return to Zhuangzi. Something happened at home. Okay, I'll bring more things for you. I'll give you 2 bicycles. You can ride where there's no snow. Li Yi didn't ask her to stay. He had been playing with Princess Yongmu for the past few days to make her lively and not as quiet as before. At the same time, he was adjusting his mentality and making himself younger. After Li Yi came to the Tang dynasty, he had been thinking about the people's livelihood, politics, diplomacy, and military affairs. He had never thought about himself. Now that his body was young and vigorous, it was impossible for him to be a monk. In the afternoon, Li Yi waved goodbye to Princess Yongmu at the bridge. A group of people who couldn't be identified from their clothes outside picked up Princess Yongmu and got on the carriage. Then they pulled more than 10 sleighs and left. It's time to change the guard. Get ready to take over. Li Yi turned around and called out to the 220 students. Previously, a lot of students who didn't pass the imperial examination were going to be village officials. Now, it was the turn of those who passed the imperial examination to go to the village. On the other side, Princess Yongmu sat in the carriage. She thought for a while and said, Go back to Zhuangzi. Go to Zhuangzi, not back to the palace. Xiaolan licked the thing on her teeth with her tongue and said that. The team slightly changed their direction and headed to the west of the city. Not far from Liuli village was the 100 mu land that Princess Yongmu bought under Xiaolan's name. 20 mu of Zhuangzi. 80 mu was a vegetable garden. The newly built water network passed by the side. It turned out to be the irrigation of the canals. When he bought it, he spent a lot of money, and it was connected to other people's land. Xiaolan's the broker to manage the small Zhuangzi to be taken care to Zhuangzi. The broker only knew that Xiaolan came from the palace, but he didn't know who was behind her. Some of the eunuchs and palace maids in the palace had saved up some money and would take it out to do business. Before Princess Yongmu's team arrived, Li Longji already knew. Do they want to open a mansion? Li Longji muttered with dissatisfaction. It's boring in the palace. Yuan Shu is not in danger outside. Haven't the nearby places been arranged properly? Empress Wang wasn't Princess Yongmu's mother, but she liked this quiet, well-behaved and obedient daughter. The arrangement she mentioned was the land bought by Princess Yongmu. The surrounding land was bought by people with special identities. There were no fields in the south, north, southwest, northwest, west, and east near the road and the water network. A shed with free soup was placed on the side of the road near Princess Yongmu's field. There was always someone there to help people passing by. Open a mansion? Li Longji said, then shook his head. Many princesses who opened manors before were treated like princes. They could find their own officials. Therefore, there was the matter of princesses selling their officials. The princess was also poor. 30 taels for a small official. There was no limit to the number. Now, if they wanted to open a mansion for Princess Yongmu, a group of officials would object. Yuan Shu won't lack money. Uncle will take care of her. I don't know how the two of them get along. If it's successful, we'll have to change the way we address them. Empress Wang smiled and talked about their relationship with Li Yi. Li Yi, why doesn't he come into contact with women? Could it be? Li Longji began to worry again. He didn't see Li Yi find any woman. Of course he didn't find any man. Princess Yongmu and her party dragged the sleigh to Zhuangzi. Although it was called Zhuangzi, it was actually a normal farmer. However, 3 new courtyards were built next to the land. The land was in front and the courtyard was in the back. They needed to take a small path to get there. She looked out through the window. She was puzzled. Her quiet face showed a puzzled expression. People came and went around, moving earth and stones. What are they doing? She bit her lip and widened her eyes. Xiaolan also looked out the window. She was also puzzled. When they arrived outside the courtyard, a middle-aged man in his 40s looked out curiously from the door. Steward Zhou, it's me. Xiaolan jumped out of the car first. Then a group of maids also got out of the car. Guards in different clothes began to move things in. Steward Zhou's name was Zhou Gui. His grandfather and father were stewards for others. When it was his time, he failed the imperial examination several times. After he became an external official, he was ostracized. He took over his ancestral business and continued to be a steward. Previously, he was a steward for 2 7th-rank officials. The last time he was a steward was for the county magistrate. He was one of the county magistrates who was punished by Li Longji because he failed the imperial examination. The county magistrate couldn't afford a steward, so he had to find another job. Xiaolan found a broker and the broker found him. He hired 20 people to take care of the vegetable greenhouse. He kept the accounts and no one cared about him. The last time he saw Xiaolan was 20 days ago. At that time, Xiaolan came out to see him with a strong-looking man. He obviously wasn't used to seeing so many people today. Steward Zhou, what are they doing around here? Xiaolan talked about the people around them. A big barbarian merchant bought the land and said that he wants to plant and breed crops. Zhou Gui lowered his voice, as if he was afraid that others would hear. Oh, then we have to prepare more people to prevent the barbarian merchant from messing around. Xiaolan looked at the 20 guards. One of the guards left, and the 8 maids looked around vigilantly. Zhou Gui hesitated for a moment, then continued to whisper to Xiaolan Dongzhu. Another merchant came to our door yesterday and said that he wants to buy our land in the greenhouse. He's offering 2,000 jin. Has he gone crazy from being poor? I spent 3,000 jin just to buy the land and plant the greenhouse. Isn't the greenhouse money? Come meet my little Mississippi. In the future, my little miss will be in charge. Xiaolan pursed her lips and went to open the car door, inviting Princess Yongmu out. When Princess Yongmu appeared, Zhou Gui was stunned. He felt that his daughter Dongzhu was already beautiful enough. He didn't expect that there would be someone more beautiful. Words like clear spring water, crescent-shaped eyebrows, straight nose, vermilion lips, skin as white as snow, skin as tender as cream, and so on appeared in his mind. This is my Lady Li, Xiaolan introduced. Greetings, Lady Li. Zhou Gui quickly lowered his head and bowed, not daring to look anymore. He was thinking about many things in his heart. How did a Dongzhu named Wang Xiaolan become someone's maid? Then this person, yes. Princess Yongmu nodded slightly and asked, do you know the details of that merchant? I still don't know. No, but he said that if we don't agree within 5 days, we will regret it. Zhou Gui felt a kind of aura and stuttered. Chapter 793. Little Miss, please. After Zhou Gui finished answering, Xiaolan motioned for Princess Yongmu to enter the courtyard. 8 maids surrounded her and entered together. 10 guards stood outside, and the other 10 went in to check the layout so that they could move things later. The courtyard with 3 sections was a corridor style. The first section was the front courtyard, the second was the main hall, and the last section was the sleeping area. The main hall had a study and bedrooms on the left and right. The corridor connected to the rooms on the left and right. There was a big courtyard in front of the main hall and behind the front courtyard. The courtyard with 3 sections was neither big nor small. It covered an area of 1 mu. It faced the south and was arranged in the same direction as Chang'an. It was 15 meters wide from east to west and 36 meters from north to south. When they arrived at the main hall, Princess Yongmu didn't say anything. The guards looked around and found 5 extra people. They were a family. Zhou Gui stood respectfully at the side, but he still felt a little guilty. He saw that Princess Yongmu's temperament was different from usual. The family I hired has the same surname as Little Mississippi Li and is 42 years old. His wife is 36 years old. His eldest son Li Yuanyang is 18 years old. His eldest daughter, Xiao Yezi, is 16 years old. His youngest son Li Ling is 13 years old. His family gave birth to 3 more children, but unfortunately they didn't grow up. A family can clean, drive, and cook. Zhou Gui told the situation of the 5 people. He didn't say his own situation, but he did tell Xiaolan. They were all gone. He was the only one who survived an illness. Go and help move things. If you do well, I won't treat you badly. Princess Yongmu tried to learn from Li Yi. She had a lot of fun these days. The first time she met Li Yi was at the hot spring and drunken immortal residence. The second time Li Yi was flirtatious and then fed her insects. The third time Li Yi was still as interesting as before. He didn't look like what others said at all. Princess Yongmu knew how many people Li family Zhuangzi managed. She wanted to learn. She didn't know that Li Yi was treating her to change her personality. Otherwise, if Li Yi was serious when interacting with others, she would continue to be like when she was in the palace. Listen to this person, listen to that person. She couldn't laugh out loud when she wanted to. And she couldn't jump around when she wanted to play. The way he spoke and acted, his every action was respectful and courteous. It was a tiring life. Li Yi's previous behavior was all an act. Li Yi's current age was different from his mental age. In the future, in order to increase his lifespan, he had to do things step by step. What kind of people did he come into contact with? Until I saw her. If I wanted to interact normally, I had to change. If Li Yi was still so strict, Princess Yongmu would be facing another strict father. Li Yi was trying very hard to adjust himself, imagining himself as an 18 or 19-year-old teenager. Only then would his rebirth not be in vain, and he would enjoy what he had to. Princess Yongmu was not used to it at first, but when she came back today, she found that there were many interesting things. Li An's family of 5 was not as good as Zhou Gui's. This extravagance and temperament made them panic for the first time. Xiaolan. Princess Yongmu sat on the main seat. Steward Zhou, you should know the surname of the businessman who wants to occupy the land. Right? Xiaolan understood and asked herself. He said his surname is Jiang. Zhou Gui looked worried. Someone was going to rob the land. What should he do? He didn't say his background? Xiaolan didn't care and directly asked about the other party's background. Zhou Gui shook his head. He didn't say. Then don't pay attention to them. How dare they bully my wife? Humph. Xiaolan was angry. It was not easy to buy Zhuangzi, and she was going to raise insects and plant bellflower next year. How dare someone come over and buy 100 mu of land with vegetable greenhouses for 2,000 taels? Did they think the land in the west of Chang'an was so easy to get? If you really have the ability, can't you find out who I am? Come over and bully my steward? Princess Yongmu was even more indifferent. In the Tang dynasty, who could steal from her? I'm tired. Princess Yongmu said 2 words. I'll go and arrange it now. Steward Zhou, take a look at the things my wife brought and put them in the account. Xiaolan personally went to the back to check the sleeping area. She couldn't sleep in the main hall, even if she was a Dongzhu. Women could sleep in the main hall. It was said that the yang energy was too strong. Got it. Zhou Gui still couldn't figure out why it was a female Dongzhu. And then a woman with a higher status was added. What was going on with the family he was living in? Where did the male owner go? He picked up the account book and the red and blue pencil to check the accounts. Be careful, don't drop the kerosene lamps and thermos bottles, the guard said as he moved the items. A big box was opened, revealing the contents inside. A big box of kerosene lamps wrapped in straw. There were 16 kerosene lamps in total. Another big box was opened. There were 16 thermos bottles without shells. It didn't matter. He could make them himself. Click. The third big box was opened. There were still kerosene lamps. Click. The fourth box was opened. There were still thermos bottles. Zhou Gui's hands trembled as he prepared to record. These 2 boxes were enough to buy the yard, land, and greenhouse. The boxes continued to be opened. There were duck-down bedding, cashmere bedding, cotton bedding, and military coats. Then there were jars of shrimp oil side dishes, jars of fermented bean curd, glass bottles of glycerin, alcohol, and kerosene. You must be careful. They're all wrapped in cotton. Take your time, the guard shouted again. The contents of a big box were carried out. The cotton quilt was opened, revealing a 6 feet tall and 3 feet wide glass mirror. Zhou Gui rubbed his eyes with the back of his hand holding the pen. What did he see? At this moment, he wasn't worried about the businessman surnamed Jiang. He was afraid that he would be killed. Lift it up. Use the cotton quilt. There are 2 more underneath. The guard shouted and lifted up a big mirror. Sure enough, there was something wrapped in a cotton quilt underneath. 3 large mirrors without frames were carefully placed to the side, wrapped in a quilt. Then there were many small mirrors with frames, makeup boxes, perfume, soap, sanitary napkins, hand cream, skin cream. Zhou Gui trembled as he took notes. His handwriting was so ugly. Li An's family of 5 didn't dare to do anything. They stood together and leaned against each other, as if waiting for the verdict. Help! The rest is rice, flour, a meat grinder, kitchen knives, and other things that need to be put in the kitchen. The guard called out to the family of 5. The 5 looked at each other and went to help lift and carry the things as if they were resigned to their fate. Bring the horse into the stable. Throw the sled into the barn. Put Lil Mrs. carriage in place. That's about it. The guard arranged again. They were going to take turns to find a place to guard the yard. The other things were not their responsibility. Li An's family started to work. This was their responsibility. Zhou Gui didn't ask a word. He suppressed his curiosity. It didn't matter where the things came from. What was important was that these things belonged to Lil Miss. He shook his head hard and told himself not to think about Lil Miss' identity. Princess Jiang gave us 5 days to make us regret. What will he do? Xiaolan changed the quilt on the Kong and waited for the temperature to rise. She smiled and said to Princess Yongmu, "Call him Lil Miss." Princess Yongmu's gaze was on the 2 bicycles that were carried into the house by the palace maids. She didn't want to ride them for fun now. She wanted to wait. Wait for the businessman surnamed Jiang to make a move. She was thinking about taking the bicycles out to play. Jiang would sense that the situation was not good and wouldn't come looking for trouble. Jiang bullied her today. How many people had he bullied before? Chapter 794. Princess Yongmu read the newspapers and listened to Li Yi's matters. She learned to consider the people's livelihood. She wasn't afraid of other merchants. She was the eldest princess. She had a naughty, no righteous heart. She wanted to deal with the other party. The problem now was that she didn't know how to do it. Should she reveal her identity as a princess to scare the other party to death? Or should she tell her father and have him deal with the other party? She felt very troubled. What should she do? "Little miss, why don't you write a letter to Li Dongzhu and see what Li Dongzhu will do?" Xiaolan spent all day with Princess Yongmu, so she immediately understood the princess' thoughts and difficulties. "We just parted. How can I write a letter?" Princess Yongmu revealed a troubled expression. "Tell Li Dongzhu first and let Li Dongzhu be prepared. If you say too late, Li Dongzhu will have to act hastily." Xiaolan was anxious. "Where? Pen and ink." Princess Yongmu felt like she had made a pen pal. She prepared to write a letter to tell Li Yi that someone wanted to steal Zhuangzi. Even though this Zhuangzi was very small, Xiaolan brought over the 4 treasures of the study and poured ink. The capital government basically used ink because it was cheap. Ink ingots were also made from ink. They were dried bit by bit and then turned into ingots. Li family Zhuangzi's ink was made using ink ingots. They were made using traditional techniques. Ink ingots were easy to carry around and could also be used as money. Good ink ingots had to be coated with gold, packaged in special boxes, and lined with silk cushions. Ordinary ink ingots didn't dry well. They weren't dense enough and were smelly. The main reason for smelly ink was the materials used. If it was made with animal gelatin, it would be smelly. If it was made with plant gelatin, it wouldn't be smelly. If it was made with unboiled water for a long time, it would also be smelly. If it was sealed with distilled water and anti-corrosion materials were added, it wouldn't be smelly. When Li family Zhuangzi made ink ingots and ink, there was a large amount of ink that wasn't smelly. The craftsmanship was very good. The Li family Zhuangzi sold them very cheaply to the people of the capital government. If a merchant wanted to buy them, they could also ship them to other places. The court had always used the Li family Zhuangzi's ink. It was fine to buy the ink ingots and use them at home, but they didn't use them in court. If there was free ink, who would use their own? Princess Yomu smelled it. It had a refreshing fragrance and was not smelly. She picked up the brush, bit her lip and thought for a while. Then she wrote, "Winter snows, spring waters flow. The summer rain is light and sorrowful. The valley fruit is in the autumn. One should be rewarded for his hard work." Sui Mintang. The 9 prefectures were reformed. Today, if you insist, you will steal the hook. 100 mu of farmland, 2,000 bamboo chips. 5 days is the beginning, and we are worried about our lives. After she finished writing, she took a look at it. Seeing that there were no mistakes, she put down the pen and said, "Send it over tomorrow morning." Okay. Xiaolan waited for the ink to dry. She was excited. She wanted to see Li Yi make a move. Outside, Zhou Gui, who was in charge of little Zhuangzi, no longer thought about the Jiang family. He knew that the other party couldn't touch his little Zhuangzi. Such a big mirror, and there were many smaller mirrors, perfume, kerosene lamps, and thermos bottles. These weren't bought for personal use at all. They were purely for storage. How big was the family business to get these things? It was impossible to just be rich. What kind of boss did he find this time? Please don't let anything happen. Zhou Gui wanted to run away. He didn't want to play anymore. However, he also understood that if he dared to run away, he would definitely be crippled. If the people in Zhuangzi took out a mirror, it would be enough to take his life. "Steward Zhou, what's for dinner tonight?" Lian asked in person. He didn't want to let his wife take the blame. If someone had to die, he would die first. "Go to the greenhouse to pick vegetables. We don't dare to eat on normal days. Now that Dongzhu is back, let's eat." Zhou Gui looked at Lian. He felt that they were in the same boat. Everyone had to bear the burden. "Is anyone there? We are barbarian merchants. The barbarian merchants from Zhuangzi next to us." A voice came from outside. Zhou Gui motioned Lian not to move first. He tidied up his clothes and went out to check the situation. The barbarian merchants were very important in the Tang dynasty. The Silk Road was occupied by the Turks, but the barbarian merchants could still sell some things to them. They also sold things to Tubo. The barbarian merchants usually bought and sold things in Shi City. Some of them also sold human beings from other places. The barbarian merchants bought 5 places around Zhuangzi. Zhou Gui felt that his Zhuangzi was half surrounded. Except for the Silk Road, the other places were all barbarian merchants. The barbarian merchants were very powerful and couldn't be underestimated. Zhou Gui didn't know who he was serving. He thought that the barbarian merchants were more powerful. There were 4 guards at the door. The rest of the people were resting or guarding in secret. They were doing things according to the way of the winged knights. Zhou Gui went out and saw 5 people dressed in barbarian clothes standing at the door. One of them was empty-handed, while the other 4 were carrying a slaughtered sheep. "Steward Zhou? Our boss is Bruno Yardo. It's too much of a bother to build a house now. We sent a lamb over for the neighbors to taste." The empty-handed person smiled and cupped his hands. Zhou Gui. He wanted to ask the other party why they didn't send the lamb over when Dongzhu didn't come back for so many days. Was it a coincidence? Was it a coincidence? This. Thank you. My Dongzhu will be happy. Zhou didn't say what was in his heart. Therefore, the slaughtered sheep was given to Zhuangzi. The 5 of them bid farewell and left. On the other side, a guard went in from the back and talked to the palace maid. The palace maid then went to Princess Yongmu. Little miss, the people in the surrounding area are from the palace. They didn't say anything, but the guard saw through it. Princess Yongmu revealed a cute and naive expression. Her face filled with happiness. She knew who made the arrangements. If she needed help in the future, she just had to call out and a large group of people would rush out. There was also the eyesore shed on the road outside. Now that she thought about it, the shed could also fit a few people. Therefore, it was the guards and palace maids who helped to eat the lamb at night. How could Lien and his family know how to cook all kinds of dishes and roast the lamb? In the future, take out the vegetables in the greenhouse and eat them. If the workers in the greenhouse have bad vegetables, take them with you when you leave at night. Xiaolan told Zhou that Princess Yongmu didn't need to worry about this matter. As for the vegetables in the greenhouse that could be sold for money, there was no need to think about whether the people in his Zhuangzi could eat them. The Li family Zhuangzi grew vegetables for their own people to eat. Everyone ate together. Princess Yongmu sat a little further away to emphasize her identity, but she still ate at a long table. She was working hard to learn from Li Yi. Li Yi was good to the farmers, and no one was disrespectful to Li Yi. The farmers were proud of being the farmers of the Li family Zhuangzi, and others would look up to them. Zhuangzi should be the same, and then the people of the Tang dynasty should be the same. As people of the Tang dynasty, they should be respected in other places. Otherwise, the cavalry of the Tang dynasty would teach them a lesson. Everyone ate, including the guards who were rotated out. Zhou ate 2 mouthfuls and couldn't help it. He glanced at the 5 people he recruited, and they nodded vigorously. Zhou stood up and looked at Princess Yongmu first, then at Xiaolan. Dongzhu Wang, Lien and I thought about it. It's not easy to find work now. We are very relieved to work in Zhuangzi. Xiaolan looked at Zhou and didn't understand what he meant. Wasn't it good to be willing to stay in Zhuangzi? So, we want to sign a death contract with Dongzhu. Zhou finally said it. They knew too many things to sign a death contract. They had never seen such a big mirror in Chang'an. There were only small glass mirrors, the kind with a makeup box, circulating at the top of the society. It was said that each of them had a designated person. Whoever could have it and who couldn't, represented their identity and status. As for the people in Zhuangzi, tell me, what is their identity? If they don't sign a death contract, can they go out alive? Chapter 795. Everyone had a good meal. Xiaolan agreed and signed the death contract. It was not a loss to sign the death contract with the Grand Princess. The death contract with the Grand Princess could be changed. If the child could take the imperial examination, he would have the talent. If the child failed, the Grand Princess could change the death contract and make him an official. Xiaolan considered the current situation and gave the 6 people a special chance. The 6 people did not know the specific identity of the 6 people. In fact, in history, she and Princess Yongmu did not have a good life. They suffered a lot. Of course, later on, Li Longji found a chance to take revenge for them. He directly taught those people a lesson. The 6 people signed the death contract without eating. Then they relaxed and ate happily. In the future, their lives were in Xiaolan's hands. Now they did not have to worry. On the 6th day of the first lunar month, early in the morning, a letter was sent to the Li family Zhuangzi Li Yi. Li Yi read the letter and felt nostalgic. He used to have pen pals, but later they were pen pals. He gradually forgot about them. Looking at the content, he wrote about the situation in winter, spring, summer, and autumn. The people should be paid for their work. The people of the Tang dynasty were also left behind by the Sui dynasty. Some laws and official positions were modified from the Sui dynasty. This was the reason why the people of the 9 states were loyal to the Tang dynasty. Then, he wrote that there were people who wanted to force things today. For example, stealing hooks was a small matter in seeking power. He wanted to buy 100 mu of land with 2,000 taels and gave a deadline of 5 days. Otherwise, the people who owned the land would have to worry about their lives. Li Yi understood and smiled. This smile was the same as the one on the way back from Luoyang. I was just thinking about how to find the impulse of a young man. And you gave me the opportunity. Forced to buy. Very good. Li Yi was very happy. He had been in charge of the situation in the Tang dynasty. To put it bluntly, he was more strategic than the prime minister. Finally, he encountered a small monster. Hurry up, 5 days, right? Let's see how you do it. Find out who touched Wentian Shuangzi. Secretly enter the village. Don't shoot. Li Yi found Songda and asked him to do it. There was nothing that he could not find out. As long as the underground forces in Chong and had money, it was easy to use them. Songda accepted the order and left. He knew who it was. Li Yi sent off the 220 students and returned to write a reply. Picking up the brush, he pondered for a moment before writing. The mountains and rivers can be changed, but the hearts of the people are not bad. There's nothing wrong with his movements. She stopped writing and put down the pencil. He switched to a brush and pondered for a moment before rewriting. It is the season of tender leaves. That's when the insects chirp. Then I saw the snow fall gently. Sometimes you don't have to say it. Speaking of the pen and ink between the fingersits, a hasty parting is a sweet whirl over the years. It has become a ripple of clear water. There is no need for words at this time. Talking about the Milky Way in the dream, if no promise for 10,000 years. Let the voice of the empty name of the rock match watch the clouds drift by. If Mingpa without a past life, let the movement of yellow springs alone be silent to accompany time. Because of you and meth mortal world is colorful and colorful. Everything. Nothing is wrong. It was the other party who was stupid. After he finished writing, Li Yi was quite satisfied. He could write any style and genre of writing, but he chose to write a modern poem. At the end he was a little mischievous and scolded people. If he had just come to the Tang dynasty, some of his poems would be modern poems and prose. No one would take a fancy to him because his writing was too poor. Now, he could write anything casually. Who would dare to say that he didn't know how to write poetry? Tao Hong watched from the side and felt a little envious. She pursed her lips. Dongzhu, are you going to find the power behind the other party and impeach them? No. If the other party doesn't use official means, Dongzhu will definitely not use official means. No matter what industry they are in, our Jianghu matters will be settled in Jianghu. As long as they use official means, they will die. Dongzhu will show you other means of various industries. Dongzhu am a young man. I must be aggressive. Under the same rules of the game, play as you wish. Whoever leaves the circle first will lose. Li Yi rubbed his hands. He wanted to be more aggressive. Well, it was actually using all kinds of knowledge and experience to bully others. The other party didn't use official power and was just playing in a framework. If the other party used official power, he would directly use official power to deal with them. An hour later, an unmarked horse carrying a person with unmarked clothes arrived at Princess Yongmu's Zhuangzi. He also brought a box of lipstick. Princess Yongmu's lips were naturally red, so she didn't need lipstick. With lipstick she would look beautiful. Li Yi liked natural light makeup. After the goods were delivered, the cavalry returned. Princess Yongmu took the letter and ran to a corner to read it. Xiaolan followed closely. Princess, no miss, let me see too. Li Lang's talent is amazing. What did he write? Xiaolan was very anxious and insisted on squeezing together to read. Princess Yongmu had no choice but to move aside. The two of them looked together. What is this? Why? Xiaolan was conflicted. She realized that the genre was different. She had never seen it before. Well, the words were too simple. It was incomparably simple. But it wasn't good. There was a charm to it. It's like Li Lang's songs. Princess Yongmu was willing to read. She realized that Li Yi had something else. It was similar to his medical skills and new songs. In terms of literary talent, he was already at ease. He could write whatever he wanted, even if it was plain language. For example, the note he wrote to Father Emperor never had any literary talent. If it was anyone else who wrote like this, they would have been dealt with long ago. But when it came to Li Yi, he was always so unpredictable. Princess Li Dongzhu scolded others. He scolded others for being stupid and stupid. Xiaolan realized the meaning of the last sentence. Call me Mississippi. Li Lang's literary talent is indeed outstanding. Even scolding others is so refreshing and refined. Princess Yongmu didn't care. That's right. What else could Xiaolan say? Princess Yongmu put away the letter and looked around. There's no bath in Zhuangzi? There's a shower on the roof. You can set up a ladder to add water. There was one when it was designed, but the construction workers couldn't do it well. Xiaolan was unhappy when she mentioned this. She was used to the bathing pool in Li family Zhuangzi. Then she went to Mount Li and soaked in the hot spring. Why did someone have to carry water to the top of the house and flush it down? It wasn't like this when she was in the palace. There was a water pressure machine to press it up. Miss, write another letter. It's not comfortable to bathe. Xiaolan had no choice. She believed that in the current situation, Li Yi could think of a good idea. In her heart, Li Yi was the backbone. There was nothing he couldn't do. She was waiting for Princess Yongmu to get married. When that time came, she would follow along. She was even more anxious than Princess Yongmu. If she chose a bad husband, she would be finished in the future. Write one yourself. Don't always look for me. Princess Yongmu didn't want to write anymore. Fine, I'll write. Xiaolan pouted and went to find a brush, ink, paper and inkstone. After thinking for a while, she wrote, "The weather is cold, the bath won't be foggy. Carry water and climb the ladder to the house." Xiaolan's writing is limited, but she also wants warm water to moisturize her skin. After writing, she quickly put it in an envelope and asked someone to send it to Li family Zhuangzi. In the afternoon, Li Yi saw the letter and laughed. Ha ha ha, go send someone to change the equipment. Install a fuel crane for Xiaolan's Zhuangzi. It can control the ignition below. Chapter 796. Dongzhu, I found out. Songda was personally in charge of this matter. He gave Li Yi some information at night. In the capital, there was nothing that the Li family Zhuangzi couldn't find out. Unless you didn't do it. If you killed someone and didn't tell anyone, it wouldn't be easy to find out if the person died. But if you told others or worked with others to kill, rob or steal, if the Li family Zhuangzi wanted to find out, he would definitely find out. Of course, Chang'an County and Wanyan County could also find out. Now they had strong control over the underground forces. He had to thank Li Yi for this. Li Yi was the one who came up with this idea. If he bullied a Zhuangzi and called out his name, it would be easier to find out. If he didn't call out his name and didn't have any follow-up measures, who would be afraid of him? If he called out his name, someone would definitely know. Songda went out and arranged for manpower. He didn't need to spend a single cent. Countless people were willing to provide such simple information. After providing the information, they didn't dare to spread it. This was the rule of the underworld. For example, when the Li family Zhuangzi asked someone to investigate the businessman surnamed Jiang, someone found out. He didn't provide the information to the Li family Zhuangzi, but told the businessman surnamed Jiang instead. The businessman surnamed Jiang was scared. He went to the Li family Zhuangzi and apologized. The first thing the Li family Zhuangzi asked was, "Who told you? Tell me and I'll let you go. If you don't tell me, you'll die." In order to survive, the businessman surnamed Jiang promised to tell him, the person who sent the message. His peers weren't pitiful at all because he broke the rules. More importantly, he broke the rules against the Li family Zhuangzi. It was useless to find anyone to plead for mercy. Anyone who could come into contact with the Li family Zhuangzi was benefiting from the Li family Zhuangzi. Looking at the higher-ups, those people would be the prime minister and the minister. Would they offend Li Yi to protect you? The more shady an industry was, the more they followed the rules. Songda's action represented a rule. Zhang Jiao's distant relative colluded with Li Linfu. I don't know whose place that is. In other words, neither Li Linfu nor Zhang Jiao knew. No, Zhang Jiao didn't even know about this. Otherwise, he would have knelt down already. He should step down this year. He has too much power. He's someone your majesty knew before you became the emperor. Li Yi looked at the information and fell into deep thought. Obviously, Li Linfu and Zhang Jiao didn't know that it was Zhang Jiao's distant relative who had brought Li Linfu out to get some benefits. This matter was also related to Yuan Qianyao. He had been the prime minister alongside Yao Chong but had been taken care of. Now, he was the capital governor. In history, Yuan Qianyao could become the prime minister again, including Zhang Shuo. Who was Zhang Jiao? According to the records, Zhang Zhiyun took the weapons of those who surrendered, and then Zhang Jiao went over to be a good person and returned the weapons. In the end, the other party took the weapons and rebelled. Zhang Zhiyun was captured and then rescued. Li Longji said that he had disgraced the country and killed him. Now that the surrendered families were under his control in Huazhou, no one else had the right to speak. Zhang Zhiyun wasn't captured and didn't die. This is using Zhang Jiao's name to get in touch with Li Linfu. They wanted to find a good place to make money, but the place they chose was, Li Yi mourned for the other party. Why didn't they think about it carefully? What kind of background did they have to be able to buy land near Luli village on the west side of Chang? Alright, I can understand. Li Yi thought for a while and felt that there was no problem. There would always be idiots, including him at that time. Different people had different channels and different heights. Therefore, the angle from which they looked at the problem was also different. Most of the time, reality was more interesting than literature. People who wrote about things that they thought were impossible or dared not write, but reality told them that they were not bold enough. Li Yi was helpless. What should he do? Wait for Song Jing to make a move. In history, Song Jing would take care of Zhang Jiao. Then, Li Longji wrote a prose called Returning Zhang Jiao to Tianfei. Li Longji's prose was not the same as Li Yi's prose. Li Longji's prose was much better. It was written, the generals of the Western Han dynasty were not complete. Old friends of Nanyang protected themselves with leisure. My kindness. Descendants of Pierre. Returned to the countryside for entertainment. Ordinary people couldn't understand the prose. It quoted the classics and talked about what happened to the rich and powerful in the past. If it were you, wouldn't you look like one now? You are more fond of the countryside. You can step down. I will take good care of your descendants. In other words, people like you will not have a good ending. If you step down now, everything will be fine. Zhang Jiao was removed by Li Longji this year. Although he lost his position, he was still a civil official. Li Yi knew that Li Longji wrote a prose when he promoted Zhang Jiao. When Zhang Jiao removed his power, he wrote another prose. This showed that Li Longji attached great importance to Zhang Jiao. When he removed Zhang Jiao, he was helpless. As for Li Longji's literary talent, Li Yi didn't think much of it. If he wanted to write, he could write. The Tang dynasty was like this now. Anyone who could be promoted would have a high literary level. Dongzhu, do you need me to do anything? Songda didn't care how this matter developed. He just needed to carry it out. Look at the specific situation of the other party's industry, including the general employment, income, investment and sales channels. Li Yi didn't care about Zhang Jiao. So what if you knew Li Longji first? There were more people who knew Li Longji first. There were more people who helped Li Longji. Were there any fewer people who were beaten up? Li Yi thought that Li Longji was actually a person with a mental illness. He couldn't judge people by their appearance and performance. He had to analyze the inside through appearance. Li Longji had experienced many things. If he didn't resist, he would be killed. After killing too many people, he didn't kill his father Li Dan. He also didn't kill many of his brothers. He wanted to establish his own correctness. He also knew what kind of people the imperial court needed. So he promoted Yao Chong. However, he was afraid that any prime minister would be too powerful. To put it bluntly, since Li Shimin, the entire dynasty had been in a state of nervousness and fear. Wu Zetian aggravated this situation. Then came Wei Shi and Princess Taiping. From his grandfather to his childhood, Li Longji had experienced the light of swords. He was trying his best to control himself. He was a person. His experience had affected his image. It wasn't easy to get power. He pushed Wang Yurong, who helped him, to the position of empress. He also didn't have a son. The existence of the aristocratic families, the interference of the officials, the unfairness of the harem, the strategy of foreign countries, all of these were on him alone. Li Longji's mental state was always tense. He needed a safe haven. Sigh. How good would it be if it didn't involve Zhang Jiao? Now I have to be busy again. Song Jing doesn't do anything. It's already the new year. Hurry up and tell Li Longji about Zhang Jiao. Get him down. I don't even need to do anything. With Li Linfu's current position, he's nothing. When others see him, they think he's a good person. He's a hypocrite. That's because they haven't experienced my era. In my era, I don't care about what you say. The key is that you have to give me benefits. The higher you go, the higher the need for material things. No matter how good you say it, it's useless. What's the use of hypocrisy? If you don't give me money, I'll take care of you. Old Li, let's meet? Li Yi mumbled. He didn't care about the power behind Zhang Jiao. However, he was very angry. Because of Zhang Jiao's appearance, he couldn't help but become less of a teenager. Chapter 797. Minister Baigu hasn't rested at home? Li Longji was exercising early in the morning, when he suddenly saw Baigu hurrying towards the political affairs hall. Why did he come to work in the middle of his break? Your Majesty, I have sent a letter to the Hunan government, ordering them to start the matter of the rent and business tax. The document will be sent out today. When the document is delivered, the Hunan government's break will end. Baigu pointed to the east where Luoyang was. Minister Bai, you have worked hard. Li Longji nodded slightly. Baigu left quickly, appearing to be in a hurry. Li Longji continued to stroll. After a few steps, he said to another person who had rushed over, Is Minister Song not resting at home? Your Majesty. Song Jing bowed. The Shi tribe and the Khitans have surrendered. I am thinking about whether or not we should move their people into the Great Pass. This matter. Lingnan interviewer Song Qingli has written a letter saying that we should restore the governor's office in Yingzhou. Li Longji mentioned a person, Song Qingli. Song Qingli took the imperial examinations for the Ming dynasty, not the Jin dynasty. He had been working hard all this time. He was arranged to go wherever there was something to do. He had just returned from Lingnan, and now he was thinking about going to the northeast. He was from Hebei and felt that going to the northeast was better than going to Lingnan. I don't think so. Restoring the governor's office in Yingzhou is too close to the Bohai Sea. I am afraid that it will make the Bohai Sea worried. Song Jing expressed his opposition. He was afraid that if he restored the governor's office in Yingzhou, the Bohai Sea would say that the Tang dynasty wanted to attack them. Li Longji pondered for a moment. We will discuss this matter again. Song Jing bowed again and entered the political affairs hall. Li Longji turned around and walked back. He planned to change his clothes and ask Li Yi, Your Majesty as well. A voice came from behind. Li Longji heard the voice and knew who it was. It was the third prime minister of the Tang dynasty, Su Yi. Baigu, Song Jing and even Su Yi were worried about the imperial court. No one was resting. Su Qing, do you feel tired after coming to the political affairs hall? Li Longji was concerned about Su Yi's physical condition. There are a lot of trivial matters this year that have piled up on my desk. This subject's heart is uneasy, so I'll deal with them slowly. It won't be too tiring. Su Yi stated his intentions. You can ask someone from the Imperial Medical Department to give you a massage. Li Longji was very pleased. Look, what a good subject. Thank you, Your Majesty. Su Yi also left. When he entered the political affairs hall, he saw the other two people. The three of them looked at each other. Baigu sighed. Finish all the work you can do. Let's be more relaxed in case Li Yi suddenly causes a big incident again. Su Yi nodded. That's right, that's what we're thinking. Li Longji changed his clothes and rushed to the Li family Zhuangzi with a group of guards. Li Yi rode a tricycle. The two-wheeled tricycle was in front, and the power wheel was in the back. Next to it was a tricycle with a power wheel in front and a two-wheeled tricycle in the back. He didn't know how to choose. Brother Yi, have you made a tricycle? Li Longji saw the tricycle in the back and rode with Li Yi while talking. Put the tricycle in front. It's convenient for the rider to control the tricycle. Put the tricycle in the back. The rider mainly controls the wheel. If people are riding, most of them like to sit in the back. It's safer. If they're transporting goods, put the tricycle in the front. When things hit, the goods hit first. Li Yi rode with him, and the two of them chatted like this. Li Longji looked back at the bucket of his tricycle. Brother Yi, are you planning to take out the tricycle for civilian use? It's in the good roads around Chang'an. If the roads are not good, The wear and tear will increase the cost. Li Yi pointed at the tires. The wheels were made of steel and the bracket was also made of iron. The whole bicycle was similar to the one he had. The wheels were covered with a layer of leather, and the leather was expensive. Li Longji ran to the front and slowed down. When Li Yi caught up, he said, "Except for the chain and the axle, replace the other parts with bamboo heads. Increase the place to repair the tricycle." Li Yi's eyes lit up. He thought of the place to repair the tricycle. After the beginning of spring, the capital government would set up more tents for free soup. Now, people who knew how to drive knew how to repair the tricycle. Otherwise, if the tricycle broke down halfway, it would be impossible to continue. The tools were placed in the tents. If the tricycle broke down, they could push it for a while. Very good. That's how it should be. Li Yi decided to promote it. When will it be released? Li Longji thought of the advantages of the bicycle. It was faster than walking and could also carry goods. Renting carriages and ox carts cost a lot of money. One would need to wait for others to get on the carriage, unless the carriage was chartered. After selling a batch to the rich, we will take out the ones made of bamboo and let the rich enjoy it first. Li Yi did not forget to make money. Renting bicycles was still a problem. The axle and chain were made of good steel. If they were not given as collateral, they would be stolen and melted down to make other things. If they were recorded in the household register, they would be robbed and destroyed halfway. What would they do? The Shi and Chitons have already surrendered. Should we move them inwards or rebuild the governor's office? Li Longji stopped. When Li Yi also stopped, he talked about the matter. Yingzhou governor's office? The information appeared in Li Yi's mind. Yes, they should build a Yingzhou governor's office this year. They should put it in Lu province. We should build 4 governors' offices. The Anong Protectorate should have 4 governors' offices. Third brother, let's go back to the study to look at the map. Li Yi did not mention Yingzhou governor's office. He was ambitious. The two rode to the courtyard. When they entered, Li Yi took out the map from before. Yingzhou governor's office was in Liaoning province. There was a river called White Wolf Water. It was not close to the sea. It was better to have Gourd Island, which was Jinsea by the sea. Jinzhou was also close to the sea. There were also big and small Ling rivers. The big and small Ling rivers in Jinzhou were bigger than the ones in his time. There was more water and it was clearer. Third brother, look. Pingzhou Anong Protectorate is close to the sea. There are 4 governors' offices under it. We should have the one in Jian'an province. Why don't we put the one in Lu province by the sea? In addition, Liao City Governor's Office and Xinjiang Province Governor's Office are equally important. It would be best to build a governor's office in Daxing City. There is a Yalu River that can be passed by sea from Deng Province to the other coastal provinces. Duli Town is equally important. As long as these governor's offices are built, the entire Bohai Sea will be controlled by the Tang dynasty. Li Yi pointed out Inko, Shenyang, Fushan, Dandong, and Lushuan. Li Longji listened quietly. His eyes followed Li Yi's finger. Xinjiang Province is not close to the sea. Shenzhou Province is also not close to the sea. Li Longji found the problem. Why not the sea? Li Yi swallowed his saliva and pointed to Xinjiang Province, which was Fushan. There is coal here. There are also many red pine trees behind. Shenzhou Province is close to it and has a similar river. Li Yi placed his finger on the Hun River. The Hun River was called Shenshui. It flowed into Liao River, and Liao River flowed into the sea. Before Shenshui entered Liao River, it flowed from east to west. Coal could be directly transported out by boat. At the same time, Shenzhou and Xinjiang Province have large areas of land that can be cultivated. The land is fertile. You don't have to care about the seeds planted by the river. They will grow on their own, especially the beans. Xinjiang Province is filled with hills. You can set up checkpoints everywhere. I have marked out all the high hills in strategic locations. Li Yi thought to himself, who doesn't occupy a strategic location like Shenyang? The further the historical dynasties progressed, the more important Shenyang became. In the Battle of Sarhu and Fushan, the White Pole soldiers of the Sichuan army suffered greatly. As long as these places were well defended, no one would be able to invade unless they did not resist. The Tang dynasty had set up a governor's office here. This meant that there were capable officials and generals who knew of the importance of this matter. Brothers and sisters who are reading outside the website, if you have the ability, please go to Qidian to subscribe to this book. The subscription rate is dropping too fast. Nong Nong is writing very seriously. Also, please vote for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. If you have enough monthly votes, you will be able to enter the category. Nong Nong bowed. Chapter 798. Renovating so many residences, the imperial court. When Li Longji said that he wanted to renovate the residences, the first thing he thought of was money. Before he could finish his sentence, he reacted. Renovate, renovate. The imperial court has money. Li Longji had a feeling of disdain for the common people. He had not thought of how to spend the tax and rent he earned last year. It was too much. The officials were distressed over money. They were suddenly rich and did not know how to live. According to the news that Li Longji received, the officials were prepared to provide funds as long as the local government reported that they wanted to build irrigation and roads. They did not need to ask the people for money. They wanted to recruit laborers and provide the people with good food. The government would provide the tools. What else could they do? There was so much money. This year, when Hunan collected more taxes and rent, they could plant more indica rice in large quantities. There would be more money. The government funds had stopped, and there was no need for the imperial court to take out a sum of money to lend and collect interest. He was rich, so he was rich. Brother E, from today onwards, the imperial court will no longer need the government funds. Li Longji was very proud when he thought that he could solve the imperial court's financial problems without needing to lend money. Li Yi looked at Li Longji, third brother, the government funds should still be released. Reduce the interest, and the annual interest rate should not exceed 10%. There should be no limit to the amount and no local tasks. The accounts must be recorded clearly. We should also send people to check the situation frequently to prevent local officials from using the government funds as a pretense to engage in usury. Why do we still need to compete with the people? Li Longji now remembered that they should not compete with the people. If the interest rate is high, we will compete for profits. If the interest rate is low, we will give up profits. When the people are short of money, the imperial court's interest rate is low. If we borrow money from the imperial court, we will not need to borrow from usury. Li Yi only said this one sentence. He believed that the other party was smart enough. Li Longji nodded. Investigate, we should investigate. He understood. The government funds were placed in the local government and did not ask for anything. The annual interest rate was 10%. The local department that specialized in lending money would make a false name and say that they had lent out 1,000 taels. At the end of the year, they would be given 1,100 CUN. In fact, they would be giving out 1,000 CUN at 30% interest. At the end of the year, they would be earning 200 CUN. It was even to the extent that the commoners who needed money could not borrow money from the imperial court, but the local lenders could. They would then use the borrowed money to lend to the commoners who needed it. Third brother, look, there's a U-pass here. It's very steep. If we move 60 li further, one side will be connected to the sea, while the other side will be connected to Mount Yan. We'll build a pass here. Li Yi brought the topic back to the northern part of Hebei province. He was talking about the Ming dynasty's Shanhai Pass. The original U-pass was not as good as the Shanhai Pass. Li Longji looked at the map and an image of the city appeared in his mind. His interest was piqued. Is it easy to repair? How much manpower do we need? It's easier to repair the concrete by boat, but it doesn't matter if it's repaired or not. The Tang dynasty doesn't need to use Shanhai Pass for defense. Li Yi rejected his suggestion to build Shanhai Pass. In the Ming dynasty, the Shanhai Pass was built to fight against the countries in the northeast. Moreover, when the country was on the verge of collapse, what else could protect the imperial court? True strength lies in the good life of the commoners and the people's hearts. There are many redundant officials waiting in line to arrange official positions. Send them to clear out the land in the Tang dynasty to prepare for the abolition of mediocrity in the Tang dynasty in the future. This will increase the population by a lot. Li Yi did not want to build Shanhai Pass anymore. He changed the topic to the future. Many commoners in the Tang dynasty fled and hid without a household register. They were of little help to the economic development of the Tang dynasty. They did not dare to engage in too much social interaction and production. They only stayed in one place to live. There were still many officials in the imperial court. 220 students passed the exam, and all of them were first class. How could the imperial court find a suitable position in such a short time? How should the people in the original position be dealt with? The students ran to become village officials. They could use the village as practice first. There were more people who needed to be arranged. I'm afraid they're not willing to go. Li Longji was helpless. He lied to the students who did not pass the exam to become village officials. After lying once, it would not be easy to lie to them a second time. The key was that the officials could choose whether to become an official or not, including those who were demoted. They could resign if they had the courage. Li laughed. He remembered the poor Du Fu who was cheated by Li Linfu. Du Fu did not want to be a Hushi commandant in the beginning. Later, he had no choice but to accept a small official position. Li Yi felt that he could also be a Hushi commandant. He was sure he could bribe the other officials well. Not far from Chang, and was the place where the people who surrendered stayed. It was Tongzhou. Next to it was Pujin Bridge. How could they not make money by guarding that place? They could store more ice in winter and sell cold drinks at the bridge in summer. If not, they could just buy saltpeter to make ice. Tell them that if they want to be a big official, they must do small things first. In the future, the officials who pass the imperial examination cannot be promoted beyond their rank. Li Yi recalled the time when he was young. At first he could still ride a rocket and shoot up. Later he was promoted to the grassroots. So, many people adopted a method. It was not easy to be promoted as a grassroots official. They could transfer to a state-owned enterprise and be promoted in a state-owned enterprise. After a state-owned enterprise was promoted, they could transfer to another place. The place would then transfer to another state-owned enterprise. Li Yi felt that even if they could not be promoted beyond their rank, there were still ways to take shortcuts in the Tang dynasty. It depended on their ability. Li Longji was still hesitant about this. It involved too many people's interests. For example, if the elder's position was high enough, the descendant could be an official. He needed to test how many officials supported him and how to deal with those who did not support him. Brother Yi, I'm going back. I won't eat here. Li Longji was about to leave to find Song Jing. He told him not to think about moving inside. He was going to build 4 more governor's mansions. Li Yi walked him to the bridge. Third brother, the governor's mansion is set up to gather refugees and pacify the people. The imperial court must bring things over and distribute them in large quantities. Do not build on a large scale. I will remember. Li Longji cupped his fist and left with the others. Li Yi stood at the bridge and watched as Li Longji disappeared from sight. He said to the palace maids and eunuchs beside him, "We have to find old Bai." Find Bai Zaifu? Tao Hong now understood a lot of political and economic matters. They did not care who came over to take the shift. When they returned, they would share the gifts and what they learned with others. The 4 restored governor's mansions can only be valued by the imperial court if they are created by themselves. The Li family Zhuangzi can guide the trade. The imperial court needs to profit from it. Li Yi taught them how to promote policies based on interests. The land they occupied now belonged to Liaoning at that time. Liaoning had many specialties. His own trading team went there to earn money. Others were willing to follow and earn money. If the imperial court did not want to form an official trading team, they could collect taxes. They used the money from the local trade to support the local army. Then they could slowly divide and absorb Bohai. After the current king of Bohai was gone, his son wanted to do something. He also wanted to occupy the Korean peninsula. Why should he keep it? It was such a good place. It had a great military role and was close to the Japanese Empire. He wanted to go to the Bering Strait by ship. There were so many islands in the Japanese Empire. As for whether or not he could occupy the Japanese Empire, it would be more difficult. They had people there. If he used war, it was not necessary to use war. There were very few people there. When they wanted to build a circle, they also took action. Chapter 799. When they returned to Xingqing Palace, Li Longji went to the Political Affairs Hall and told the 3 prime ministers who came out of their respective offices about the 4 governors' mansions. Song Jing kept blinking and was confused. I will stop 1 governor's mansion from being rebuilt. You go to Li family Zhuangzi and come back with 4 governors' mansions. Your Majesty, you can't do that. The money spent on governors' mansions, Song Jing said, and stopped just like Li Longji did in Li family Zhuangzi. Li Longji looked at him, indicating that he should continue. I'm afraid Bohai will panic. Song Jing had to say the same thing. With trade there's no need to be afraid. This time Li family Zhuangzi's exchange team went to Bohai. The local people traded hazelnuts and pine nuts. Li family Zhuangzi also sold hazelnuts at a high price in Chang, and made a lot of money. I want to organize a team to go there. Baigu supported the many governors' mansions. The imperial court was not afraid of spending money. They could also make money. The hazelnuts and pine nuts in Bohai were expensive and their fur was better than those in the western regions. With ginseng and antler, not only could they earn back the cost of rescuing people in the team, but they could also make a lot of profits. Unfortunately, they could not collect taxes this time. They risked their lives to go there. Li Longji looked at Sui, but Sui did not look at the other 2. He made a fist salute and said, Your Majesty, the governor's mansion should be made good use of the navy. It should be convenient to travel and build a strong city to prevent the attack of wild beasts. He supported it. He had to support it because it involved the strategy of the Tang dynasty. Li definitely had a backup plan. Not to mention whether he could succeed or not, even if he succeeded it would delay the important matter. Sui believed that Li Yi would not blindly give orders in such a matter. I want to see Li Yi. Song Jing insisted, wanting to know more. Okay. Li Longji agreed. Song Jing had seen Li Yi before. Your Majesty, who should we send to rebuild the martial manor? Baigu was preparing to arrange the manpower. Song Qingli can do it? Li Longji was the first one to speak of who would do the work. Your Majesty, Song Qingli likes to build wantonly. If he becomes a governor, I'm afraid that the local people will be very tired. Song Jing pointed out Song Qingli's small flaw. This emperor knows. When Brother Yi was sending them off, he said that we should not make any useless constructions. We should send some things over to calm the people. Li Longji was not surprised at all. He was used to it. Brother Yi would definitely know who to send. It was just that mysterious. Song Jing stood there in a daze for a while until Li Longji left. He wasn't in the mood to work. He went out and called his subordinates, then took a car to the Li family Zhuangzi. When he arrived, he was just in time for dinner. Li Yi felt that it was cold outside, so he boiled a bowl of rice wine for himself. When Song Jing arrived, he boiled another bowl for Song Jing. Old Song, it's just in time. We're eating pan-fried hairtail today. It's caught in the Bohai Bay in winter. It's called northern hairtail. It hasn't been sold yet. You haven't eaten it before. Freeze it and eat it slowly. Li Yi took out the pan-fried hairtail and introduced it to Song Jing. Song Jing asked, Did you catch a lot of hairtail in the martial manor? Yes, this fish is also called sickle fish. With our fishing skills we can never catch all of them. We need to cast a deep net or catch them. Li Yi was sure that the people of Chang, and in the Tang dynasty, had never eaten hairtail before. When a hairtail is caught, it has a short shelf life. It must be frozen or dried. After the dried hairtail is soaked, the texture of the meat changes. When a fisherman finally catches a hairtail, it's not worth it to dry it and sell it. There are hairtail in the Bohai Bay. The Navy cast a deep net and caught more than 4,000 hairtail with different sizes. Zhuangzi was given 1,500 hairtail, which was not enough at all. The rest was for Li Changqi and Li Longji, but the minister didn't give any to them. The hairtail in the Bohai Bay had a big body and few bones. There were only 2 rows of bones. The remaining meat was delicious. Li Yi picked up a piece with chopsticks and pierced it with his teeth. It was the meat. He also ate the deep river stone, which was the big bone of the hairtail. Song Jing watched and learned to eat. After eating 1 piece, he ate the second piece. He ate 3 pieces in a row before stopping. Old Song, it's delicious, right? Do you know why you can't eat it? It's deep in the water. The hairtail lives in very deep water. With our current fishing and fishing skills, we can only catch a few fish occasionally if we are lucky enough. You don't have to say that they will die when they come out of the water. At a certain depth, the hairtail will die. There's no need to come out of the water. The hairtail in the Bohai Bay is more delicious than other places. Li Yi explained to Song Jing. He knew that Song Jing didn't want to restore the governor's mansion. Yao Chong was the prime minister in the chaotic situation. He was smart and flexible. Song Jing was the prime minister who kept the achievements. He helped the Tang dynasty to save money. He didn't want to go to war if he could. Originally, in history, he wanted Baigu to cooperate with him. Baigu was in charge of the Ministry of Revenue. However, Baigu was dead. Now Li Yi knew that Song Jing should change his mind. Don't be afraid. We have money. We can make money by restoring the governor's mansion. No one in my family has eaten it before. Song Jing drank a mouthful of wine. Old Song, when you leave, I'll bring you 50 pieces of fried hairtail. Otherwise, you won't know how to clean up. Hairtail is very smelly. Li Yi promised to send him. Okay. Song Jing was satisfied. Will the Bohai people think that the Tang dynasty is close to the border and that the soldiers are in danger? Song Jing asked about politics. Driven by the benefits of trade, everyone will choose to ignore the war. Between the benefits in front of us and the possible war, the former is more important. Li Yi pointed to the northeast. How much money do we make every year? Song Jing admitted that Li Yi was right. He began to consider the economic benefits. Old Song, the so-called profit refers to the profit after considering the trade deficit, the added value of the product's technology, the production cost, the supply and demand relationship, and other factors. Li Yi shook his head and said a bunch of terms. How would he know how much money he could make? Sell a small mirror in exchange for 500 kilograms of pine nuts. Bring back 500 kilograms of pine nuts and sell them to the people of Chong, and for 300 kilograms. Can you say that you made a profit when you got 300,000 kilograms? The real profit was actually 500 kilograms of pine nuts, which provided heat. The pine nuts bought by the people were circulated internally. Only by continuing to make mirrors and constantly changing them could the profit be calculated. Li Yi told Song Jing these words, but Song Jing did not understand. Your Zhuangzi made 300,000 kilograms of pine nuts. The cost of the mirror is low. Song Jing looked at the actual amount of money. Zhuangzi can only spend this money to adjust the economy and infrastructure of the Tang dynasty. Only then can the Tang dynasty make a profit. An uncirculated currency hinders social development. Li Yi did not think that the Tang dynasty would make a profit if he just left the money at home. Song Jing was in awe. He knew that the young man in front of him was always working for the Tang dynasty. Is it a profit if you spend it? Song Jing sat upright and learned. The input-output ratio is not the ratio of Zhuangzi's output. It's how a certain amount of money can promote the productivity of the entire Tang dynasty. Let me tell you, Li Yi began to talk to Song Jing about logistics and road construction. Using the money to build roads, the speed of travel was faster, and the cost of time was saved. The caravan that took 3 months to come over came in 1 month. In 2 months, they replaced the cheap things in the 2 places with things they needed to increase efficiency. Otherwise, they would rot on the trees and in the fields, and no one would benefit from it. There were so many fruits in the south. If they were faster, the fruits would become money, and the money would be used to buy the things the caravan transported. This was the economic effect of infrastructure investment. It would improve the people's livelihood. Chapter 800. Li Yi had checked the information before. The Tang dynasty, or perhaps many other dynasties, had never completely solved the country's financial problems. Behind every prosperous era, a large number of people bore the burden of the country's financial deficit. The problem would be exposed with the slightest natural disaster or man-made disaster. When foreign trade did not completely offset the financial deficit, it could not balance and save. In the end, it accumulated to a certain extent, and the dynasty changed. This included the Song dynasty, especially the Southern Song dynasty. The Southern Song dynasty's foreign trade went crazy. But the things shipped back did not solve the problem of the people's livelihood. The capital pursued greater profits, and it was a luxury. Li Yi took another sip of wine. Logistics is part of the infrastructure to reduce the losses caused by storage. Next, I'll talk about production technology. Li Yi continued to talk about the production technology research and development of capital investment, such as fertilizers, animal husbandry, plowing. After investment, it would be converted into productivity, including hybrid species. With the same area of land increased production, the Tang dynasty's overall food supply increased, and the price of food was adjusted to ensure the income of farmers. When there is more food, it needs to be further processed, and the profits from further processing need to be shared with farmers. Balancing the income of various jobs in society is what the imperial court should do. Li Yi's words were relatively simple. The people of his time all knew about it. For example, the relationship between the reserve ratio, savings and loan interest rates, as well as the impact on economic development, were all known to the people of his time. He did not tell Song Jing. He was afraid that Song Jing would not go back tonight, so he asked him questions. Song Jing was not in a good state at the moment. He was sweating non-stop. The palace maids and eunuchs beside him had stopped eating. Each of them had a small notebook and were quickly writing. Song Jing was frightened at this moment. There was a trace of fear in his eyes when he looked at Li Yi. He finally knew how big the gap between him and Li Yi was. What did he hear? Speaking of the social level, it included everyone. How did Li Yi learn? Was there such knowledge in the books in the past? Why didn't he learn it? Occasionally, there was some content that seemed to be mentioned, but only a little. What he was hearing now was that any random point was taken out and it involved many aspects. This is the way to use money. The Li family Zhuangzi uses money for the sake of the Tang dynasty. Others don't. It's easy to handle. We can adjust it through finance. Let's talk about it later. Li Yi suddenly stopped talking. He was too tired and wouldn't be able to finish talking in a few days. Song Jing did not ask further. He needed time to digest and understand what he had just heard. There were many things that he didn't understand, mainly because there were too many new terms. Why did he say that he didn't understand the vocabulary? So, the trade with the Bohai Sea is a war? This was the only thing Song Jing could analyze. You can't say that it's a war. In the process of exchanging goods, it's about whether or not the two parties are equal. It belongs to the process of helping Bohai gradually understand the nature of trade. Li Yi refused to admit that he was fighting a war, even though he did earn a lot from the previous trade. Li Yi defined himself as a peace-loving person who would never think of invading others. Song Jing understood. Wars were carried out through trade and the process was long. Bohai Sea is at a disadvantage. Song Jing concluded again. If we don't change, Bohai Sea is at a trade deficit. It's not a disadvantage. I will teach them to change, develop their own unique production technology, and apply it. Li Yi still refused to admit it, and he looked like he cared about others. Why do you want to help them again? Song Jing felt that since he could take advantage of them again and again, he should continue to do so. After helping them, they can provide us with more things. We are doing this for benefits, not to destroy Bohai Sea. Li Yi still had that compassionate expression on his face. Song Jing wiped his sweat. There was a heater in the house and it was too hot. How do we help them? Song Jing ignored his headache and gritted his teeth to hold back his question. Invest in them. Do farming, planting, and handicraft processing there. Give them wages. I invest in the local resources and buy them. They belong to me. The more they produce, the more they earn. Then they will become rich. Use my money to help them. Li looked like he had suffered a big loss. He picked up the wine and took a sip. Do you make money? Song Jing asked the key point. Of course. If I don't make money, who will invest? And I must make more money than them. It's mutually beneficial. Li Yi looked at Song Jing with an expression that said, Are you stupid? If I don't make money, who will go? Song Jing. Then they won't rob? Song Jing stuttered. Robbery is war. By the time they want to rob, the Tang dynasty will have developed. I used to buy land, not rent land. The land I bought belongs to me. I pay taxes to the Tang dynasty, and the Tang dynasty sends troops to protect me. You still need the Tang dynasty to send troops to protect you? Song Jing found the real gap between himself and Li Yi. He was not thick-skinned enough. He didn't know how he finished his meal. He carried 50 pieces of fried ribbonfish and left dizzily. It was probably because he drank a bowl of wine. The alcohol was too strong. He took a car back to the political affairs hall. He put down the small basket of ribbonfish and sat there rubbing his temples. Guangping, are you done? Bai Gu came over and followed the smell. The eunuchs and palace maids made extra copies. They are on the table. Longzhe, take a look yourself. Song Jing closed his eyes and continued to rub his temples. He felt a little tinnitus, a headache, and a pain in his eyes. He felt weak all over. If Li Yi saw this, he would tell him that it was like this when he did too many questions. He just needed to sleep and forget the annoying content of the sea of questions. Bai Gu picked up a few pieces of paper on the table and read slowly. He knew some of the content. It was Li Yi who told him that he was willing to repair the road. Some of the content was deeper. He had never heard Li Yi talk about it. He was fascinated by it. When he finished reading the last line, he rubbed his eyes and shook his head. Why are there so many new terms? Can't Shaoyi be more simple and change the terms to something we can understand? Bai Gu took a few deep breaths and took a few pieces of paper out. Song Jing saw it but didn't say anything. He knew it was for Su Yi. Half an hour later. Imperial physician, go find an imperial physician. Doctor of massage. I have a headache. Su Yi's voice came out. Not long after, the imperial physician came and massaged Su Yi. Why do I feel like vomiting? Su Yi asked the imperial physician. It was the first time he came across such knowledge. After reading it, he felt nauseous. It was the same as Li Yi's reaction when he read many old and new Tang dynasty books in one go, especially when looking up information. He couldn't read it slowly. He had to find the place quickly. He glanced at it and saw many lines of classical Chinese. Classical Chinese was already annoying. He had to read it quickly. After looking up the information, he had to rest for a while. If he ate too much while reading, he would definitely vomit. The god of Vestige Court was too agitated. Minister Song is unwell? Li Longji came. He was afraid that the minister had a problem. Guangping went to ask Shaoyi. Shaoyi said something about infrastructure and productivity. The palace maids and eunuchs made a copy and showed it to Ting Shuo. Ting Shuo, Bai Gu explained the situation. Li Longji nodded. You have to learn slowly. I have a headache sometimes. Chapter 801. Spinach, rapeseed, cucumber, eggplant, cowpea, cabbage, celery. I want them all. Charge me. She city early in the morning. In front of a stall, a group of people surrounded a very stout man. The stout man bought all the vegetables in the greenhouse and bought them all at once. The people around the stall looked envious. He sold them all early in the morning. If they were nearby, they could go back to pick more vegetables and come back to sell them again. The vegetables in the greenhouse were profitable, but they needed to be consumed. The vegetables that didn't look good would take an entire day to sell. Fortunately, everyone had reached an agreement. No one was allowed to lower the price. While the people around were envious, the stout man waved his hand, and a group of people carried a bag over. The opening of the bag loosened, and with a clatter, countless coins piled up. Count them. There's a total of 121 coins. See if it's enough. The stout man looked up at the sky. The people selling vegetables were dumbfounded. It wasn't coupons. It was copper coins. How were they supposed to count? They couldn't wear it. Why can't we use the money? The stout man stared. Then he said, do you want to change it to silk? 550 coins per bolt? How can silk be worth that price now? Are you looking for trouble? Look at those copper coins. They're obviously inferior coins. There's even tin coins inside. Don't we all use coupons? They're bullying us. The people who were envious just now started to complain. They had a common enemy, and thought that if they encountered the same situation, they would be sad. Everyone, are you from the Jiang family? Someone came over. It was Zhougui. He looked at the money. Inferior coins, also known as evil money. The quantity was small, and some were replaced with tin. Stop talking nonsense. The imperial court didn't say that this money can't be used. If you don't want it, go see the officials. The stout man sneered. As soon as he said that, it meant that he was from the Jiang family. Zhou Gui clenched his fists and then loosened them. Counting money, the imperial court forbids it. We're just abiding by the law. He didn't say that more than one had to be replaced with silk. If he said that, the stout man would probably take out silk of poor quality. The two people who had set up the stall cried as they squatted there and counted the money. No need to count, it's enough. Zhou Gui suddenly smiled and waved his hand. He knew that since the Jiang family had made a move, there was no point in counting. It was only right for him to hurry back and think of a countermeasure. He didn't care about the money. The big mirror, the boxes of kerosene lamps, and the thermos bottles were the real deal. The two hired men wiped their tears with their sleeves and struggled to lift the money up and put it on the cart. Tears flowed down their faces again. They had already treated Zhuangzi as their place to eat. When Zhuangzi was at a disadvantage, they didn't feel good either. Let's go back. Zhou Gui cupped his fists at the stout man, the smile on his face unchanged. Some things are not as simple as you think. This is just the beginning, the stout man said arrogantly. Thank you for the information. Zhou Gui cupped his fists again. The cart pushed a pile of evil money back, and Zhou Gui also helped to push it. Dongzhu Jianghui has made a move. He used 121 tin coins to buy the vegetables from Shaolan village. Songda received the news 15 minutes later and quickly reported. The ones who passed on the message were the underground forces of Chang. They ran to deliver the message, and in 15 minutes, they traveled from Shi City to the Li family's manor. Li Yi pursed his lips. I thought he was very capable, but it's just evil money. I looked down on him. Dongzhu, are you saying that we don't need to care? Songda didn't think it was a big deal. No, the amount of money is not important. What's important is that they provoked us. Have you found out about their business? Li Yi shook his head. He doesn't care about money, but he wants face. How dare you touch anyone? Chang, and city doesn't have any rules? Songda nodded. There is a grocery store in East City called Shangsu. They sell daily necessities like pottery, kitchen knives, wooden bowls, toilet bowls, chamber pots, scissors, needles, and bags. At the same time, they also pawn things. How boring. Grocery store? If you want to attack him, just attack him. At the same time, the other stores will not be affected. Pawn things? Haha, I can't kill him. Li Yi suddenly felt bored. His opponent was too weak. Songda was dumbfounded. Dongzhu, what do you mean? Are you going to attack or not? Evil money is actually quite interesting. But it's not applicable to the current Chang and city. Evil money in circulation cannot be banned directly. Li Yi did not mention revenge. He was thinking about the bigger picture. Evil money had always existed. Some people forged it privately. The quantity was not enough and the difference was too big. Many people bartered for it. When people saw copper coins, they couldn't differentiate them. Evil money entered circulation, just like the fake money in Fengyu's era. When people received fake money and went to the bank would not accept it. Some people would leave a mark on the money to prove that it was fake. The losses were naturally borne by the people. What can the people do? They can only bear with it. This was not the case in the Tang dynasty. In the Tang dynasty, the previous emperor had banned people from going to the ships to forge evil money. Later, when they collected it, they used a normal Kaiyuan Tongbao to exchange for 5 pieces of evil money. The people were not willing to exchange. Even if the people knew that it was evil money, they still accepted it when they sold things and lowered the price. Normal Kaiyuan Tongbao could buy things with 1 coin, but evil money could only buy things with 3 to 4 coins. Then they used evil money to circulate and form 2 circulation channels. When they saw evil money, they exchanged it for money and continued to trade. If there was no Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons, evil money would explode next year. The imperial court first restricted it, but once the restrictions were placed, the transactions in the east and west cities would stop. There was too much evil money. If the imperial court did not allow it, no one could trade it. The imperial court released 100,000 coins of Kaiyuan Tongbao. and allowed officials to borrow the imperial court's money to trade. Only then did the east and west cities come back to life. In the end, the imperial court had no choice but to allow evil money to be used for local exchange. The imperial court took it back, and the imperial court suffered a loss. The imperial court did not dare to touch it. Now, with the Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons, the evil money had no place to go. Most of it was accumulated. Most of it was the wrong weight. Some of it was using tin to replace copper. In such a situation, the prime minister, minister, physician, assistant minister, and other officials in the imperial court were all numb. In front of Li Yi, he really did not care. He did not care about the development of evil money, but it did not mean that he did not have a temper. Go and tell Shaolin Zhuangzi to continue to increase the sales of greenhouse vegetables. Find more people to pick them. If you sell them, take their evil money. Li Yi said to Songde with a smile. Got it, Dong. Songde began to mourn for the Jiang family. Dongzhu was angry. He could see it. Songde ran to make arrangements and reported to Shaolin Zhuangzi. At the same time in Xingqing Palace. They've gone too far. How dare they bully my eldest princess? Li Linfu Jiangjiao, you two are really something. Li Longji was the first to receive the news. He was so angry that he laughed. Sanlang, our Yuanshu is such an obedient daughter. How can she be bullied like this? Empress Wang wanted to kill someone with a knife. She had the ability to do so. I don't care. Li Yi's side should be doing something. I'll watch. Li Longji was angry, but he did not intend to do anything. Empress Wang nodded. Yes, ask uncle to do it. Teach them a lesson. Now she had infinite respect for Li Yi. Last time, she acted too early in the matter in Lantian County. She did not have the chance to do it properly. This time she could not miss it. The brothers and sisters who were reading outside the station came back to vote for the monthly and recommendation votes. The monthly votes almost made it into the rankings, and the recommendation votes almost made it into the top 100. The farmers bowed. Chapter 802. Li Longji was angry. Just like Li Yi, he didn't need that money. It wasn't because he didn't know about the provocation to Princess Royal. It was because ordinary people would have been bullied to death. The Li family Zhuangzi and the imperial court had been working hard to help the people live a good life. At least the people in the capital had a good life first. You can contact the officials above. Don't you know the will of the imperial court? You want to override the will of the Li family Zhuangzi and the emperor? Li Longji was angry. Empress Wang also looked like she wanted to eat someone, but they were waiting. In the political affairs hall, the three prime ministers were there. Yao Chong and the others were also there. No one accused them of overstepping their authority. They were not afraid that someone would inform Jiang Jiao. If Jiang Jiao didn't know, it would be easy. Once Jiang Jiao knew, there would only be one result. Whoever informed Jiang Jiao would also be punished. The emperor didn't care about anything else now. The 30,000 winged knights were in charge. Even if Jiang Jiao knew, she had to pretend not to know and watch things unfold. Let's wait and see. Hasn't Guangping seen Li Yi in action? Yao Chong drank tea leisurely. It wasn't time for him to take action. He had his eyes on the target. To be precise, the first inspection team of the Tang dynasty had their eyes on someone and was ready to take him down. It had nothing to do with Chang'an. It was local. They didn't care about the local government taking care of many people at once. At most they would go and take care of it themselves. Just like in Huazhou, Li Yi's impeachment had affected a lot of people. Therefore the government should stop. Li Yi went over. With the help of the inspection team, everything was taken care of. It was better than before. The foundation of the inspection team was not something that any state capital could compare to. Any random person in the team was not an ordinary person. I've heard of it. Song Jing was still learning from Li Yi's words. This old man only knows that Shaoyi brought the chickens, ducks, and piglets to Hunan province. As soon as they showed up, the officials under this old man cooperated with them. Shaoyi's methods sigh. Bai Gu sighed. He just couldn't see through Li Yi. As he spoke, he licked his braces. Now that the tooth was moving, it didn't hurt anymore. He just had to hold on a little longer. In a few days he would ask Xiaoyi if it could be removed. With Li Yi in charge of the Li family Zhuangzi, you should all feel honored and at ease. At the very least, you don't have to worry if you fall ill, Lu Huaishan said emotionally. He was clear about his own situation. He had almost died because of Li Yi's support. Wei Zhigu nodded. Xiaoyi is kind to others. As long as it doesn't violate his interests or political goals, he won't get angry. Evil money is a big deal. This matter really doesn't make sense. Evil money was broken because of the Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons. Li Yi deserves the most credit, Lu Yuyu said. Lu Youqiu expressed his stance. He knew that his life was also saved by Li Yi. This old man almost died. Li Rizhi only said one sentence. Xiaoyi cares about the country. Yin Xijin was also straightforward. They were all people who had competed with Li Yi when he was in office, and they were about to die after leaving office. They admitted that if Li Yi wanted them to live, he had a way. The key was that they could continue to contribute to the Tang dynasty and achieve their political goals after joining the League. As they watched the Great Tang get better and better with each passing day, they felt honored. Everyone, don't be like this. No one is making things difficult for Xiaoyi. Let's talk about the evil money. Chang'an has a lot of evil money. It's easy for someone to raise money to target Princess Yongmu. Xiaoyi will make a move, but what about other places? When will the Tang dynasty's banknotes be introduced? Bai Gu was still considering the overall situation of the Tang dynasty. As for whether someone bullied Princess Yongmu, it was the same as whoever made a move. It was very easy. No, Princess Yongmu's matter is the big deal. Yao Chong spoke and looked at Song Jing. Song Jing's hair stood on end. He looked at Yao Chong. Did I offend you? You, Yao Chong, want to use Princess Yongmu's matter as a starting point and then carry out the governance and change of the Tang dynasty. But have you considered the feelings of Princess Yongmu and Li Yi? If you use others to do things, they will inevitably be pushed to the front. Princess Yongmu may be very happy and willing to help. Do you think Li Yi is also willing? Li Yi has been hiding behind that. Oh, behind the scenes. There are many direct and indirect businessmen in the officials' families. How many of them are involved in deception and robbery? Yao Chong said to Song Jing. Song Jing stared at Yao Chong. Why didn't you investigate thoroughly when you were in power? Now it's my turn. You want to use Princess Yongmu's matter to make a move? Let's go to Heavenly World for lunch. Bai Gu saw so many people coming. Let's not eat in the political affairs hall. Everyone nodded one after another, ready to watch the fun. A group of important officials were waiting for Li Yi to deal with Jiang Hui. They wanted to learn from him. They knew that Li Yi would not impeach him. How to deal with it without official means. Zhou Gui took the vegetable seller back with more than 300 caddies of money in a cart. A normal Kaiyuan Tongbao was 121 caddies, which should weigh 774 caddies and 4 taels. Among the evil money, some were not heavy enough, some were mixed with tin, and even some were wrapped with a layer of copper. This money could not be circulated in the capital government at all. Everyone did not use the regular Kaiyuan Tongbao, because they thought it was heavy. After bringing the money back, Zhougui found Xiaolan. Dongzhu, the Jiang family bought all the vegetables in Zhuangzi with a lot of evil money. When he spoke, he did not dare to look at Princess Yongmu, who was sitting on the main seat. Steward Zhou, someone sent a letter. The messenger did not say who it was. The eldest daughter of the Li family, Xiao Yezi, ran in and handed a letter. Except for Zhou Gui, no other men could enter this courtyard. Xiaolan took the letter, and Xiao Yezi ran out to find work. Xiaolan opened the letter and read, Miss, it said that we should continue to pick vegetables and sell them for evil money, but we should pick out the evil money with tin and put the evil money with copper. Pick, hire people to pick, hire more, pick as much as you can. Princess Yongmu did as the letter said. She was not anxious at all. Instead, she was very happy. She treated the current situation as a game. Steward Zhou, did you hear that? Xiaolan said to Zhouge. Yes, I will do it immediately. Find more people to pick vegetables and send another batch to Shi City. Zhougui bowed and left. He was more distressed about the money. He knew that the main family had a way, but he could not think of it. He still did not know who was behind Jiang Hui. He could only guess that there was an official behind him. The main family he lived in felt more mysterious. The new Hu merchants were also strange. Many Hu people who were dressed up and did not look like good people lived in the temporary Hu tent. There were also many horses. He did not see any crossbows or armor. However, the bows were all good bows, and the arrows were long arrows that could break through light armor. It was obviously a large group of people. They should have shouted something, but there was no one. It was very quiet. When did the Hu people become so obedient? Zhou Gui thought about it and found 20 people in charge of the Dali vegetable greenhouse. He told them to continue picking vegetables. He rode a good horse brought back by the main family, and went to other houses to ask if there was anyone who was willing to help pick vegetables and hire them at a high price. In half an hour, a large pile of vegetables were picked and loaded onto a cart to be sent to Shi City. Zhou Gui personally led the team to Shi City. Just as they arrived, an official came over. "Zhou Gui, why are you here again? You have already suffered once. Quickly think of a way." This person had an anxious look on his face. "Brothers and sisters, after casting the monthly votes and recommendation votes, I almost made it into the top 100 of the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you." Chapter 803. Zhou Gui knew this person. He was Guan Yechen, the deputy director of the Chang'an West Bureau. They were in charge of the two bureaus in the capital. Above them was the Ministry of Revenue, which was in charge of the various markets in the Tang dynasty. Usually, people who came to sell vegetables would send some vegetables to Guan Yechen and the others. Guan Yechen's subordinates would take vegetables from other stalls. They would take a cucumber from one stall and a few spinach from another stall. They only wanted to take enough for a meal. They didn't dare to take more. The stalls didn't say anything and just let them take. The stall that they took the most vegetables from was the greenhouse vegetable stall that Li family Zhuangzi cooperated with outside. They knew that taking a cucumber from someone else's greenhouse vegetable stall would cost a lot of money. What if the other party reported it to the government? Therefore, if they took a stalk of celery or a few spinach, the other party would acquiesce. If they wanted to take cucumbers and eggplants, they had to find Li family Zhuangzi's partner. In the end, the money would be transferred to Li family Zhuangzi's account. Li Dongzhu wouldn't lower himself to their level. They usually took vegetables at night. After selling vegetables for a day, they would take them home and cook a meal to make their family happy. Of course, since he had taken their money, he had to help them. If the Li family's manor had any activities, he had to help. Guan Yechen took the vegetables from Zhuangzi's stall and saw it. He had no choice. The imperial court didn't order, so he could only watch. If the imperial court ordered that evil money was not allowed to circulate, he would stop it directly. He didn't dare to arrest people, but he found out the person behind Jiang Hui. In fact, Jiang Hui bragged that he was a relative of Tai Chongqing and had a good relationship with Crown Prince Zhongyun. "Thank you, Guan Yechen. But Dongzhu asked me to sell it," Zhou Gui said helplessly. He took a dozen cucumbers and wrapped them in a piece of paper. He gave them to Guan Yechen. "Thank you for your hard work." Guan Yechen hesitated and took the things. He lowered his voice. "Think of a way. That person is called Jiang Hui. He is backed by Tai Chongqing Jiang Jiao and has a good relationship with Crown Prince Zhongyun Li Linfu. In addition, Jiang Jiao's younger brother, Jiang Hui, is the imperial censor's assistant minister. He is related to the governor Yuan Qianyao by marriage." I didn't say anything. With that, he left with cucumber in his arms. Zhou Gui was sweating profusely. Oh my God, was the Jiang family that powerful? It's over. My family's Dongzhu is finished. Dongzhu, no matter how powerful you are, can you beat these people? He brought people in and set up a stall. Wealthy people came to buy and paid. In the afternoon, Zhou Gui returned to Zhuangzi listlessly with more than 300 coins. "Steward Zhou is back? Quickly eat, Dongzhu and Lil Miss have already eaten. The guards have also eaten, we are waiting for you." Lian came over and told Zhou Gui that they had lunch at noon, and now they were 2 hours late. You guys eat, I'll go see Dongzhu. Zhou Gui was not in the mood to eat. He wanted to persuade Dongzhu to sell the land. Dongzhu, I've found out about the other party's situation. Zhou Gui glanced at Princess Yongmu, who was practicing calligraphy, and said to Xiaolan, who was serving beside her. Who is it? Xiaolan asked. His background is too big, Zhang Jiao's distant relative called Zhang Hui. Zhou Gui mentioned one person. He felt that one person was enough for his Zhuangzi. So it's Zhang Jiao? Li Linfu's uncle, Zhang Hui's brother. Yuan Qianyao's in-law. So powerful they joined forces just to buy my 100 mu of land at a cheap price. I'm scared. Lil Miss, why don't we directly give the land to Yuan Qianyao? He just came down from the prime minister position. He's probably not in a good mood. After Xiaolan finished speaking, she could not help but laugh. She looked very happy. Zhou Gui. He admitted that he was stunned Dongzhu knew about their relationship, but why was he so casual? He directly said that Yuan Qianyao was the prime minister. Don't laugh, it's not good if word gets out. They definitely don't know Zhang Hui. Thinks too highly of himself, humph. Princess Yongmu did not need to think too much. Steward Zhou, go sell again before the sky turns dark. Eat something to fill your stomach. Xiaolan instructed Zhou Gui. A servant girl came over with a tray, on which were walnuts, pine nuts, hazelnuts, roasted chestnuts, and a pair of pliers that could pinch the hazelnuts and pine nuts. Zhou Gui was indeed hungry. Seeing that Dongzhu did not intend to call him to eat, he grabbed 2 handfuls of hazelnuts and pine nuts, picked up the pliers and ran out. He called out and continued to pick vegetables. He stood outside the big shed, enjoying the cold wind as he ate dried fruits. Li An's family did not wait for him, they started to eat. What kind of Dongzhu did I meet? Zhou Gui threw a pine nut into his mouth, muttering as he chewed. He felt that he would not be able to handle any of the high officials. In the end, Lil Miss was still quietly practicing writing. Dongzhu Xiaolan did not seem to care. Was it because the ignorant were fearless? She's probably the daughter of a prince, a Junju? Lil Miss is a Junju? Mother, a Junju ran out to get Zhuangzi? Zhou Gui started to analyze. He did not even dare to think of a princess. There was only one princess who fit Lil Miss' age, the eldest princess. But why would the eldest princess run out? Why would she be bullied to such an extent? Even after the vegetables were packed up and ready to be shipped off to be sold, Zhou Gui still didn't understand the identity of his owner. The only thing he was sure of was that those high officials were not directly involved. The people behind Dongzhu were not afraid of the power of the Zhang family. The third batch of vegetables was sent over, but it was quickly bought by the rich people with evil money. Zhou Gui only came back with the money when it was dark. He was a little absent-minded. When he entered the courtyard, he found that there were 2 more cooks, and the food was ready. Li An's wife, Madame Li, had an excited look on her face. She greeted Zhou Gui and whispered, "There are 2 new cooks here. Their cooking is delicious. They allowed me to learn from them. They said they'll leave once I've learned how to cook." When Madame Li saw the 2, she was very vigilant, afraid that her work would be stolen. When they said they would teach, she took her daughter to learn. Zhou Gui washed his hands with soap and tasted the food. His eyes lit up, it was delicious. He looked at the dish next to it and was shocked. It was fried peas and shrimp. Where did the peas come from? The greenhouse of the manor has never been planted. Zhou Gui asked Lian, who was eating with him. Lian shook his head. I don't know, they were brought by the 2 new cooks. They didn't say their identity, and we didn't dare to ask. Don't worry, don't be afraid, Jiang. Haha. Zhou Gui was relieved. With so many mirrors, kerosene lamps, and thermos bottles, he knew that the identity of the person behind Dongzhu was not ordinary. Eating fresh peas in the middle of winter was not available in the market. Fried peas and shrimp could only be eaten in summer and autumn. No one had ever planted peas in the greenhouse, but now they could eat green peas that were not dried. This was called heritage. Can that Zhang guy eat it? If not, what right do you have to bully my Zhuangzi? Li An's family of 5 nodded. They felt like they were in a dream. Before the owner came back, they were terrified. They even didn't want to work anymore and didn't want to be paid. When Dongzhu came back, they quickly signed an irrevocable contract and saw something they should not have seen. With Dongzhu and without Dongzhu, their lives were different, and their moods were also different. Now they were learning the rules from the maids, who did not look like they were trained by ordinary families. Lian learned to read. You, your wife, and the 3 children should all learn. Zhou Gui ate a few mouthfuls of food and said to the 5 people, after signing the irrevocable contract, is it still useful to learn? Lian looked at his 13-year-old son. Chapter 804. On the 8th day of the first lunar month before dawn, the hired people had a bowl of porridge, a fried egg, 2 meat buns, and pickled vegetables. Then they ran into the greenhouse to pick vegetables. Xiaolan yawned and lectured Lian and his family. Learn how to read and write. Let Steward Zhou teach you pinyin first. Our Zhuangzi has a dictionary. If you don't know how to read, take your time to look it up. Dongzhu, what's the use of learning how to read? Lian was simple and honest, so he asked directly. Who in the Li family Zhuangzi can't read? Go and ask Li Dongzhu if it's useful. Zhuangzi's treatment is like that of the Li family Zhuangzi. Why can't you be like the Li family Zhuangzi's villagers? Don't you eat eggs and meat buns in the morning? Pickled vegetables are just shrimp oil side dishes. Xiaolan made a comparison. Her little Zhuangzi's treatment was like that of the Li family Zhuangzi's. There were many people in the Li family Zhuangzi. For breakfast they had soy milk, tofu pudding, spicy soup, goat milk, all kinds of porridge, wontons, and vegetable soup. Her own little Zhuangzi could only cook one type. It depended on what Princess Yongmu wanted to eat. Dongzhu will learn. Lian said. He indeed found that his life was better. Before Dongzhu came, there was no meat to eat. He didn't dare to eat the vegetables in the greenhouse. When Dongzhu came, there was no problem with food. It was indeed the treatment of the Li family Zhuangzi. There were also cotton bedding and new clothes. Dongzhu, are you still selling in large quantities today? Zhou Gui put on his new woolen coat and asked with his hands in his pockets. Take your hands out of your pockets when you're talking to me. Xiaolan glared at him and said impolitely. Yes, yes. Zhou Gui felt comfortable in his pockets, mainly because it was warm. He quickly took them out and put them on both sides of his body. I'm selling. Didn't you give me 5 days to regret? Including today, there are still 3 days. Let's see how I regret it. If he had the ability, he could send troops to kill them. From tonight onwards, pick up the kerosene lamps and send 2 to the sheds by the roadside. Our Zhuangzi doesn't lack kerosene. You've even tried the cork on the thermos? In the room where people stayed at night, there were 2 of them in one room. Once in the morning and once in the evening. Boil hot water and fill the thermos. There's a stove that's not allowed to stop firing. Use a big pot to heat up the soup. Xiaolan gave out a series of orders before returning to her room to take care of Princess Yongmu. The 6 of them looked at each other. What a prodigal! Lighting the everlasting lanterns at night? Sure enough, he's just like Zhuangzi of the Li family. Lian's eldest son, Li Yuanyang, compared with the rumors and found that there wasn't much difference. It was said that the Li family Zhuangzi was brightly lit at night. Now, it was his little Zhuangzi's turn. Do as I say. Zhou Gui turned around and left to organize people to deliver the dishes. In the East Market, a group of people pushed carts into the grocery stores. Boss, do you want a heating paste? Try it first. Look, take off the layer of oiled paper on it and breathe on it. Then twist it and stick it on your body. You'll feel hot. A cart stopped at the entrance of Shangshu grocery store. 2 people brought things in and introduced the usage and function of the heating paste to the boss. The boss followed their instructions and tied it on his leg. Not long after, he felt that the paste was indeed hot. He took it down and touched it with his hand. It was hot, really hot. It's of no use. How much are you selling it? The boss pretended to be not very interested. Bring it for sale. If it's not sold, we won't charge you. It's for the rich and powerful. It's 50 renminbi for one. We're offering you 40 renminbi. If we put it in your store and sell it, you'll earn 10 renminbi. We'll come back in a few days and you'll pay us as much as you sell it. The salesman introduced the new business model with a smile, which didn't require the boss to pay him. After the stuff was thrown in the store, the boss confirmed the amount and signed his name. If he sold it, he would earn a share of money. If he didn't sell it, he wouldn't have to spend a single cent. It was the first time that the boss had heard of such a business method. He found that he didn't suffer a loss. Just put a few. There are so many people in my store. The price? The boss took the opportunity to lower the price. There's not much profit. Let's do it this way. If you sell 10, it'll be 38 renminbi. If you sell 50, it'll be 37 renminbi. If you sell 100, it'll be 35 renminbi. If you can sell 1,000, it'll be 32 renminbi. If you sell more, it'll be easy to negotiate. The salesman gave the requirement of the sales quantity. The more the cheaper. No. If you sell 10, it'll be 32 renminbi. The boss shook his head and directly lowered the price to the lowest. No, it's not that profitable. Besides, we still have to pay tax. Let's do it this way. If you sell 10, it'll be 37 renminbi. You go and ask around. The lowest price of others is also the same. The salesman shook his head and didn't relent. He insisted on it, as if he would change to another store if they couldn't reach an agreement. The boss looked at the expressions of the two people carefully, and then closed his eyes slightly without saying anything. The two people looked at each other, sighed, and turned around to leave. Okay. The boss opened his eyes and agreed. How much do you want? The two people turned back again. Keep as many as you have. 1,000, it'll be 30 renminbi. The boss set the price for the most. Just 1,000. I don't have any more. They've all been distributed. The two people began to move as they spoke. 1,000 warm stickers were brought in. The boss wrote down the receipt. His expression was still indifferent as he closed his eyes. The two people left and went to the next store. The boss shouted to the people behind him, "Go and find 2 unfamiliar faces. Check out the other stores and find someone to follow them." "Got it, boss," someone answered from behind. When it was almost noon, someone came in to check on the shop assistant. The shop assistant went in and soon led the person to the back. "Boss Zhang, you're still the best. Others didn't negotiate the price for the same thing. We went to take a look. In a newly renovated warehouse in the south of the city, there were countless of such things piled up. I asked around, but the people around didn't know where they came from. The people in charge of renting out the warehouse were from the trade union. They didn't know who they were either." This person's report to the shopkeeper was quite detailed. "Not bad. We're going to take over a place soon. Be careful." The boss took out a few exchange coupons from his sleeve and handed them over. "Boss, don't worry. We're reliable. We'll stay behind you. We won't be seen easily." The person took the money and stopped moving. He stood guard. The boss went to the front again. He pushed the door open and smiled. Before he could go back, a car came quickly. With a hiss, it stopped at the door. A young man got out. He looked around and carried a small basket. He watched the boss enter the store. "Where's the boss?" "I'm here to pawn something," the man shouted as soon as he entered. The boss didn't say anything. The shop assistant came up. "Sir, what are you pawning?" "Holy water. A golden Buddha with scriptures." The man opened the cover of the basket to reveal the item inside. It was a transparent glass bottle with liquid underneath. There was a layer of golden substance on top of the liquid. The golden substance didn't come into contact with the liquid unless the bottle was shaken. There was a small round mirror on top of the golden substance. There was a golden Buddha on the mirror. The man carefully unscrewed the glass cap of the glass bottle and carefully took out the gold Buddha statues. The shop assistant stared with wide eyes. There seemed to be something on the golden Buddha, but he couldn't see clearly. The shop assistant glanced at the boss. The boss went to the counter and locked the door. He signaled the shop assistant to bring the item up through the small window. Chapter 805. Don't shake it. The one below is holy water and the one above is a golden lotus throne. There is a heavenly mirror on the lotus throne. The golden Buddha is a scripture golden Buddha. You need a special mirror to see the scripture. It's passed down from my ancestors. The man carefully handed the item over and told the shopkeeper what it was. The shopkeeper didn't say anything. He picked up a piece of silk and carefully took the item. He also took the golden Buddha. He glanced at the water in the glass bottle. He didn't know what it was. He knew about the glass bottle. The kerosene lamp was used. The Li family Zhuangzi had it. The golden lotus throne was indeed a lotus throne. There was a mirror on it. It was said that the people in the palace had mirrors. Some of them were even sold to Tubo and were very valuable. The shopkeeper calmly took out a magnifying glass made of crystal and looked at the golden Buddha. With just one look, he felt his heart beat faster. Based on the weight and size, he was sure that it was a golden Buddha. Looking at it with the magnifying glass, he could faintly see some small words. However, the magnifying glass couldn't see clearly. What was this technique? In broad daylight, the shopkeeper lit a kerosene lamp and looked carefully under the light. Buddhist scripture. It was indeed a Buddhist scripture. He could see a few words in front of him. That's right. What an amazing craftsmanship. He took a deep breath and put down the golden Buddha. He asked, "Are you working for me or are you best friends?" "Of course I'm working for you. My family is in urgent need of money. Otherwise, why would I take this out to borrow money temporarily? I'll come back to redeem it in a month at most." The man looked at the shopkeeper warily, as if he was afraid that the shopkeeper would kill him. "How much do you want to redeem it?" The shopkeeper asked again. 100 coins, not much. I guarantee that I'll return it within a month. How much do you want? The man stretched out a finger. It's not worth it. This item. Shopkeeper, I'm not working for you anymore. 100 coins is not worth it? You're lying with your eyes wide open. I'll give you 1,000 coins. You give me the same scripture golden Buddha. The man was angry and reached out to take it back. Wait, let me take a look. The shopkeeper reached out to block him and looked again with the magnifying glass. As he looked, his heart continued to beat faster. He had to take it for himself first. The words were too small. He couldn't see them clearly even with the magnifying glass. How did he carve them? And what was the lotus throne made of? The mirror was a real mirror. The holy water. Perhaps it was. This item. It's worth it. Is it okay? If not, I'll go somewhere else. The man frowned and asked. Okay. The shopkeeper agreed. He hoped that the other party would not be able to exchange it for money, and then this thing would be his. Fine, just write the receipt. The man appeared impatient. All right, write it. The shopkeeper dragged his voice. Ordinary colored glass buckets, mixed wastewater, dyed lotus stands, cracked mirror fragments, old Buddha, wait, shopkeeper. If you write this, I won't be your shopkeeper. The man didn't agree. This was called jargon. Good things should be broken first. The purpose was to judge according to what was written down when there was a problem in the future. Just like a good leather jacket, the pawnbroker would say, written, missing edges, little hair, bitten by insects and rats, cracked surface, torn and lost a leather jacket. Because if it wasn't well preserved and was damaged, the compensation would be reduced as much as possible. The words of the pawnshop were like knives stabbing at his heart. I'm here for work. I'll take it back within a month. What do you want? The man glared. 10%. The shopkeeper stretched out 2 fingers. 3% interest. The man disagreed. This interest was calculated in terms of days. 1% represented 1%. 30 days, 30%. If he pawned 100 coins, he would have to return 130 coins 30 days later. In a year, the interest would be more than 3 times. It didn't even take into account the compound interest. Of course, if he pawned it, it wouldn't be 30%. The interest would be calculated in terms of days. If he pawned it for a month, it would be extended for 3 months. After a month, it would be compound interest. If you can't redeem it within a month, you'll be given 90 days, and the interest will be compounded. A 90-day compound interest of 1 cent is equal to about 449 times. 130 coins multiplied by 2. For 49. After 4 months it would be this amount. 5% interest. I'll write it again, but only for a month. The shopkeeper made a counteroffer. Deal. The man thought for a while and agreed with clenched teeth. The shopkeeper went to weigh the gold Buddha statues. It was exactly 6 taels. Right, the shopkeeper shouted again. Transparent colored glass vase, half clear water, lotus paste, round mirror, gold Buddha statues, 6 taels light, scripture small flies. When you pawn the money, it's calculated in 1 month. 5% interest, you'll give it up if it's extended for a month. Write another sentence. If the price is over $1 million, you'll pay back 3 times if it's damaged, the man said immediately. This set of items was worth over $1 million. If it was damaged, he would pay back 3 times. 6%. The shopkeeper increased the price. Okay. The man agreed. Thus, the 5% interest was changed to 6%. Both parties signed the contract, pressed their fingerprints, and the shop's seal. The man was given a stack of exchange vouchers. The pawning was complete. The man left. The shopkeeper took a few deep breaths. Follow him and check. He wanted this gold Buddha statue. It was too beautiful. The key was that he didn't know who made it. It wasn't expensive at 3,000 coins. He didn't care about selling it for money. He just wanted to give it as a gift. Before long, the man behind him came back. He went to Luoyang. It seems there's an urgent matter. He hired a car. Do you still want to check? No need. The shopkeeper took out some money and gave it to him. Li family Zhuangzi. The first and second steps have been completed, Songda said respectfully to Li Yi. He was practically kneeling to Li Yi. Other people would say something and then hand it over to the steward or housekeeper to deal with. It reflected his ability to manage things. Dongzhu himself was actually quite useless. This Dongzhu of his was too sinister when it came to scamming people. The third step will be launched in 2 days. Treat it as a benefit for the people of the capital. Aya, with such an opponent, am I too much of a bully? Li Yi looked like he was blaming himself. It was as if he didn't want to set up a trap to scam people. At this moment he felt like he was being forced into a situation where he had no choice but to resist. At least that was what he thought. Dongzhu is benevolent and righteous. They went too far. Dongzhu is kind. Songda praised with all his might. He felt that the best choice in his life was to agree to Dongzhu's purchase. At the same time he was very happy. Dongzhu was finally acting like a normal person. In the past, Dongzhu was rarely aggressive. He always did things for the sake of the country and the people. Now Dongzhu was moved by an ordinary woman and changed his way of doing things. In the future, Zhuangzi would have a female lead. With the birth of a little Dongzhu and a little princess, it would be more like a home. There are still 2.5 days left. Don't say that I didn't give them a chance. They should admit their mistakes as soon as possible and pay the price. Everything can be discussed. Songda, don't you think they can't compare to old you and the others? They offended me and immediately apologized when they saw that the situation was wrong. This is good. There's no end to it. I've given enough hints. They sell greenhouse vegetables again and again, and especially in the same place. Don't they think about it more? Li Yi felt that he had given the other party a chance. If it was him, he would bully someone who sold medical products. The first time he succeeded. Then the other party did the same thing in the same place. He bullied them again. If the other party continued to do the same thing in the same place, he would be afraid. He would quickly find connections and ask about the situation. He wouldn't dare to do it again. His own business would have to stop. If he didn't even have this bit of reaction and awareness, he would have been killed long ago. But the person surnamed Jiang did it again and again. 3 times in a day. Why didn't he think about it? Dongzhu, sometimes people can't see the situation clearly. Otherwise, there wouldn't only be 220 students in the second year. Songda also felt sorry for Jiang Hui and the others. He had given them opportunities again and again. Chapter 806. Why hasn't Xiaoyi made a move yet? That shouldn't be the case. Bai Gu, who was entertaining a large group of colleagues at home at night, couldn't understand. He didn't see Li Yi make a move, and Li family Zhuangzi didn't move at all. He thought that Li Yi would make a move in the name of Li family Zhuangzi to help Princess Yongmu get back at him. Then he would learn how to do it. He's already made a move. If Li Yi brings out Li family Zhuangzi, who wouldn't be afraid? Yao Chong actually knew Li Yi the best. Like Song Jing, he once wanted to suppress Li Yi. Song Jing took the mutton rolls on the boat next to him, put a few into the pot, and put the plate on an empty boat. After thinking for a while, he said, Li Yi isn't collecting evidence to impeach him, is he? The most terrifying thing is what we can't see, Lu Huaishan shook his head. He felt it the most. Until now, everything in his house had been improved by the celestial world for legal reasons. He had only written once and all kinds of benefits had come to him. It was impossible to get rid of it. If he became a shareholder, no matter how hard he investigated, there would be no problem. Even if he, a member of the first inspection team of the Tang dynasty, investigated, he would still find out. Did he write? Was the Prime Minister's calligraphy worth money? Did he become a shareholder? Then cotton candy wouldn't make money, and it would be normal for him to become a shareholder. It's good that he didn't harm ordinary people. Why do you keep thinking about him? Wei Zhigu didn't want to target Li Yi. He was now thinking about digging a well in the desert, and the Ministry of Works couldn't ignore it. He also needed to know the drought-prone areas of the Tang dynasty and send people to dig wells. The Ministry of Works had trained some people who knew how to dig wells. It didn't matter whether the wells were easy to dig, but whether they should dig them or not. In dry areas, the underground water layer was deep. If they dug slowly, they might not be able to get water. If they didn't dig, there would never be a well. Let's eat. Long Zai is treating us today. Don't leave any leftovers. The Li family Zhuangzi doesn't like others to leave any leftovers. Let's learn from him. Sui changed the topic to food. He had never seen Li Yi before. However, he knew that the Li family Zhuangzi had always treasured food. No matter how expensive or cheap it was, he would never waste it. Sanlang, why isn't Uncle moving? Just send 2 chefs and some delicious food to Yuan Shu. Empress Wang was also eating. According to the intelligence reports, the Li family Zhuangzi did not directly make a move. It seemed that he was conducting a business transaction. Yuan Shu has been very happy recently. She even found someone to play badminton with in the afternoon. Li Longji smiled. He was not worried that his daughter would be wronged. If his daughter knew someone else, they might not be able to do anything about it. Now she was in contact with Li Yi. Was Zhang Hui worthy of her daughter's concern? It's time for Zhang Jiao to step down. He and his brother Zhang Hui are officials in the imperial court. They are also related to Yuan Qianyao by marriage. They are too powerful. Empress Wang suggested that she wanted to teach her a lesson. In the current Tang dynasty, there was no such thing as the imperial harem not allowed to interfere in politics. Empress Wang had always been involved. In the past, she had little say and did not want to speak. She did not have children. Now that her son was growing up, who was the most powerful in the imperial harem? When Wu Zetian was pregnant, Empress Wang did not have children. History repeated itself. When Wu Huifei was pregnant, it was still Empress Wang who did not have children. However, someone came and changed everything. Empress Wang was now very powerful. She held her son's hand and all the officials knelt down. Therefore, her thoughts turned from the imperial harem to the imperial court. She once again gave advice to Li Longji. Li Longji now valued Empress Wang to prove that he was not abandoned by the heavens. He was right to make the empress. He was not wrong to get the throne. His brothers were all good. His father was still alive. Who was not convinced? He was born in response to the heavens. Wasn't the 30,000 winged knights proof? Li Longji looked around and saw that there were no outsiders. He leaned over and kissed Empress Wang. Look at Brother Yi. Come to my place to sleep tonight. Bring the little fellow. Empress Wang blushed. It was too embarrassing, too happy to. Yes, let's sleep together. The little fellow reacted quickly. He could only play crazily in the Li family Zhuangzi. It did not matter even if he fell down. Usually, he could only play with his mother, father, palace maids, and eunuchs. Sometimes, he could not see his father when he went to sleep at night. It was better to sleep in that fun place. Divide it up. No need to count. It doesn't matter how many there are. Divide the copper and tin and then eat. Princess Yongmu's Zhuangzi went up. Xiaolan instructed the others. It did not matter whether there were enough copper coins or not. If there were not enough, so be it. Li Lang said that he wanted the tin money. This was the most important thing. The copper coins were piled up. waiting to be sent to the Li family zhuangzi to be melted. Hundreds and hundreds of millets were not even enough for the fuel for the lamp. How much was a giant panda? How much was a big talking parrot? What was that saying again? Marry a wife, eat and wear clothes. Marry another, wear clothes and eat. Xiaolin had a goal in life, so she was more lively. Princess Yongmu watched from the side, waiting for dinner. Tonight's dinner was still made by the Li family zhuangzi's chef. It was yam chicken. Princess Yongmu had already smelled the fragrance. She did not know that yam chicken with potatoes was the best. Unfortunately, Li Yi could not get potatoes. He used yam instead. The yam was not noodle enough. Any kind of yam was not good enough. However, the starch content was also high. There was soup which could be mixed with belt noodles. The key was that there were chilies with seeds. After chopped chilies were cooked, they could not be taken out to plant. It was time to eat. The yam was quite smooth. People who had never eaten potatoes would not feel it. The people of the Tang dynasty ate yam to satisfy their hunger. The people still felt that rice and wheat were better. They had no choice but to eat yam as a staple food. Little miss, there are only 2 days left. I want to see how they will make us regret it. Xiaolan was full of anger. Didn't the other party say that they would make Zhuangzi regret it in 5 days? She was not convinced. Can you make me regret it? I have already written a letter to Li Dongzhu. My princess sent the letter, and Li Dongzhu's reply was like that. It was so fun. How can I regret it? It's only 100 mu of land. Can you kill me? Princess Yongmu became lively. She picked up a piece of chicken and said, I'm also waiting. I don't want to find anyone else. Li Lang is fine. The guards Zhou Gui and the others ate very happily, mainly because it was spicy. Spicy was never a taste, but it made people feel happy. No matter how stupid Zhou Gui and the others were, after eating such chilies they could guess some things. The expensive chili noodles sold outside were chili noodles without seeds. Zhuangzi had seeds. Why? Think about it with your thumb. Zhou Gui moved closer to Xiaolan, but he did not dare to move closer to little Mississippi Dongzhu. Are we related to the Li family Zhuangzi? Zhou Gui felt that even if he died, he had to ask clearly. Is there a difference? Xiaolan did not think that the eldest princess could not settle this matter. I understand. Zhou Gui understood a lot from Xiaolan's words. His Zhuangzi was indeed connected to the Li family Zhuangzi. Then this girl. He suddenly wanted to shout, Come Jiang, bring all the forces behind you. How big is the highest official? The minister of Li family Zhuangzi and the prime minister had to go personally. Even the assistant minister did not have the qualifications. This was Li Dongzhu's woman. Oh my God, come on. I will wake up early tomorrow and continue to pick vegetables and sell them. I want all the evil money. The evil money you give me, the more unlucky I get. What do you think Li Dongzhu is? Sometimes it's not good to be too smart. Xiaolan was unhappy. What's with your expression? Yes, Dongzhu. Zhou Gui quickly agreed. Chapter 807. On the 9th day of the first lunar month, the Shangshu grocery store and pawn shop in the East Market opened for business. 4 men in Hu attire came in. The 4 of them were well dressed. He was wearing a pair of boots made of camel skin, and a pair of pants made of wolf skin that was not covered by a yak skin coat. The scabbard on their waists was inlaid with gems and a chain of heavenly beads was around their necks. Just the clothes alone cost a lot. The shopkeeper knew the goods. However, he did not move. He had to be reserved and let the 4 people see the goods. The 4 people picked up an item and looked at it. They gathered together and discussed it in their own language. They put it down and were not satisfied. Then they picked up another item and were still not satisfied. When they got the warm stickers, the 4 people were curious. They pondered for a while but could not figure out the use. What is this? A person wearing an eagle feather hat asked. Warm stickers. The shopkeeper served them personally. He took a warm sticker, tore off the oil paper on one side, and twisted it in his hand. Tie it on your body and it will warm you up. Put it in your boots and your feet and legs will not be cold. The shopkeeper put the warm sticker on the person's hand. The person felt it for a while and showed a surprised expression. The other 3 people tried it and found it was indeed hot. They gathered together and whispered. The shopkeeper pretended to organize things, but he was actually listening. The shopkeeper could speak the words of the 4 people. As he listened, a smile appeared at the corner of the shopkeeper's mouth. How much is one? The person just now came over with the warm sticker. The shopkeeper gestured 8 with his hand. 80 coins. Tell me where you got it. Here you are. The person took out a stack of exchange coupons and randomly picked one. It was a large denomination of 1 liang. The shopkeeper smiled and shook his head. You can buy more for cheaper. How much do you have? What's the price? A bearded man next to him asked. 9.99. It was originally 1,000. Try one. It's free. I'll buy all of them. You can give me 75 liang. The shopkeeper returned the price. It's too expensive. The bearded man shook his head. Lower the price or we'll go to other places. Others don't have it. You can go and see if you don't believe me. 70 liang. I can't go any lower. The shopkeeper looked like he was not afraid of them going to other places, but he still lowered the price. The other person still shook his head. 60 liang. We won't buy it. I can't. To tell you the truth, my buying price is 63 coins. You have to let me earn a little. 1 coin is 3 coins, 66 coins. The shopkeeper smiled bitterly as he explained the price. We still want to buy more. Go and discuss with them. It's only 60 yuan each. When the bearded man tried to bargain, the person next to him pulled him back and whispered to him with his eyes. The shopkeeper's heart tightened. The other party said that he would go to other shops to take a look. What if there was a cheaper one? 60 yuan for one is fine. How many do you want? Leave a deposit first. I'll go talk to them. If the price can be lower, I'll give you a lower price. 100,000, 55 coins each. The man wearing the feather hat lowered the price again. The shopkeeper revealed an awkward expression. Let's go. The Hu with 2 strings of heavenly jewels around his neck turned to leave. Wait, just 55 yuan. Write a receipt and pay the deposit. If you don't buy it, the deposit won't be refunded. The shopkeeper stopped him. How much is the deposit? The person who was about to leave turned his head. It seemed that if the shopkeeper still couldn't satisfy him, he would leave. According to the rules, 30%. The shopkeeper's palms were sweating. The rules were actually 20%. 1,500 coins as deposit? Find a broker. You'll pay for it. The person who was about to leave returned the price. Otherwise, it would be 1,650 coins. Fine, I'll take a loss. The shopkeeper gritted his teeth and agreed. He gave a look to his assistant and the assistant rushed out to find a broker. Not long after, the contract was signed. It said to buy 100,000 heating notes. The price was 55 yuan. The total price was 5,500 coins. The deposit was 1,500 coins. The deposit was non-refundable and the goods would be delivered before dark tomorrow. If the goods were not delivered, the deposit would be refunded 3 times. Both sides agreed. The shopkeeper gave 1,500 coins to the shopkeeper on the spot. The shopkeeper wrote another receipt. The 999 people in the shop gave him 55 yuan in exchange coupons and were loaded onto the carriage and taken away. The 4 people went out and looked for other shops. Quick, close the door. I have to go buy something before the others. The shopkeeper was anxious. He ran out to find a horse and went east. The city didn't allow fast horses. The East Market was only 1 square away from the Spring Bright Gate in the east. He rode the horse and controlled its speed. After leaving the city gate, he immediately sped up and went south. He ran out of the hibiscus garden and turned southwest. In one breath, he ran to the newly built warehouse area in the south of the city. According to the number, he found the location where the heating notes were placed. Is anyone there? I'm the shopkeeper of Shangshu. Is anyone there? Outside the warehouse, he looked inside and could see people moving inside. After a while, someone came out. It was one of the people who came to his shop to sell goods that day. So it's Shopkeeper Jiang. Shopkeeper Jiang, this is... The person who came out cupped his fists and looked surprised. Riding on the horse, he slightly raised his head arrogantly. He belonged to the boss. Shopkeeper Jiang, where's the money? The salesman raised his head and asked, Didn't you say that you'll pay after selling? The shopkeeper lowered his head and stared. That 1,000 is. I can't do anything else. The goods are not mine. My boss is in Luoyang. I'm just a little assistant. The self-proclaimed assistant spread out his hands. Give me 100,000. I'll pay you tonight. 100,000. You have to think carefully. Oh, the price has to be lowered too. 20 coins for one, no, 18 coins for one. Shopkeeper Jiang was still so arrogant. He directly lowered the price. The assistant smiled bitterly. Shopkeeper Jiang, I was just about to tell you that in the future, it's not 30 coins but 50 coins. No matter how many goods there are, it's 50 coins. The ones in front are for big advertisements. Yesterday and this morning people came to buy them. The warm stickers are very popular. If it's really not possible, just 1,000. If it's not sold, we'll take them back. If it's sold, we'll pay 30 coins for one. You don't want to sell goods in Shengshu anymore? Shopkeeper Jiang's face was full of anger. The price was raised just like that? He found that the situation was not right. He was too anxious and asked for 100,000 at once. The other party followed suit and raised the price. How can the seller not think of shopkeeper Jiang's care? But there's no other way. Why don't I make the decision to lower the price for new goods in the future? The assistant was still smiling bitterly. Okay, 50 coins. Take the goods. Shopkeeper Jiang thought that even if the profit was less, at least he could still make some money. If he couldn't provide the goods, he would have to give the other party 3,000 coins for free. The Jiang family would lose everything in an instant. Where's the money? We can't sell the goods without money. The assistant looked at shopkeeper Jiang eagerly. Wait for me. I'll get it right away. Write a receipt first. Shopkeeper Jiang got off the horse and wanted to write a receipt. Otherwise, what if the price increased again after he withdrew the money? The assistant agreed and wrote 2 receipts. The meaning was that shopkeeper Jiang would bring the cash. 50 coins for one and 100,000 warm stickers, one for each person. Shopkeeper Jiang rode back to the East Market. He withdrew the cash including the deposit, but it was not enough. He borrowed some money from the broker and gathered 5,000 coins. He exchanged for a horse and carried a big bag of money to the warehouse. Both parties exchanged the goods. 100,000 warm stickers were loaded onto the cart and sent to the warehouse for free. Shopkeeper Jiang was relieved. He earned 5 coins for one. 100,000 would be 500,000 coins. 500 coins was not a small amount, but he still felt aggrieved. He could earn more. Brothers and sisters, please cast your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today 6 p.m. The farmer bowed. Chapter 808. Dongzhu, the next step of the plan is a success. Before shopkeeper Jiang returned to the shop, the news had already reached Zhuangzi. There's no hurry. There are less than 2 days left. I want to see how Jiang Hui can't let a little Zhuangzi live. Have you prepared the other goods? Li Yi didn't have any mercy at this moment. He either didn't make a move or he didn't show any mercy. This time the other party touched someone he shouldn't have, and he helped. If the target was a commoner, how much pressure would the commoners have to bear? A gentleman loves money, but he obtains it in the right way. It was not easy for the commoners to sue the officials when they were bullied. Even if they sent students to be the litigators for the commoners for free. Only when the matter was blown up and someone wrote a letter of impeachment could it be resolved. During the entire process, the commoners would be on tenterhooks and under too much mental pressure. They might even fall sick and die. Li Yi decided to beat the other party down in one go, the kind that couldn't be turned over. The warmth was just one of the links. There were more. Oh, Iwuhu. In the Zhuangzi bought under Xiao Lan's name, Princess Yongmu was teaching a large group of children. The children who didn't know Hanyu Pinyin were invited over. She said that they would be sent back after dinner to teach the children Pinyin for free. The nearby families saw the Zhuangzi lit the lamp at night. They dared to burn it for the whole night, proving the little Zhuangzi's wealth. At first there were both boys and girls at home. Only the boys were sent over. Only the girls were hesitant. They thought that the girls would belong to someone else in the future. What was the use of learning how to read? Now that they learned, should they buy brushes, ink and paper at home in the future? Wouldn't it be better to have time to help with work? Xiaolan brought the maids and guards to these families. She would snatch the children. A total of 41 children sat there and learned from Princess Yongmu, the beautiful big sister. Princess Yongmu was patient. As long as the children were obedient and didn't cause trouble, she repeated the pronunciation over and over again and even wrote on the blackboard. The children liked to see her smile, especially the boys. Beautiful girls liked it as well. Zhou didn't have time to manage Zhuangzi's affairs. Xiaolan was in charge and didn't have much work to do. Zhuangzi was too young. Zhou sent the vegetables over, and then came back with the evil money. Lian and his family followed suit and learned pinyin. They discovered that the maids and guards could all read and write. Naturally, Zhou could do it too. He even knew how to settle accounts. Only the 5 of them didn't know how to do it, so the pressure was immense. Time to eat, time to eat. The Li family Zhuangzi chef came over with a cart and shouted, "Everyone eat first. Eat as much as you can. Don't overeat. After eating, rest for a while. After that, the older children will continue with their studies. The younger children will take an afternoon nap." Princess Yongmu found something to do and was very happy. She called the children to eat. The dishes were all vegetables picked from the greenhouse. Pickled eggplant strips, cucumber and egg soup, stir-fried shredded pork with cowpeas, braised pork with soy sauce, stewed green onion leaves and pickled vegetables. Princess Yongmu, Xiaolan and the maids were served 2 more dishes: braised vegetable and cold pig ears. They needed a balanced diet. The most important thing for the children now was to eat meat. The guards also needed to eat meat. The guards also had 2 more boiled eggs to ensure that there was no shortage of protein. They were considered to be doing physical and intellectual work. The guards couldn't only know how to fight. At the critical moment, they had to analyze the situation. If they found that the situation was not good, they had to protect the people and run. The lives of the commoners around the capital office were actually not bad. However, there was still a certain gap to say that everyone could eat vegetables and braised pork in the greenhouse. They ate meat by selling a little meat, preferably fat, and cooked with dried vegetables and pickled vegetables. Their lives were much better than before. The money that the family earned had to be saved for a rainy day. The children ate the braised pork and rice in big mouthfuls. They didn't care about playing around. After eating, the younger children went to sleep while the older children continued to study. At night, they were served egg-fried rice and fried eggplant boxes. They used dried eggplant stuffed with meat, wrapped in noodles and fried. The guards carried kerosene lamps and sent them home. The children's parents thanked them profusely. Zhou dragged his tired body back. He had sold them 4 times today. He didn't know how to make up for the losses. In any case, it was all evil money. He brought the people who worked hard to pick vegetables to eat together. Everyone was very tired. The people who were hired were paid by the day. "Is this Xiaolan village? We are from the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Rights." A shout came from outside. "Don't eat yet. Go and take a look." Xiaolan glanced at Zhou. Zhou immediately stood up and ran out. A moment later, he returned with a face full of surprise. He was holding a stack of exchange vouchers in his hand. "Dongzhu, the Ministry of Rights said that Zhuangzi has educated the people and should be rewarded. The Ministry of Revenue refunded all the taxes and even gave an extra 10 taels of money." Zhou handed over the exchange vouchers and felt the warmth of the imperial court. Humph. None of them did anything. They were just waiting to watch the show. When the matter was over, they thought that it would be fine just because they gave some money. "We'll settle this score slowly." Xiaolan didn't take the money. The steward was in charge of the money. She didn't need to touch it. "Zhou, Dongzhu, am I the same as Songda?" Zhou felt that his status had increased. "Bah, if you want some face, how can you compare to Songda?" Do you know how many people and things Songda is in charge of? Songda has a bunch of stewards under him. Take your time to learn. Xiaolan was still so rude. She knew that the Li family Zhuangzi was basically under Songda's control. Li Yi was only in charge of the major aspects in research and development. Zhou Gui didn't care. He was thinking about his status as Songda's. As for managing tens of thousands of people, this headache. In the blink of an eye, the 10th day of the first lunar month arrived. Zhuangzi, who was bought under Xiaolan's name, was fine. In the morning, the surrounding families sent the children over and said that if they didn't listen, they would beat them to death. Then they went back to work. Have you eaten? Princess Yongmu saw the children and asked with a smile. No, the children shook their heads. Let's eat together. Princess Yongmu took the lead to wash her hands. The children lined up according to their sizes. The younger one stood in front. Zhou Gui didn't go to sell vegetables today. In the past 2 days, he had been picking vegetables too hard. Many small vegetables had been picked out to be sold. If he wanted to sell them again, he would have to pick cucumber thorns and eggplants. He complained softly. The adults know that we are good to the children. They don't give the children food and send them over to eat. Princess Yongmu didn't seem to hear him. Xiaolan glared at Zhou Gui. Believe it or not, the children's parents haven't eaten either. They save time and eat after work is done. They're still eating our food. Zhou Gui wasn't used to his current position. When he was a butler in the past, he was very stingy. Otherwise, Dongzhu wouldn't be happy. It's not easy to be trusted and recognized by others. The people will remember your good deeds. You have a long way to go. Don't be conflicted because of the small benefits in front of you. Xiaolan didn't scold Zhou Gui this time. Instead, she spoke according to the Li family Zhuangzi's development. They liked to take advantage of the Li family Zhuangzi. This was the consensus of the people and officials in the capital. Everyone was willing to drink the free soup from the Li family Zhuangzi. Correspondingly, when the Li family Zhuangzi encountered problems, countless people would respond. If the Li family Zhuangzi said that Songjing was a corrupt official, Songjing would have to face the slander of countless people. The people didn't consider whether Songjing was a corrupt official. They listened to the Li family Zhuangzi. If the Li family Zhuangzi said that the food in a restaurant was bad and could kill people, the restaurant could only close down. There was no other way. The people drank the free soup from the Li family Zhuangzi. This was a form of recognition for the Li family Zhuangzi. The people were worried that they would get sick from drinking the soup given by others. Chapter 809. My stomach hurts. Ever since I bought the vegetables from this store, I've had diarrhea after eating them. I can't take it anymore. In the morning in Shi City, Zhou Gui didn't come to the place where he used to sell vegetables. Someone else took it. The person who took it was also selling vegetables in a greenhouse. Behind him was the Li family Zhuangzi. A man in his 40s was carried there on a stretcher. Then he held his stomach and cried out. Both the people who set up the stall and the people who bought things were looking at him. The vegetable seller was puzzled. He was late today. It was the 10th day of the Chinese New Year. Everyone was preparing for a good day. Some of the vegetable sellers took up several stalls. He was here. Why did someone say that there was something wrong with his food? He didn't know how to argue and just watched. Diagonally across was the Jiang family's vegetable stall. Because they had a lot of vegetables, they took up 3 stalls. They had to pay for 3 stalls and there was also tax. The Jiang family also built some greenhouses. Most of the vegetables that Zhou Gui sold last night were bought by them. They needed to recoup their costs. The vegetables weren't very fresh, but they could be sold. The stout man who had been buying Zhou Gui's vegetables stood there. At this moment, he saw that Xiaolan Zhuangzi wasn't here. Instead, it was the Li family Zhuangzi's people. His pores opened up. He didn't care about anything else. He rushed over in a few steps and looked like he was checking on the person's condition. At the same time, he lowered his head and whispered, "Get up. It's not this one. This is the Li family Zhuangzi's stall. I ate the vegetables here. My stomach hurts." The person lying on the ground continued to hold his stomach and rolled around. After shouting, he lowered his voice and said, "Give me more money. If you don't give me more money, I won't get up. I don't care if it's the Li family Zhuangzi's stall." The stout man was instantly dumbfounded. He understood that he was being threatened. The other party was single. If he offended the Li family Zhuangzi, he would sell him out. "I'll give you 20 more money. Get up." The stout man squeezed the money out from between his teeth. "Ijina, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die." The person lying on the ground continued to shout, "Do you want to die? It's his house. I ate his vegetables and my whole body hurts. I remember the appearance of the person who sold the vegetables." "You're good. Get up quickly." The stout man knelt down. "Where is the money?" "Here, hurry up. Otherwise we'll be in big trouble." I want to see a doctor. I can't take it anymore." The man quietly took the money and stood up. He dragged the stretcher and left while groaning. Everyone. Ha 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 ha. Finally, someone couldn't help but laugh out loud. The others also laughed. Seeing the rich man's flushed face, they felt very happy. The stall owner next to them understood. The Zhang family had sent someone to frame Zhou Gui and Zhuangzi, but they had run into the Li family's Zhuangzi. It was fine if the government didn't get involved. Once the matter blew up and the government arrived, the Li family Zhuangzi wouldn't even need to do anything himself. Someone would naturally take care of it. If one were to fall ill after eating someone's food, they would need to submit a letter of complaint to the authorities. Then, someone would take the letter of complaint to the yamen. After the yamen had seen the letter, they would send someone to bring the sick person here and find a doctor. If they didn't bring the sick person to the yamen and beg for mercy, they would be arrested. Hence, that person didn't go to the yamen and went straight to Shi City. If he went to the yamen, the person who wrote the letter of complaint would have to bear the responsibility. The stout man went back angrily and stood there thinking of a solution. God knows why Zhou Gui didn't come. It was the last day. They had agreed on 5 days. If not, he would regret it. What should he do now that his fist had missed? He left Shi City and ran all the way to East City to look for Zhang Hui, the son of the shopkeeper of Shang Su's shop. He was Zhang Hui's good friend. In other words, he was Zhang Hui's best friend since childhood. He was depressed. He didn't make proper arrangements and couldn't use his follow-up plan. When he reached East City, he was panting. When he saw the shopkeeper, he continued to pant. "Uncle Zhang, something happened. Zhou Gui didn't come. The Li family Zhuangzi took a spot in a cooperative's greenhouse. That person extorted money from me." With just one sentence, shopkeeper Zhang understood. Indeed, it was easier to invite the devil than to send the devil away. "How about this, you and Xiao Hui go to the yamen and tell them that the vegetables Zhou Gui sold to you last night are not fresh. Many of them have rotted." Shopkeeper Zhang was also in a bad mood. He bought the warm invitation but didn't see the barbarians. He was waiting. If they didn't come tonight, he wouldn't give the barbarians the 1,500 yuan. However, he bought them for 50 yuan each. He lost money. He had to sell them for 35 yuan each to break even. But how could he sell them? Zhang Hui left and followed his good friend to Wanyan County's yamen. It wasn't far. Pyongkong Square was to the north of West City. South of Pyongkong Square was Wanyan County's yamen in Xinyang Lane. The closest place to Pyongkong Square was the bathhouse owned by Li Longji. South of the bathhouse was Wanyan County's yamen. It was just a short walk from East City. The two of them brought their coupons and went to the yamen. Zhang Hui always said that he was Zhang Jiao's relative and had treated them to drinks before. Seeing that the two of them wanted to see the yamen, he led them to the county magistrate. "County Magistrate Hong, there's a Zhuangzi in the West City. The vegetables they sold to us are not fresh. Many of them have rotted this morning." Zhang Hui said as he stretched out his hand and took out a stack of coupons. The county magistrate's name was Hong Liang. He didn't stretch out his hand and looked at Zhang Hui. "If you're doing business in West City, you should go to Chang'an County. Forgive me for not being able to help you." County Magistrate Hong. Zhang Hui and his good friend were stunned. Why did he say that he could solve everything when they were having a meal? Now that he was in trouble, he was trying to shirk responsibility. Hong Leong opened the drawer of his new desk and took out a stack of coupons. He counted them and gave them to Jiang Hui. He grabbed Jiang Hui's hand and stuffed it into his sleeve. You treated me to drinks. I've calculated that I've spent around 300 yuan. Here you go. County Magistrate Hong, look at you. This is far from enough. Why bother? It's not like. Jiang Hui was anxious. Hong Leong waved his hand. His Majesty has given me many benefits. The Yamen runners work hard. Chong is right under His Majesty's nose. My house is in the south of the city and His Majesty has given me a courtyard. I've heard about your affairs and have been looking for an opportunity to return the favor. I've been busy with work and you're here now. Some things can't be done but lawsuits are free. Aren't you afraid that Zhuangzi's people will kneel at the Ba River Bridge and beg Li Dongzhu? Hong Leong explained the situation clearly. He was afraid and didn't dare to interfere with what they had done. If the people had no way to sue, they would have gone to Li Yi. Li Yi promised that he would investigate. If he found out, could you bribe him? The Prime Minister and the Minister had personally paid him a visit. He had money and power. But Jiang Hui was unwilling to give up. He had already made the promise. If he couldn't take care of the other party, he would lose face. Go. Watch your actions carefully. Don't implicate Duke Jiang. Hong Leong added. Although he was only a county magistrate, he was the county magistrate of Wanyan County. He knew a lot about the affairs of the imperial court. Duke Jiang was a first-rank official, but he couldn't compare to the Li family Zhuangzi's Li Yi. If the people were forced to a dead end, they would go to Li Yi. Chapter 8:10. That's it? I am too bored. If I knew they were so weak, why would I waste so much effort? Li Yi knew about the situation. Someone wanted to pretend to be the victim and cause trouble. But Zhuangzi did not have any vegetables. They had to wait for a day for the cucumbers and eggplants to grow. The Li family Zhuangzi's workers went to sell vegetables, but the other party immediately backed off. It's not that I am looking down on them. It's because they do not have anything worthy of my attention. If you are so capable, you can drag my Li family Zhuangzi down with you. Li Yi was more frustrated than Jiang Hui. He had spent so much effort to devise this plan, but why were his opponents so weak? They were not on the same level. Was he using a cannon to kill a mosquito? Dongzhu, they had also approached the people from Wanyan County and Chang'an County, but they did not agree. Are they going to let this matter rest? Songda continued to report. Let this matter rest? The beauty is waiting for us. How can we let this matter rest? They can't do it because they are weak. Their thoughts are not good. Li Yi shook his head. Impossible. He had already made a move. Their opponents were weak, but it does not mean their thoughts are healthy. They were not as good as Zhang Sun Xian. Zhang Sun Xian knew how to control the dosage when she poisoned the food. Her motive was not to kill anyone. Her motive was different. Zhang Sun Xian wanted to cause trouble, but she did not want to see anyone die. Jiang Hui only wanted to achieve his goal, and did not consider the lives of others. Dongzhu, the people from Wanyan County and Chang'an County are not bad. Songda praised. Jiang Hui could not find anyone. Their income is not proportional to their efforts. Of course they will not do it. Once they are found to be problematic, they will lose their positions and houses. They will also be exiled. It's meaningless. Send someone over. Don't let anyone find out. This is the last chance. Send someone to destroy the greenhouse tonight. Li Yi considered the problem from the other party's point of view. Other methods were useless and he could only do it directly. The most direct method was the most useful, but it was also the most despicable method. Countless people in the medical industry committed suicide. They were all extreme measures that could not be resolved through other means. Songda bowed and left to arrange his men. Li Yi went back to his study to copy books. He did not want to think about Jiang Hui. The same news spread to the Political Affairs Hall and the first patrol group of the Tang dynasty. The big shots were also helpless. Jiang Hui could only use this method. It was too despicable. Looks like Li Yi doesn't have to do anything. Sigh. Bai Gu and the others ran to the political affairs hall. Zhang Hui was in a bad mood. If Li Yi didn't do anything, Zhang Hui would end up crippling himself. It was nothing more than taking advantage of the difference between buying vegetables for a few days. What he wanted to see was a carefree battle. Not a battle where one side wanted to attack but was unable to do so. Since everyone is here, please help me settle this small matter. Song Jing was very happy. He asked someone to bring over a large pile of small problems that had been sent up from below. Many of them had been prime ministers before. Come, let's get rid of them together. This will save us a lot of trouble in the political affairs hall. He believed that these people would not mess around, and he was not worried that the other party would seize power. Since they had already joined the league, there was no power to be seized. Therefore, everyone divided a small pile of papers and began to write. They were used to it. The local officials did not know that there was a set of uniform standards in the imperial court. The prime ministers were at ease. Those that were changed to stay in Ziwei province would stay in Ziwei province. Those that were changed to write comments for the emperor so that the emperor would have a reference. The people of the first patrol group of the Tang dynasty did not have any selfish desires. They were treated well, including being allowed to go to the Li family Zhuangzi to see a doctor. What was left was to help the Tang dynasty settle things. After a few days they would go to another place and uproot a local government. They would go there to help stabilize it. Li Yi is indeed extraordinary. Song Jing also wrote a letter and gave a high evaluation of Li Yi. This group of people was good. They could rest assured. Even if the emperor saw that the handwriting and style were different, it did not matter. He was too busy. Why couldn't he ask the people in the league to help him? They were not outsiders. Xiaoyi didn't do a good job this time. Lu Huaishan said regretfully. Xiaoyi should have taken action instead of watching the other party. The other party's methods were too poor and did not show his ability. Lu Huaishan added 4 kerosene lamps and 4 thermos bottles to his house, which were considered big items. He thought that Li Yi should have stood out earlier. Now there was no need. Li Yi felt that he did not help. Let's wait and see tomorrow. Yao Chong replied quickly. What nonsense are you talking about building a city wall? You're not allowed to build a city wall in Jiangnan province? Who are you guarding against? Also, you want to build water conservancy in Hunan province? Nonsense. You're next to the sea. Why do you want to build water conservancy? You might as well say that you want to dredge the Grand Canal. That way you can get approval. You can even use the Yellow River. Zhang Jiling wrote a letter asking for money. He wants to build a pier. Where is the pier? Approved. Yao Chong said and agreed. At the same time, he wrote a comment on the back. Guangzhou City's pier should be the most important. Even the newly built roads are connected to the north and south of the city. It is convenient to travel. After he finished writing, he passed it to Bai Gu. Bai Gu was in charge of the Ministry of Revenue. If there was still money to be spent on building a pier, it would be a waste of money. Bai Gu took a look and wrote, just like before, the roads are unobstructed. Approved. This would be handed over to Li Longji, and let Li Longji make the final decision. If he agreed, the Ministry of Revenue would allocate the money. The others also rejected or agreed. Some even gave some guidance. The daily work of the Government Affairs Hall was like this, unless there was a big issue. If the local government wanted to do something, they had to write down the pros and cons and input. Some were like Zhang Jiling. He was good at writing, so he wrote essays. The other officials could not write essays, so they were more straightforward. If Xiaoyi wanted to write a letter asking for money, what would he write? Bai Gu thought of Li Yi. He will pay for it himself. What's there to write about? You still want to collect taxes from him when he sells things? I don't know what he has been doing recently. Lu Yochio threw 2 memorials over and picked up the next one. I have to ask him if he wants to collect taxes. He said he should, so he paid. He said he has a use for the money. What can I do? Speaking of this, Bai Gu was in a bad mood. Collecting taxes from others was coercive. They could only obey. Collecting taxes from the Li family Zhuangzi depended on whether Li Yi wanted to pay. If he did not pay, there would be no taxes. If he paid, there would be a lot of taxes. There was no way to deal with Li Yi. The key was that Li Yi did have needs. He was in charge of the military and did not care about money. It did not take long for all the government affairs to be dealt with. The ones that needed to be given to Li Longji were put aside and given to him at night. Come to my house for dinner. We can order takeout from earthly paradise. Yao Chong sent out an invitation. He wanted his son to be at ease and not think too much. His son did not die of illness. It was Li Yi who helped him in advance. When he came back, he wrote a letter and did not have an official position. He wanted to take everyone there to let his son know that he still had power and not to give up. Go to Yuan's house but don't go to earthly paradise. I will write a note to Xiao Yi and get food from the Li family Zhuangzi. Bai Gu guessed Yao Chong's thoughts and was willing to help. He took a piece of paper and wrote, "The days spent together are short, but the days spent apart are busy. The inspection team is in the political affairs hall. It is rare for old friends to get drunk. Who can eat delicacies in Xingning Square?" After writing, he put it in an envelope, sealed it slightly, and sent someone to send it to the Li family Zhuangzi. Chapter 8:11. When the letter reached the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Yi took a look. Fry some ribbonfish and send 2 caddies of white wine. Don't send too much. They'll get drunk and delay tomorrow's work. Send a watermelon, mixed cucumber, fennel beans, pig ears, braised pork tendons, shredded onions, coriander, and cooked ham and tofu rolls. Bring an alcohol stove and stew chicken and mushrooms in a clay pot. Send it to Prime Minister Yao's house. He's not the Prime Minister anymore, so we'll have to address him as before. Li Yi made some arrangements. The other party obviously wanted to drink, so he sent food and wine. He didn't even use the staple food. They probably wouldn't eat the staple food. Wait a moment. Steam 4 trays of dumplings and bring some stir-fried dishes from the cafeteria. Li Yi remembered that Yao Chong's family couldn't accompany them. They also needed to eat, so he brought some for them. Bai Gu specially wrote a letter asking for food. If he didn't answer correctly, how could he do things in the future? Cui Lu went to make the arrangements. Li Yi flicked his wrist a few times. Tao Hong quickly prepared the brush, ink, paper and inkstone. Li Yi picked up the brush and dipped it in the ink. He wrote, "Wine can be drunk, but the stomach has a capacity. Don't hurt the body when drunk." He warmed a shallow cup to wait for drinking. He fried and steamed dumplings as the staple food. When Yao Chong and the others arrived at Yao Chong's house, Li family Zhuangzi's food box was delivered. Come, come, come. Everyone, please. Xiao Yi set to drink less wine. Lastly, fry the cold steamed dumplings in oil. Each person should eat a few, otherwise it'll harm the body. Bai Gu waved Li Yi's letter to everyone. The others took a look and decided not to drink too much. They would eat some fried dumplings. Li Yi's words were right. Li Yi's medical skills were unparalleled in the world. A large group of people was very happy. Interacting with Li Yi was so simple. Whatever you wanted, he would cooperate with you. It made people feel warm. If you wrote a poem, he would write one in return. This was called elegance. Li Yi's power is still too great. Song Jing admitted that Li Yi was not bad. But because of his identity, he still wanted to restrict him. The Li family Zhuangzi only has 100 or so private soldiers. Why bother with him? He wants to ascend, but he can fly in the sky. What can you do to him? Yao Chong advised Song Jing that he couldn't control Li Yi, so he shouldn't waste his effort. Li Yi could fly, and he had a weapon that could kill people from several hundred feet away. If Li Yi wants to do something, can you stop him? It was all because of Li Yi's self-restraint that he couldn't kill him. Yuanji is right. However, Li Yi overlooked something. For example, Princess Yongmu was bullied. Li Yi wanted to wait for the other party to make a move before making a move. In the end, the other party made a fool of himself. If it were other aspects, Li Yi might have missed the opportunity. Since we are much older than him, we should give him some guidance. After this matter is over, we will write to him. Sui looked at the wine that was boiling. Speaking of Li Yi's lack of action, no one saw Li Yi make a move. The Li family Zhuangzi had been calm the whole time. A new year had begun this year. Everyone had their own thoughts. While drinking, they revealed their political goals to others. After drinking and eating dumplings, they realized that it was too late. Thus, they went to sleep at Yao Chang's house. In the west of the city, not far from the Zhuangzi that was bought under Xiao Lan's name, a group of people appeared. They were dressed in black, and their faces were covered with a black cloth, only revealing their eyes. They brought lighters and some kerosene, but most of them were cooked vegetable oil and soybean oil in bamboo tubes. They ran towards Xiao Lan Zhuangzi's greenhouse, trying to walk on the side of the road. Just as they were about to reach the place, the leader raised his hand under the dim light of the kerosene lamp, and the group stopped. Everyone bent their backs and moved slowly, preparing to pour the oil on the greenhouse and ignite it. Closer, closer. They were only a dozen steps away from the edge of the group of greenhouses. Whoosh, bang, the sound of something flying through the sky rang out, including the sound of flying. Several people in the group directly fell to the ground. It was too scary. How could a quiet night be like this? Ooh, who is it? Be on guard, be alert. All kinds of voices rang out. In less than 10 breaths, the sound of horse hooves rang out, indicating that someone was beside the horse and had mounted it after hearing the sound. Torches lit up one by one. Not only was it the Zhuangzi that was bought under Xiao Lan's name, but the surrounding area was also brightly lit. Many people rushed over with weapons. Father, Xiao Lan Zhuangzi seems to be in trouble. The person living behind, a woman, said to the man. The Jiang family said that they want to take in Zhuangzi, or they will regret it. This is murder. The man stood up and listened. Father, what should we do? Pretend you don't know. The child learned a lot from them, and they even gave him food. Pretend you don't know? Don't move, I'll go get a few girls and let them hide here. Father, be careful. Don't be afraid, under the emperor what can they do? Do they think the winged knights are decorations? Don't move, whoever moves will be shot. Put down your weapons, raise your hands and prepare to fire. Cavalry in position, ready to charge. Put down your weapons and kneel. The people who were preparing to burn the greenhouses were dumbfounded. Crossbow? Cavalry? The people in the third courtyard were all awake, except for Princess Yongmu and Xiao Lan, who were still learning. Dongzhu Xiaonyang, there are people outside. Zhou Gui ran over and stood outside the window shouting. Got it, don't worry. Princess Yongmu was doing math problems. She had learned algebra and geometry, but it was difficult for her to learn. Hearing Zhou Gui's shout, she frowned and said crisply, Xiao Lan Zhuangzi, quickly come out and hide here. We promise we won't say anything. There's a place to hide. Xiao Lan, quickly bring them out. We'll help you find a place to hide. It'll be fine when the sun rises. Xiao Lan Xiaonyang, my family went to Chang'an on a donkey. Go find the 16 guards and the winged knights. You two come out first. There were shouts all around from the people who came out of their homes. They were all men. The people who lived in this area ran over. Some were holding manure forks, some were holding kitchen knives and sickles. There were also people who tied Xiao Dao to the front of a bamboo pole, preparing to use it as a long weapon. Xiao Dao was not suitable for stabbing, but if it was waved and scratched the neck, the person would be crippled. Some people used earth baskets and bamboo baskets as shields. Go with them. Princess Yongmu put down her pen and called Xiao Lan. Young. Xiaonyang can't, this place is the safest. Xiao Lan dissuaded. Anywhere is safe, we can't disappoint the villagers. Go with them. Princess Yongmu insisted. Then the 8 servant girls put on hand crossbows and knives at their waists, protecting Princess Yongmu and Xiao Lan as they went out. Xiao Lan held a strong crossbow in her hand. It was very heavy, but she held it very steadily. When they went out, a group of people came up and surrounded them. Go back, they don't know. The people shouted as they looked warily at the surroundings. It was pitch black outside. Follow me, I'll use a fire sickle to make a fire. There'll be a bit of light. The person at the very front struck the fire sickle but did not ignite anything. Just made sparks. Zhou Gui followed at the very back holding a stick. He found that there was no need for him. The surrounding neighbors had protected the boss and Xiaonyang. At this moment he suddenly found that the food he made for the children was worth it. What was a little bit of food? At the crucial moment people would come to help you. Chapter 8:12. Princess Yongmu and her entourage were protected as they walked to the back. Along the way more people joined them, some even carrying bows. There's a mound over there. Let's go to the mound and stand on it. There aren't many of them, so they won't be able to charge up. Quick, we can't let the noble get hurt. Don't sleep tonight. After one night, His Majesty will know tomorrow. Who has a stove that can be carried? If not, we can use a pot to carry charcoal. We don't need coal, it's too smoky. There's a group of who following them. Are they helping? The neighbors carried all kinds of weapons and surrounded Princess Yongmu and her entourage, expressing their thoughts. Princess Yongmu had a smile on her face. She looked back and forth and realized how kind her neighbors were. She wasn't afraid at all. From the first sound of the explosion, she knew which team had made a move. Not to mention the Jiang family, even the best foreign troops in the world wouldn't be able to hurt her under the ambush of that army. At this moment her heart melted. The feeling of being cared for was too good. This was happiness. That person had calculated everything, including her father. The surrounding who were obviously arranged by her father. Including the soup shed in front, she had always been in a safe situation. Now the neighbors were helping her because she gave their children food to eat and taught them to read. Here, go up. Don't light the fire. We'll be in the dark, the neighbors shouted. A group of people used fire sickles to illuminate the area and sent Princess Yongmu and her entourage to the top of a small hill. They stood guard everywhere. The Hu's team was at the outermost circle. They had a tacit understanding and didn't come over or move. The 8 maids squatted down and set up their crossbows. At their waists were tactical military knives. Zhou Gui realized that he was the most useless. Li An's family of 5 also had a sickle each, while he had a cudgel. A cudgel against a sickle. It was obvious that the cudgel was at a disadvantage. If he swung the cudgel, the enemy could block it at the cost of a broken arm. If he swung the sickle, Xiaolon put down the crossbow. It was too heavy. Princess, it's cold outside. Why don't we not come out? She whispered to Princess Yongmu. If you don't come out, how do you know you can use the hearts of the people? It'll be done in a while. When the news gets back, Li Lang will send something over. Princess Yongmu was now in a state of excitement. She had never experienced something so exciting before. When she was young, she was also afraid of the things that happened in the palace, but they were all very far away from her. She understood that the current situation was because her father had won the battle. However, she could not participate in the process of the battle. Today, he encountered a group of people protecting him, including the neighbors and commoners. She knew that the neighbor thought that there would be people coming to help soon because they were next to Chang, and that was why he took action. If no one helped, the people would hide in their homes or hide her in Xiaolon. But you can't expect everyone to fight for you without any reservations. You didn't say you were Princess Yongmu. In the current situation, if she shouted that she was Princess Yongmu, the people would fight even harder. It was wrong to ask others to be open to you and give their all when you were hiding your identity from them. Now it was already good. Because she provided food and taught the neighbors' children, the neighbors chose to help after weighing the pros and cons. If she did not teach the children and provide food for the children, the neighbors would not weigh the pros and cons. Crazy? She really dares to burn down the greenhouse? Let's add a few more articles in tomorrow's newspaper. She probably can't find any direct evidence. What a farce. Zhang Jiao, get out of here. And Li Linfu, this person is too disgusting. I'm annoyed. He can be promoted because the economy of the Tang dynasty is not good. He can help to make money, but the money he earns is from the people. Don't give him a chance. Deal with him. What the hell? Do we need him to make money? Li Yi received the news half an hour later. He was going to use this matter to deal with a group of people. In the past, he wanted to play with some people slowly. Now he did not want to. He would deal with you and not give you any chance. He would kill you directly. In history, Li Linfu was able to be put in an important position because he dared to work hard and could make money for the court. Who was he like? He Shun. The difference was that Li Linfu was not as good as He Shun. No matter how greedy He Shun was, he was good at administration. His greed was his own problem. His contribution to the Qing dynasty was far more than his greed. If the Qing dynasty had 8 or 10 He Shun, the Qing dynasty would not have been destroyed. He Shun was very good at administration. He Shun was also very skilled in diplomacy and military affairs. He had never humiliated the country because of his own administration. His greed was not a big deal. It was just that he had too much power, so he had to be dealt with. He could not retreat even if he wanted to. Now some people were there. Li saw them as a joke. Li Linfu was really nothing. Without Li Linfu, the world would stop spinning. That night, the Li family Zhuangzi's newspaper added the page that they had prepared beforehand. It started. Sigh. Still boring. There is no opponent. It's a pity if there is no corresponding opponent to set off the overwhelming attack. Li Yi sighed and went to take a bath. He looked like he was going to be defeated. 16 people were caught. After a simple interrogation, the result was the same. There was the aura of the dragon of calamity in this place, so it should be burned. It was said that there was something bad about the Tang dynasty, so it should be burned. It should be burned secretly. No one should know about it to prevent it from being leaked. The person who was one level higher was called Shan Bao. He was wearing a mask so no one could recognize him. That was to say, it was impossible to find out who was the mastermind through them, unless they directly interrogated the Jiang family. Some operations were fine. It was just that they were going to torture you. If you can survive it, it's your ability. If you can't, then you have to confess. The problem was that Jiang Jiao was now a duke secondary grade 1. Was the execution of Jiang Hui and the others, who did not have any evidence, to murder Jiang Jiao, the duke? What is Brother Yi doing? We have already bullied him, why is he not doing anything? When Li Longji heard the news, he was furious. He blamed Li Yi. He felt that Li Yi should hurry up and do something. Now it was the Li family Zhuangzi's turn to send people. He could decide the fate of some people, but it was not enough. If he was straightforward, he would kill Jiang Hui and others through unofficial means. Then he would take care of Jiang Jiao. In the past, Li Longji would use administrative orders to solve problems. Now he did not want to do that. He felt that it was not satisfying. Using administrative orders to deal with you was bullying you. Yao Chong and others also heard the news. The Jiang family had passed this matter, even if there was no evidence. However, they could not figure out why Li Yi did not do anything. He only defended. That was not Li Yi's style. Then the 11th day of the first lunar month came. Selling newspapers, a large number of daily necessities at low prices. All shops can buy them except Rising Sun Grocery Store. Selling newspapers, a new product, warm stickers, only 10 coins. Early in the morning, newspaper boys waved newspapers and ran around the streets. Brothers and sisters who are reading outside the station, please subscribe to Qidian to support, even if it is a monthly ticket or a recommendation ticket. The farmer bowed. Chapter 8:13. Cheap. Even the daily necessities are cheap. In the warehouse area of the southern part of the city, a group of people stood at the open doors of the warehouses and shouted. The people who opened general stores in the city ran to the place first. There were also merchants who prepared to buy a cape and send it to the other counties. The commoners naturally joined in the fun. Some commoners asked loudly, "Can we buy it?" "Yes, but the price will be slightly higher than the wholesale price. However, it will be cheaper than the wholesale price. Our SkyCloud trading firm has too many goods, so we have no choice but to lower the price." The person in charge also shouted. The prices of all kinds of goods were indeed low. The retail price in the hands of ordinary people was even lower than the purchase price of the shops in Chang, and this was what Li Yi meant when he said that he would give the commoners a one-time benefit. Just once. After winter, he would not provide any more. Most of the goods provided now were imported from Luoyang. The Li family Zhuangzi wouldn't be able to earn much from the overstocked goods in Hunan, after deducting the transportation fees. However, he didn't sell them under the Li family Zhuangzi's name. Instead, he established the Heavenly Clouds Trading Company. The citizens of the other counties had seen the advertisements in the newspapers early in the morning, and had already organized people to set off from their villages and counties. There were people from the grocery store and ordinary people who wanted to buy together with their neighbors. Recycling the thermal paste, 10 renminbi for 1. Used thermal paste can be exchanged for 2 renminbi. It's in the warehouse area. Another commoner saw the contents of the newspaper and helped to spread the news. The commoners only wanted to look at it. No one wanted to buy it. If they bought it for 10 coins, they could exchange it for 2 coins after using it. 8 coins was still expensive, so they couldn't afford it. Only rich people would buy them so that they could show off at gatherings. In the future, it will be used by the military. The activated charcoal and iron powder inside can be processed later. It's time to get the gold Buddha statues back. If Shengshu Pawnshop can't give them back, they will have to pay 3,000 gold coins. Li Yi held a warm sticker in his hand. It was wrapped in a glued cloth bag. There was a spot on one side of the cloth bag that was not glued, so there was an extra layer of oiled paper. When the oil paper was torn off, air entered and began the oxidation reaction. The temperature rose, and when the reaction ended, it would be useless. Not counting the technical cost of the activated carbon, just the cost of the materials, a heating allowance cost 4 yuan. The iron powder was real iron powder. There were also stones, bamboo wood powder, and salt produced in Lantian County. The main body of the oxidation reaction was iron powder, and the rest were catalysts and stabilizers. In Shangsu grocery store, shopkeeper Jiang was in a terrible fix. He knew that he had been tricked. There was no need to pay the 1,500 yuan deposit. No one would buy it. The 100,000 warm stickers that he had spent 5,000 yuan on were now useless. The price had dropped to 10 yuan each. He had to compete with others. He could only afford 9 yuan. If he sold one, he would lose 26 coins. If he sold 100,000, he would lose 2,600 coins. Oh God, he was going to die. What does the Heavenly Cloud Trading Company do? Did Shangsu offend them? The price of the groceries was even lower than the price I paid for them. How long would it take for the items to be stored in the store? We still have to pay taxes. Shopkeeper Jiang understood that he was being targeted. Regardless of whether it was the warm paste or the daily necessities, they were all targeted at the shop. Go and sell warm plasters. 5 coins for 1. Also, the shop's groceries are 20% cheaper than the Heavenly Clouds trading firm. Shopkeeper Jiang's orders made his heart bleed. Boss, the shop assistant had been with the Jiang family since he was young, so he was reluctant to part with them. Of course, if you don't sell, how are you going to get money from the middleman? Don't worry, I'll sell a portion of it. As long as I return the money to the broker, I'll still have my foundation. There was also land, houses, and goods from the shops. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. At this moment, Shopkeeper Jiang's whole body was numb and his hands were trembling slightly. Is Shopkeeper Jiang here? Oh, Shopkeeper Jiang is here. That's great. I'm here to redeem my Buddha. Gold Buddha. Here's the money. A man came in. It was the man who pawned the gold Buddha the other day. Many people followed behind him. He was holding the pawned contract in his hand. Shopkeeper Jiang, 101 coins and 800 coins. 3 days of capital plus interest. Take a look. The man handed over the money. Okay. Don't you want to borrow it for a few more days? Shopkeeper Jiang showed a regretful look. He hoped that the man couldn't pay back the money. The holy water, lotus throne, sky mirror, and gold Buddha would be his. No. If you have the money, hurry up and take it back. It's a family heirloom. If my father finds out, he'll be furious. The young man shook his head with a smile. Okay. Shopkeeper Jiang nodded helplessly. He ordered the man, take out the gold Buddha and holy water. The man ran to the back. He had to open several locks. Everyone waited for a while, but the man didn't come out. The young man looked at Shopkeeper Jiang, wondering what was wrong. Xiao Lu, take it out. Shopkeeper Jiang was annoyed. He shouted directly. The man walked out helplessly with a box in his hand. He opened the box, revealing the contents. The glass bottle was still a glass bottle. There was a big hole in the middle of the lotus throne. The mirror was broken into pieces by the holy water below. The gold Buddha was gone. The color of the holy water was muddy. It wasn't as clear as the day before. How did this happen? My gold Buddha sky mirror holy water lotus throne, why? Shopkeeper Jiang. The young man opened his eyes wide and asked in disbelief. Xiaolu. Shopkeeper Jiang also opened his eyes wide. I don't know. When I went to take a look, it was already like this. I didn't take it. I don't have anything on me. Xiaolu was so anxious that he was about to cry. Shopkeeper Jiang, what did you do to my gold Buddha? Sky mirror and lotus throne? It's written on the pawned contract. 3,000 coins. Take the items. Otherwise, take the money. The young man suddenly turned hostile. The people he brought started to draw their swords. Shopkeeper Jiang looked at the young man and then at the glass bottle. He pointed at the young man, you. Before he could finish his words, he fell backward. Boss. Xiaolu rushed forward and pinched his philtrum and chest. Later, he thought of something and pressed his hand on Shopkeeper Jiang's chest. Before he could blow, Shopkeeper Jiang woke up by himself. He lay on the ground and looked at the young man. Did my Jiang family offend your family? Shopkeeper Jiang, what are you talking about? There were scriptures on my gold Buddha. Now that it's gone, how do you want me to explain it to my father? The young man started to beat his chest and stomp his feet. Shopkeeper Jiang lay there and looked up at the shed. His face was pale. Xiaolu's tears fell down. The other workers also came out and glared at the young man. Why are you blaming me? I was short of money and came to pawn it. You lost it. What does it have to do with me? The young man glared back. The people he brought had already drawn their swords. They were all standard Tangheng swords. Shopkeeper Jiang turned his head again and looked at the swords. He gasped for breath. Can you give me a few more days? 3,000 coins. Compensate. There's no need to go to the court. What are you saying? If I came a few days later to pay the money, my death would be over. Shopkeeper Jiang, can you give me a few more days? You and I both know how much the gold Buddha is worth. 3,000 coins is not expensive. The young man sneered and firmly refused. If he couldn't do it, he would go to the court. Are you going to force my Jiang family to death? Do you know that there's someone behind my Jiang family? Shopkeeper Jiang sat up. When your Jiang family forced others, did you think that you would force them to death? Did you think about whether there's someone behind them? The young man continued to sneer. You are boss, wake up. The worker went to save Shopkeeper Jiang, who had fainted again. Brothers and sisters, subscriptions and tickets. Farmers have worked hard. Bow. Chapter 8:14. It's nothing serious. You're just short of breath. Sit down and rest. I'll prescribe you a calming decoction. The imperial physician came. The imperial physician was stationed in the east and west cities. He would visit patients for free and teach students. He would study according to the medical books provided by Li Yi. The clerk of Shangshu grocery store ran out and found him. He woke up after a few injections. The imperial physician explained his condition. He held a piece of paper in one hand and wrote on it with a brush in the other. The paper was suspended. Ordinary imperial physicians could write like this. Otherwise, how could they control the needles? They had to have some basic skills. Father, how are you? Two young men came in. One was Zhang Hui, and the other looked stout. Sell. Sell the store and the land. Sell everything in the store to raise money. Shopkeeper Jiang was in a better state. He gritted his teeth and said. He looked much older in an instant. Why? Is it the gold Buddha? I'll go find someone. I have someone in my family. Zhang Hui turned and stared at the young man who came to redeem the store. Ha ha. The young man laughed. Sell. Give me money. Can you? Shopkeeper Jiang looked at the young man. His eyes were full of loneliness. 5 days. I'll only give you 5 days, and the interest will be 1 cent per day. I'll take this. The young man stretched out his hand and pointed at the glass bottle. Pooh! Shopkeeper Jiang spat out a mouthful of blood. The imperial physician continued to treat him. Don't worry. It's good that you spit it out. I'll prescribe you a medicine for stopping vomiting blood. Li Dongzhu's new prescription is very effective. The imperial physician was still in no hurry. It's okay. There's medicine. Thank you, imperial physician. Shopkeeper Jiang's mental state improved a lot after he spat out a mouthful of blood. He cupped his fist and said to the person who redeemed the store, "Thank you for not killing me. Some things are not over yet. Last night someone tried to set a fire and hurt people. Think about it." The young man carefully picked up the bottle and left with his men. Not long after, Zhang Hui came back with the medicine and drank it with water. "Father, I'll go and beg Li Zhongyun and Uncle Jiang. We can't take this lying down." Zhang Hui's eyes were red. "Don't go. Don't go. If you don't go, you can live. If you go, you'll die. You think they don't know who's behind us? You can't take this lying down? Do you know how much resources, financial resources and manpower they used? What were they after?" He wanted to vent his anger on behalf of Zhuangzi's people. "I should have thought of it long ago. I should have thought of it long ago. I should have thought of it when Zhou Gui kept selling vegetables." Shopkeeper Jiang was filled with regret. How could he have coveted that 100 mu of land? "Father, we have to know who did it, right?" Zhang Hui had an unspeakable grievance. He had been bullied, but he didn't know who did it. "Don't, please don't. You know who the other party is and you want to take revenge?" He couldn't. "Remember this lesson. I won't dare to do it again in the future, Sai." Right now, what shopkeeper Jiang wanted the most was a pill for regret. After eating it, he would return to that day. He would definitely not think about that 100 mu of land. Ouch! Jiang Hui punched his leg hard and turned around to leave. What happened in the Shengshu sundry goods store in the East Market soon spread to the palace. Yao Chong and the others went to the political affairs hall again. They had to wait for 2 days before setting off. Now they were in a leisurely state to recuperate. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to eat well or sleep well. They were even more worried that they would die there. They didn't want to live long enough, especially when they knew that Li Yi was there. They were too old. They were more than 90 years old. Li Yi couldn't save them. They had to accept their fate. If they died of illness, it would be such an injustice. Everyone, see? Li Yi didn't leave any traces when he made his move. Yao Chong said to the others. Actually, he was saying this specifically for Song Jing. He wanted Song Jing to remember that if he wanted to find trouble with Li Yi, he had to do it from an official point of view. Otherwise, Li Yi would fight back. It would be better if they were more cautious. Song Jing thought from shopkeeper Zhang's point of view. How can they be cautious? Don't they want to earn money? The warm paste was indeed useful. The other party also gave a deposit. There was nothing wrong with the holy water, Lotus Throne, Sky Mirror and Golden Buddha. Who would know that Li Yi had mobilized a large number of overstocked goods from other places to sell in Chang, and the goods themselves weren't moved to target the Jiang family. It was a coincidence. Lu Huaishan didn't think that he could avoid it. If he was in the same position, he would also be hit. Bai Go said with a smile, Shengshu grocery store has been tricked. If it had carefully avoided the warm paste and holy water, Xiaoyi would have continued to attack. Who can see through his tricks all the time? Sui shook his head. I think this is the limit. He can't have other ways. That's because you don't know him. Wei Zhigu said. He always loses to the common people. He always takes advantage of others. How did the Golden Buddha disappear? Lu Yochio considered the technical problem. The Golden Buddha was fine when it was sent, but it was gone 2 days later. Ask and you'll know. Yin Xizhen didn't want to use her brain to think. She looked at Bai Gu. Bai Gu had a good relationship with Li Yi. If he wanted to hold a banquet, he only needed to write a poem. I'll go in a while. I'm curious. What's the matter with the Golden Buddha? Bai Gu agreed. He wanted to go to the Li family Zhuangzi for lunch. He wanted to ask if the braces should be removed. It was uncomfortable to wear them. They helped to deal with the government affairs. Baigu said goodbye to them and took the car to the Li family Zhuangzi. When he arrived, he saw Li Longji's family of 3. The little girl clenched her fists and hammered the mud. Li Yi made the mud into a small bowl and threw it over. The bowl was affected by the air pressure. With a bang, a hole was opened in the top. The little girl threw the bowl a few times and began to make it. She didn't know how to do it, so she hammered it with her fists. The other children in the palace couldn't play this kind of game. Children were not allowed to play with mud because it was dirty. Parents of ordinary families also wouldn't let their children play like this. In the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Yi played with them. It was to train the children's sports ability. It wouldn't cause harm to the children. If the clothes were dirty, they could wash them. The children in Zhuangzi played like they did in the palace. They washed the clothes every day. The older children even played with glass balls. The glass balls made by the Li family Zhuangzi were not used to press the cloth or to seal the ball. There were 3 other uses for glass balls. One was to use the pressure rolling principle to flatten the cotton cloth. One was used in sealing valves, which was called ball sealing. The other was to blow out light bulbs. Colored glass balls were used to blow colored light bulbs. Now it was made to play with glass balls. There were also pieces of paper that were used to fan piaggi with paper shells. It was used to train the children's calculation ability, body coordination, concentration, finger muscle training, and so on. Baigu cupped his fists and asked Li Yi, "Where did the gold Buddha go?" "In the aqua regia." The aqua regia I mixed can melt gold and return it to its original state. It's too corrosive. The lotus platform looks very sturdy, but it's actually dyed with wax. The mirror on top is slightly slanted, so the gold Buddha is heavy. The wax below is thinner. In the end, the gold Buddha will fall down with the mirror. The silver behind the mirror will be corroded and become glass. Li Yi knew what Baigu wanted to ask, so he directly said it. It was very simple. What aqua regia can make gold disappear? Baigu was surprised. Yes, the gold is still there. It can be retrieved. Li Yi shook his head. Are there any more scriptures on the Buddha? No, but I have a microscope. Master Fong engraved it with a microscope. His skills are good. Chapter 8:15. Is aqua regia easy to make? Baigu thought about the operation. It's not easy to make, and it's made at the last minute at the door. Some of the gas is discharged first, it's poisonous. I only had a short time to communicate with shopkeeper Jiang. What if something goes wrong? See if the Jiang family knows the rules. If not, I'll tell you the next step. If you have aqua regia, can't you open a gold and silver shop and steal gold and silver? Baigu's thoughts wandered. Old Bai, let's work together. I'll make it, and in the name of washing gold, I'll make aqua regia on the spot. I can collect some by washing. Am I such a greedy person? Baigu stared. Li Yi looked at him without saying anything. There was nothing to say. The ability to carve very small scriptures can make a lot of money. Baigu changed the topic. Isn't it better to just print money? The engraving is finer and the ink particles are adjusted. It's harder to imitate than the current exchange coupons. What's for lunch? I want something good. Baigu realized that his IQ had dropped. Yes, printing money with engraving was better than selling Buddha. The reared loaches spit out mud. How about the main dish, fried loaches? There's also forest frogs with oil. Soak it in a good sauce and stew it. It's suitable for drinking wine. As for rice fried meat with cowpeas, it's juicy and can be soaked a little. If you want to eat pancakes, we'll make soup. If you want to eat noodles, we'll make braised food. Li Yi actually didn't know what to order. Usually, when the cafeteria made it, he would go take a look and see what he liked. Baigu came. No matter what, he was still the Minister of Revenue and the Assistant Minister of the Yellow Door. He was also a disciple of Ziwei. Although the most powerful one was Songjing, who was the premier. Was the deputy premier not valued? Some deputy premiers were also members of the standing committee. The main dish, rice, is not bad. Empress Wang said to her son. Rice, rice. The little guy agreed. Rice it is. Bai Gu didn't think about other things. He actually hadn't eaten forest frogs. The Li family Zhuangzi didn't eat much either. They had been raising them and only started to eat them this year. They didn't sell it to the outside world at all. They didn't even have it in heaven or on earth. The good stuff was all in the hands of the Li family Zhuangzi and the royal family. Only direct members of the royal family could eat it. At noon, everyone went into a single room. The palace maids and eunuchs helped to remove the bones from the toad. At the same time, they used chopsticks and knives to cut the toad into small pieces. The little guy held a pair of small chopsticks and tried his best to pick up something to eat. When he was tired, he knew how to change the spoon. Since the spoon was also tired, he threw it away and used his hands to grab. Every time he successfully ate something with his chopsticks, he had to look at the others. Everyone immediately gave him encouragement and praise. Children can use chopsticks at this age? Bai Gu tried to recall when his own children used chopsticks, but he had no recollection of it. Normal children can't do it. It depends on their development. If they use chopsticks too early, it will become a psychological barrier for the child, especially if the hand muscles are too tired. In Zhuangzi, people usually started to use chopsticks when they were 2 years old. They were still relatively clumsy. Jin Er's body is developing well. It's mainly because his parents are talented in sports and have good nutrition that he started to use chopsticks. Seeing the little guy use his hands, Li Yi explained with a smile. What the little guy ate was fish meat. As the main bone was not picked out, the little guy could spit out the bone by himself. It's too dangerous. What if he pricks his throat? Should he use a steamed bun or drink vinegar? Bai Gu was worried. I used tweezers to pick it out. There's no situation where the bone can't be taken out. Li Yi emphasized his identity. Since he was a doctor, he accompanied the child to eat. Did he need to deal with the bone in the traditional way? Give me 2 pieces of fish too. Bai Gu didn't want to say more. He wanted to eat the fried fish. A palace maid went out and brought back only 2 pieces of fish. There was no more. Old Bai, you're in charge of the Ministry of Revenue. It's time to limit the evil money. I'm not afraid to tell you that if the Jiang family finds trouble with Li Linfu or Jiang Jiao, I'll use the evil money to buy their things. This is my backup plan. Li Yi told him the plan. If the Jiang family used the evil money to buy vegetables, he could use the evil money to buy the Jiang family's things. It was the rule of the Jianghu. Why are you telling me this? Bai Gu was nervous. You go and impeach them. Say that Jiang Jiao has too much power and should be removed. Isn't Her Majesty punishing whoever has more power? Isn't that right, third brother? Li Yi urged Bai Gu and asked Li Longji. Yes, Bai Zaifu should be impeached. There's also Song Zaifu and Su Zaifu. Li Longji was angry. He was satisfied with Li Yi's methods. He directly forced the other party to sell their family property. He was angry because the other party dared to send people to burn the greenhouse. If they burned the greenhouse today, would they kill people tomorrow? Was this still the capital government? Was this still Chang'an? He was gratified that his eldest daughter was teaching the children of the common people around her, and even gave them good food. When they encountered trouble, the common people worked hard. They protected their children and ran away. Some even reported to the 16 guards and the winged knights. The common people had done everything they could. Li Linfu looks good. Bai Gu wanted to save someone. Li Yi looked at Bai Gu and smiled. We're all colleagues. You're new. I praise the newcomers all day long. Some people always say that you don't do well enough and pick on you. Who do you think is good? Course it's Li Linfu is such a person. Bai Gu quickly reacted. He wanted to say that of course it was because he was good, but he suddenly felt that it was wrong. Old Bai, if you don't like eating sickle fish, give it to the little guy. The little guy is eagerly watching. Li Yi didn't answer Bai Gu's question. He used his chopsticks to point at the fish. Here. Bai Gu picked up a piece and placed it on the little guy's big plate. It was actually a flat plate. The little guy threw down his chopsticks and spoon, picked it up with his hands and began to eat. After taking a bite, he found that there were thorns. He spat it out, pinched the row of thorns with his small hands, pulled them off and threw them away. Then he used his small hands to eat the meat. He wasn't stupid. He knew where the thorns were, so it was easy to handle them with his hands. The last time Guangbing came, you packed 50 pieces of fish. Baigu picked up his piece of fish. See if there's any left? Bring 51 pieces for our Bai Zaifu. Li Yi ordered. Evil money does have a great impact on people's lives. How do you deal with it? Baigu wasn't embarrassed at all. Li Yi lowered his head and pondered. The best way to eliminate counterfeit money was, of course, electronic money. However, as the main body of a country's credit, physical money couldn't be abolished. Then, I feel that the actual situation can be divided into 5 steps. The first step is to promote the use of paper money as soon as possible. The second step is to spread it to remote areas. The third step is to cultivate people's ability to identify counterfeit paper money. The fourth step is to gradually abolish the monetary function of Kaiyuan Tongbao and other silk. As for the fifth step, it is to recover the evil money within a certain period of time, especially in the form of taxation. The imperial court will bear the losses. Li Yi put away his smile and answered seriously. What should be done is related to national affairs and can't be taken lightly. Chapter 8:16. Li Yi didn't cut all the money in one go. The imperial court in history also didn't cut all the money in one go. No, they cut all the money in one go. Then the people had too much evil money in their hands. People stopped trading in the east and west. Those who had good money in their hands were unwilling to spend it. In the end, the imperial court subsidized them. Then they allowed people to use the evil money to offset the payment. This showed that the imperial court was powerless. The current situation was that the evil money didn't explode in the capital government. Everyone used the Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons. Evil money had an advantage. It was a case of bad money driving out good money. The Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons had an advantage. It was the reverse. Good money drove out bad money. The exchange coupons were easy to carry, difficult to fake, and stable in value. If the imperial court issued the Tang dynasty's banknotes now, the people wouldn't dare to accept them. The imperial court's credibility couldn't be compared to the Li family Zhuangzi. In the eyes of the people in the capital government, the more power the Li family Zhuangzi had, the better. The imperial court said to store coal. When the people heard it, they just listened. If it was the Li family Zhuangzi who said to quickly store coal, the people would immediately bring coal home if something happened. With such credibility, there was no way around it. The Li family Zhuangzi got it after years of hard work. When he asked everyone to raise bean worms, everyone raised them. Those who once scolded the Li family Zhuangzi for buying people's hearts and said that they were indebted to the Li family Zhuangzi, now didn't dare to say anything. You still want to spend evil money to buy things from Jiang Hui's family? Baigu glanced at the palace maids and eunuchs. Everyone was writing. If they go to Li Linfu Jiangjiao and Yuan Qianyao, I will use them. If they don't, then we will hand over the middleman who burned the greenhouse. End it. Li Yi wanted to leave a way out for Jiang Hui. Sell what should be sold. In the end, he still had some savings and could start over. If he didn't accept it, then he would fight to the end. The rules were there. The rules weren't set by others. For example, if I slap you, you can only slap me back. If my slap doesn't hit you, you can't slap me back. You can only take out your knife if I take it out. Otherwise, even if I beat you to death with my fists, you're not allowed to take out your knife. It's your fault if you take it out. There was no such rule. At the very least, such a rule would not work in front of Li Yi. What Li Yi was particular about was that when you wanted to cheat him of 1 yuan, you had to be prepared to be cheated of 100 yuan. When you fight me with your fists, I think you are a threat to me, so I will stab you with my knife. Why do I have to be passive when you want to violate me? Is there such a principle between countries? Between countries, the only thing that mattered was whose fist was bigger. Those who steal will be put to death, and those who steal from the country will be put to death. Alas! Bai Gu glanced at Li Longji and knew that someone was about to be taught a lesson. He changed the topic. Xiao Yi, what areas of the Ministry of Revenue need to be improved this year? At the beginning, Bai Gu was quite embarrassed and kept asking about Xiao Yi, making him seem incompetent. But now it didn't matter. If he was incompetent, so be it. Xiao Yi was not a normal person at all. It's about the officials in auditing. They must be independent and not be affected by the local government. It must be under the direct jurisdiction of the Ministry of Revenue. It must be under the direct jurisdiction of Her Majesty. I will write a book on accounting and auditing. It will involve some rules and methods. It will target falsified accounts, 2 sets of accounts, 3 sets of accounts, accounting principles and statistical models to supplement and correct them. It's quite simple. Can you falsify them? I'll tell you now, yes. But it's very difficult to falsify them and the cost is too high. It's not difficult to do a series of issues related to financial subsidies and the achievements of local officials, as well as the term of office of local officials and adjustments. Li Yi brought out the method of linking the central government's finances and achievements, including the issue of tenure. At the beginning, his accounting was not perfect. When asking for financial subsidies, a set of accounts was submitted. When the higher-ups took a look, indeed, this place should be subsidized. When the report was submitted, it was a loss. After that, the officials' achievements were reported. Profits, the local GDP, and the GNP of the GNP had increased substantially. This way, the local officials' achievements were outstanding, and the 2 sides were calculated separately. Once the 2 sides were put together, a problem would be found. Did your place make profits or lose money? Are you trying to cheat the government of subsidies? Coupled with the messy employment index, production price index, purchasing managers index, etc., some people want to take advantage of the loopholes. But do you think the country's auditing system is just for show? See if the government wants to investigate you. If they want to investigate you, I will show them everything from the beginning to the end. What the Tang dynasty lacks now is a professional auditing department. Li Yi is going to give you a book to teach you how to do it. Xiao Yi, you write the book first. Don't talk to me. I want to have a good meal. Bai Gu felt a headache. Just give me a general idea. Li Yi was very helpless. I haven't said anything yet. You want to investigate my Zhuangzi's account? Zhuangzi will throw you a quarterly, semi-annual, and annual accounting audit report. Can you understand it? I'm going out. Bai Gu felt a headache. He went out and stood at the door to breathe in the fresh air. Go out. The little guy took the unfinished fried fish and followed him out. He stood next to Bai Gu and continued to eat the fish with his hands. Looking at Bai Gu's appearance, he learned to breathe hard. The palace maid hurriedly carried him in. If he continued to breathe, his stomach would catch a cold. The little guy dug out another piece of fish with his hands and sent it to Empress Wang's mouth. Empress Wang opened her mouth and ate it. She even bit her son's finger. The little guy smiled and dug out another piece of fish for Li Longji. He was also bitten and laughed happily. Bai Gu finally calmed down and told himself not to think about Li Yi's words. It was effective. He came back. After the meal, he took the extra copy of the eunuchs and palace maids and brought back the 51 pieces of fried fish. This old man discovered something. Take a look. He was ready to go home. After finishing the government affairs, he threw down a stack of papers and left to share the fish with his family. Everyone didn't understand. They asked how the golden Buddha disappeared and why there were so many pages of content. Everyone watched with curiosity. Longzhe did it on purpose, right? Does this have anything to do with the disappearance of the golden Buddha? Yao Chong was the first to put it down. He stopped looking and sat there rubbing his temples. It's too bad. Li Yi taught him again. He promised that he didn't understand. Lu Huaishan was very sure that this was not something for people to read. Why is it so difficult to learn something now? Wei Zhigu gave up. No, it was disgusting. How will everyone live in the future? Song Jing wanted to know the most, but he found that there was something new behind every matter. Jiang Hui finally saw Li Linfu. He cried and told the situation to Li Linfu. Li Linfu didn't know about Xiaolan and Zhuangzi. His rank wasn't high enough and he didn't know about Li Yi. He also didn't know that Princess Yongmu ran out. After listening to Jiang Hui, he calculated and felt that it wasn't a big problem. At least he didn't hear about any powerful people behind the scenes. This is easy. You go back first. I'll arrange it, he said to Jiang Hui. Chapter 8:17. Most of the people didn't know about the forced purchase. They took advantage of the cheap prices to see what their families needed and began to buy. The people in the village counted the good things and felt that there were too many of them. They temporarily set up a grocery store and ran to the warehouse in the south of Chang and to ask for wholesale prices. The people were not stupid. In the past, they waited for peddlers to come and sell. Now that the traffic situation had improved, they were willing to come out and buy. Zhou Gui didn't rest well last night and spent the night outside, including Princess Yongmu, Xiaolan and the others. Zhou Gui was a man, so he caught a cold. Princess Yongmu and the other women and guards didn't catch a cold. They were healthy, ate good food and exercised. Some of the villagers who helped Princess Yongmu last night were also in poor health. They sneezed, had runny noses, had a fever and coughed. These people helped with the idea of repaying the kindness. Some ran to the 16 guards and the winged knights, mainly to the Chunming Gate in the east of the city. When they ran back, their bodily functions were reduced. They were in a state of excitement and didn't feel much. When things calmed down, their adrenaline hormone production decreased and they fell ill. Princess Yongmu received the care and protection of real people for the first time. She suddenly realized that the people of the Tang dynasty had such a side. They were afraid, but they didn't want their benefactor to be hurt. Call the imperial physicians here. We won't sell anything today. Put the vegetables in the greenhouse aside first. After we treat everyone, pick some vegetables and send them to eat. Princess Yongmu never cared about vegetables in the greenhouse. She had little concept of the people's livelihood or the money in life. When she was in the palace, it was others who bought things. She never worried about daily necessities. She was always a step behind the people's livelihood. In her heart, the neighbors around her were good to her, so she should repay them more. The guards took the carriage to find the imperial physicians who treated people for free outside and found 5 of them. The imperial physicians weren't happy at first. 1 was enough. Why did they have to call 5? The people there didn't treat them. When they arrived at Zhuangzi and saw Princess Yongmu, they didn't have any other ideas. Hurry up and see the doctor. Give me the prescription. Remember the name. I'll go find the medicine, Xiaolan said to the 5 imperial physicians. The imperial physician did not interact with Princess Yongmu at all. As an imperial physician, he naturally understood the rules of the palace. They checked the illnesses of a large group of Princess Yongmu's neighbors, wrote prescriptions, and left in a hurry after leaving medical advice. Xiaolan took a stack of bags to the roadside outside and found a person who had participated in the arrest last night. She handed it over and said, "Get some medicine." After receiving the order, the other party rode back to the Li family Zhuangzi and handed a stack of prescriptions to Li Yi. Li Yi called over 30 imperial physician apprentices and pointed at the pharmacies that sold cheap medicine. It didn't take long for the medicine to be wrapped up. Together with the pots used to boil the medicine, they were sent to Princess Yongmu's Zhuangzi in a carriage. At the same time, there was also a large amount of braised meat and smoked chicken. The braised meat was mainly duck meat, and it was a little spicy. The smoked chicken was smoked chicken, and none of them were small. Princess Yongmu brought people to each house to deliver the medicine, and then the pots and food. "Little Miss Li, you're too polite. You've been taking care of my family's children, and this is what I should do. How can I not care when you're in danger? In the future, if you have any problems, just let me know. I don't have any other skills, but I can help you hide. If something like this happens again, my family will chase my eldest son out to report it." The neighbors spoke politely and happily took the gifts. If you want to thank someone, you have to thank the Hu people around. Also, your family's guards are amazing. Your maids can even wield swords and crossbows. "Little miss, tell auntie the truth. Which family's child are you from? Do you have a husband?" Some of the women were very nosy and asked about Princess Yongmu's situation. Yesterday, they knew that Xiaolan and Zhuangzi's guards had been dispatched, and there were people who had bought a large piece of land nearby to help. There was also the winged knights. Think so? Princess Yongmu suddenly became very shy. Which family is he from? With our little Miss's appearance, figure and family's ability, an ordinary auntie would not agree. The woman looked as if she was helping her make the decision. It's fine as long as he's good and treats me well. I don't really care about anything else. Princess Yongmu found a topic to talk about. At least he has to be able to feed you. Look at your maids, guards, and horses. How much do they eat in a day? The auntie even helped to consider. I can feed him. He has some money. Princess Yongmu nodded. He's someone sent by the Jiang family, right? I heard that he's called Jiang Hui or something. Jiang Hui is turned to ashes, and he's related to the court officials. You have to be careful. Another auntie came up and looked around like a spy before speaking in a low voice. It's Huang Hui. Princess Yongmu corrected. What Huang? Let him turn to ashes and bully us. At worst, we'll all go and complain. The chicken smells good. What's it made of? The warm-hearted auntie wanted to stand with Princess Yongmu against a common enemy. Then she smelled the fragrance of the smoked chicken. It's smoked with pine wood and jujube with sawdust. There's star anise in it. There are other messy things. Just smoke it and it's like this. Xiaolan suddenly interrupted and did not let Princess Yongmu say the recipe. Until now, Heavenly World did not get the recipe. They could only send the ready-made smoked chicken and roast it with sawdust. It's the Li family Zhuangzi's smoked chicken? It can't be? I heard that Heavenly World uses the smoked chicken there. The taste is different from other places. The auntie suddenly thought of the Li family Zhuangzi. The taste was special and the chicken was about the same size. Ordinary people did not have this ability. If you say so, then so be it. Little miss, let's go to the next one. Xiaolan pulled Princess Yongmu away. Princess Yongmu found that she almost exposed her secret. She quickly adjusted. She had not completely changed. She had to continue learning. Dongzhu, little miss. I just got the news that the Jiang family's grocery store is finished. They owe money to the broker and owe others 3,000 yuan. The old man vomited blood and fainted twice. Zhou Gui ran over and reported the good news. Princess Yongmu smiled indifferently. In Zhou Gui's view, he felt that 100 flowers bloomed. He quickly lowered his head. Xiaolan chuckled. Isn't this normal? They didn't make us regret it in 5 days. They will regret it. Little miss, you see, they used a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. The Jiang family should feel honored. If it weren't for you, would that person do it himself? Princess Yongmu looked sweet. Xiaolan, don't talk nonsense. We never bully people. Yes, it's always the Prime Minister who is magnanimous and wins people with virtue. He doesn't have the slightest bit of anger. This is called ability. Xiaolan looked happier than Princess Yongmu. It was Li Dongzhu who did it? Zhou Gui couldn't help but think. Smart, he figured it out. Why are you so talkative? Which Li Dongzhu do you know? Jiang Hui asked for it. If you walk in the dark too much, you will eventually meet a ghost. Xiaolan glared at Zhou Gui again. She found that Zhou Gui was much worse than Songda. If it were Songda, he would definitely not be so smart. Zhou Gui fell to his knees. I know I was wrong. Don't chase me away. Get up. Why are you kneeling as a man? See if there are any vegetables in the greenhouse. Pick them and send them to the neighbors. We're not selling vegetables today. Xiaolan looked down on Zhou Gui even more. The Li family Zhuangzi's people didn't like to kneel. I'm up. I'm not kneeling. No, I'm not standing properly. Zhou Gui wanted to say that he was kneeling to Li Dongzhu. He was too ruthless. The key was that no one could see it. Chapter 8:18. Zhou Gui went to arrange for people to pick the vegetables. He had confirmed that his little Zhuangzi had a direct connection with Ba Shui Li family Zhuangzi. Li family Zhuangzi didn't directly use Zhuangzi's name to make a move. He must be taking care of Xiaonyang here. If Li Dongzhu used Zhuangzi's name to make a move, people would die. Holy Mother! The ancestral graves of my family are emitting green smoke. I actually found such a master. Xiaonyang, I didn't find a good manager. He's too stupid. He's not even as good as Li family Zhuangzi's third-level manager, let alone Song Da. Xiaolan was annoyed. This Zhou Gui said everything without any subtlety. Li family Zhuangzi's third-level manager was just an ordinary person at the beginning. It was all because Li Lang taught him well. Xiaolan, you're hungry. Eat something. Princess Yongmu was cultured and treated her subordinates well. She learned from Empress Wang. I'll eat when we get back. I'm really hungry. It's cold, and I'll get sick if I eat with a stomach full of cold wind. Xiaolan swallowed her saliva. The smoked chicken sent by Li family Zhuangzi was hot, and the smell wafted out. She knew that the bones of the smoked chicken were soft. Then the meat would peel off the bones, and the skin would leave the meat. I'm hungry too. Bear with it. Princess Yongmu smacked her lips and continued to send things to the neighbors. Yesterday, the neighbors didn't know about Zhuangzi's strength. When they found that the situation was bad, they ran over to help. They arranged for themselves to be on a small hill. A group of people held kitchen knives, sickles, bamboo poles, and wooden sticks. There were also earth baskets and rattan baskets as shields. It was enough. What else could they do? Xiaonyang, do you think they'll give us the blank account book? Xiaolan was very ambitious. Zhang family village gave Li Yi a blank account book. If the same thing happened to Li family Zhuangzi, Zhang family village would organize the armed forces in the village to fight. She also wanted a blank account book as it represented complete trust. With it, she could impeach the county magistrate. It was even more useful than the all-people umbrella. They will hand it over when Li Lang comes. Princess Yongmu didn't ask for too much. Of course I know. In the entire capital, which commoner doesn't listen to the Li family Zhuangzi? Lil Miss, do you think Zhang Hui will find someone to take revenge? Xiaolan's eyes were filled with anticipation. She was the kind of person who wished for the world to be in chaos. Li Linfu didn't know what was behind the revenge that Zhang Jiao mentioned, so he went to find Zhang Jiao. Uncle, your distant relative was bullied and was forced to vomit blood. I'm going to make a move. Li Linfu appeared to be very respectful to Zhang Jiao. Zhang Jiao's expression darkened. Don't move. I'm going down. You have to do your job well. Uncle, you... Li Linfu was shocked. Zhang Jiao wanted to go down? What would he do if he went down? Xiaolan Zhuangzi is Princess Yongmu's. The one who took action was Li Yi. Li Yi didn't expose the Li family Zhuangzi, which was already giving face. My position. Zhang Jiao knew the situation. The one behind this was the Li family Zhuangzi, his relative. He didn't lose unjustly. At least the other party left him a way out. However, 16 people went to Princess Yongmu's Zhuangzi to set the shed on fire and were caught. There was no evidence for this, but did His Majesty need evidence? You said that you went to set the fire and were caught. If you weren't caught, were you going to kill someone? Kill the eldest princess. Li Yi was targeting Jiang Hui's family. How arrogant he was before was how pathetic he was now. He didn't chase them to death. His Majesty's consideration was naturally different. He was a duke and could say that he didn't know. But if you don't know this and that, what do you know? Li Yi? Tianyun Trading Company and the pawn shop were done by Li Yi. There's also a warm invitation? Li Linfu was smart and instantly connected the dots. Don't provoke him. Li Yi has set the rules. If you dare to provoke him, he'll kill you. Zhang Jiao warned again. It was definitely not a coincidence that he could sit in this position. Otherwise, how could he have such a good relationship with Li Longji? He could see that Li Yi was holding back. Otherwise, he would have sold the Li family Zhuangzi at a low price and said that he didn't want to give it to Shengshu grocery store. The consequences, 100 mu small place is Princess Yongmu's? Li Yi personally took action? How could this be? Li Linfu also understood. He didn't dare to spread the news. He knew that if he did, his family would be exterminated. Anti-corruption has always been from the top to the bottom. If the people below are anti-corruption, there's only one way to go, and that is to revolt. So, Old Song, you're now in charge of the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Personnel. Many people are waiting for you to carry out a strict investigation. A chicken or a duck is not a small matter to the people. You and I don't care, but the people are thinking about it. In the evening, Song Jing came to the Li family Zhuangzi for dinner. Like Bai Gu, he saw Li Longji and his family of 3. The little guy was having fun and didn't want to go back. Li Longji didn't think it was a big deal, so he stayed. They ate together. The little guy didn't scratch with his hands because it was too hot. He scratched with his hands. His little hands were scalded and soaked in vinegar, so he knew when he could touch and when he couldn't. He ate fried shrimps with rape. The rape was cut into small pieces by the palace maids with knives and chopsticks. He ate with chopsticks and spoon. His staple food was rice mixed with milk. Adults couldn't eat it because it was disgusting, but children could. There was also soy sauce mixed with rice and white sugar mixed with rice. There was a lot of white sugar in the rice. Children loved to eat it. If adults ate it like this, 1 bite was enough. As for lard mixed with rice, some adults could eat it. It was quite delicious. Song Jing ate fried rice. It was leftover from lunch. He fried it with eggs. When it was almost ready, he added green onions. He didn't understand some terms and came to ask. Li Yi explained it to him and told him about the strict investigation. Song Jing looked at Li Longji and his family eating with Li Yi. He finally understood the gap between him and Li Yi. When the little guy used chopsticks to put a shrimp on Li Yi's plate and looked up at Li Yi waiting for praise, Song Jing understood. This was the future crown prince. He needed Li Yi to teach him, right? How much knowledge would Li Yi teach him? Scriptures, books in the Li family Zhuangzi was probably the beginning. Then there was arithmetic, geometry, physics, chemistry, politics, economics, finance, diplomacy. If any child could learn Li Yi's true teachings, it would be the emperor's learning. Song Jing raised his sleeve to wipe his sweat. There are also difficulties below. That's why the local government is allowed to withhold taxes. If you need to be greedy, then be greedy. How can you take the money and not do anything? Especially the people's affairs. You can't even take care of the people's welfare. If you can get it yourself, who else can you take care of? If you have the ability, then do it yourself. If the people have a good life, then you are good. If you don't believe me, I can do it. Li Yi knew more about the local government than Song Jing. He had bribed people before. At the same time, he also cooperated with others to promote and donate to the people. Everyone was looking for a balance. Whoever broke the balance was hateful. Take the money that should be taken and do the things that should be done. The people didn't care if you took the money or not. They all knew what was going on. The road to the county was being built in the village. The people were waiting. You said that you would spend 1 billion and you would split 200 million with others. You would use 800 million to fix the road and make it sturdy. Who would care about your 200 million problem? But you were greedy for 800 million. The road was ruined and the people couldn't walk. If you don't die, who will? Is there a specific model? Song Jing knew new terms and knew how to say model. The same everywhere. The central government know the imperial court will coordinate. The local government will carry out strict investigations. Harmony is the priority. Li Yi said the word harmony. That's right. Harmony meant that the interests of the local government and the people were balanced. It was not that the people were not allowed to speak. Chapter 8:19. Longzhe said that he brought home one more piece of fried ribbonfish than me. Song Jing digressed. Do you have teeth? He has 3 more teeth than you and he's still wearing braces. His braces can be removed. It's fine. Li didn't compromise. Why should I give you 52 pieces of ribbonfish? Are you as close to me as Bai Gu? How many times have you seen me? When I went to Luoyang in Hunan, old Bai was very supportive. When I came back, he was still catching locusts. As for the conflict of tax revenue, it was an official against an official. If old Bai didn't talk to me about money, I would look down on him. Today, the Minister of Revenue could compromise with me. Tomorrow, can you compromise with others? Your various ministers came to me because of their own matters and wanted to gain benefits for the imperial court. Even if you fell out with me, I still looked up to you. You came to Zhuangzi and gave up the benefits of the headquarters because of my power. Don't blame me for falling out with you. Li Yi thought like this. Take Wei Zhigu from the Ministry of Works for example. You came to me to talk about the Ministry of Works and gain benefits for the Ministry of Works. You oppressed me and we fought. The more you fought, the more I admired you. You suddenly knelt. Did you kneel on behalf of the imperial court? I'll take care of you. A gentleman's fight was about reason, justice, and national affairs. If I don't fight, when others fight with you, you won't know what's going on. I'll teach you. Xiao Yi, sometimes you don't give me any face. Song Jing wasn't angry. He didn't dare to be angry. Old Bai is more attentive than you. Old Song, be more down to earth. I don't lack things. You're not as good as Old Bai. Old Bai is always thinking about my money. What are you thinking about? Li Yi made it clear. You're not as good as Bai Gu. Bai Gu is in the right position. There's nothing wrong with asking me for money. Why isn't Yao Chong targeting me? Why is Lu Huaishan silent? Because he's not in that position anymore. Song Jing was stunned. He looked at Li Yi as if he was looking at a stranger. Then he stood up and cupped his hands. Dr. Li, I admire you. Don't say those useless things. Old Song, you have 2 ministers. If you're too busy, just throw one to someone else. Li Yi still didn't give him any face and directly asked for power. If it didn't work, he would let someone else take over. All right. This year we'll govern from top to bottom. Song Jing wasn't aggrieved. He didn't want to be insulted by a teenager who wasn't even 20 yet. He gritted his teeth and wanted to get things done. How could they not be convinced? Didn't you see the little guy put some prawns on Li Yi's plate again? Li Yi actually ate it calmly and laughed happily with the little fellow. This was the future imperial preceptor. Others couldn't compete with him even if they wanted to because they didn't know how to. This time, Li Yi's actions against Zhang Hui's family had taught everyone a lesson. It was a lesson about power, technology, and the relationship between economic supply and demand. No one knew how many tricks he had up his sleeves because the Zhang family couldn't withstand a wave of attacks and directly fell into the pit. Song Jing had to admit that Li Yi could teach the future crown prince whatever he could teach. On the other hand, he didn't know what Li Yi could teach. Li Yi, if the crown prince of a country was taught by you, what would you teach him? Song Jing didn't know why he couldn't control himself and asked in front of His Majesty and the Empress. First, I'll teach him the way of using people, then the way of balance, then the way of administration, and finally the way of attack, Li Yi said casually. Song Jing was stunned. He thought that Li Yi was going to teach according to Zhuangzi's teaching method. How did he turn back? Was it still using people, balance, and administration? There was no mathematics, literature, physics, chemistry, economics, and so on. The way of the emperor chooses people first. The way of the emperor is to balance. The way of the emperor is to follow administration. And the way of the emperor is to kill decisively. Li Yi was calm. Give me the crown prince and I will teach him like this. I won't teach the crown prince all kinds of messy things. Can he learn so many things? If I buy a refrigerator, I have to repair it myself when it breaks down. If I buy a car and crash it, I have to spray paint it myself? But, Song Jing really didn't know what to say. The skills you teach the students aren't like this, right? Also, don't you research new things and then benefit the country and the people while at the same time scamming people? Why did everything change when it came to teaching the crown prince? Li Longji, who was at the side, smiled. Sure enough, his current brother Yi will be different from ordinary people in the future. This is the real emperor's preceptor, not the crown prince's preceptor. Song Jing was convinced. It turned out that Li Yi had different teaching methods for different people. Is the matter with the Jiang family over? Song Jing could only change the topic. What's the matter with the Jiang family? Jiang Jiao should step down. Didn't Old Bai tell you? His ability is not good. It doesn't matter if he occupies the position of duke. He has too much power. Also, arrange for Li Linfu to be the patrol inspector of each county in the capital. He will do a good job. Let him be in charge of supervising the 20 counties. Li Yi arranged Li Linfu's position in passing. Li Yi didn't think of dealing with Li Linfu. Li Linfu was very useful in opening up the Tang dynasty. Many scholars said that Wang Mang was a bad person. However, Li Yi felt that Wang Mang was wronged. The more one studied history, the more one would understand. Wang Mang was forced to usurp the throne. The country was already in trouble. He was pushed up by others. After he took the throne, he didn't do anything to the commoners. There were only natural disasters and man-made disasters. The Tang dynasty could exist because it seized power and lasted for many years. Wang Mang couldn't exist because the scholars needed to use him as an excuse. Li Linfu was very bad. Li Yi knew that. However, he felt that arranging for Li Linfu to be an inspector in the capital was the best way for Li Linfu to be put to good use. If he couldn't be put to good use, then he would be useless. He believed that with Li Linfu's ability, he would definitely be able to clean up the corruption in the capital. He put him in the position of prime minister because he wanted to open up new sources, including Yangguozhong. In order to make money, Li Longji tacitly agreed to all kinds of methods. Then he set up Du Fu. Du Fu had taken the imperial examination. Why should he be dethroned? Li Yi hadn't even seen Li Bai yet. Li Bai was in his hometown. He arranged for Li Linfu. Zhang Jiao had to step down. He was a duke, but he didn't have any achievements in administration. Don't you feel embarrassed to be a first-rank duke? Just because you met Li Longji when he wasn't in power, you could always enjoy glory and wealth? The key was your relatives. Is that so? Song Jing asked. Old Song, are you trying to play dumb? What is Zhang Jiao's position? What is his brother's position? What is the position of his in-laws? If you say another hypocritical word to me, I will impeach you. Li Yi made things clear again. This old man will tell His Majesty that this old man's position has been threatened. Let Zhang Jiao step down. Li Linfu will patrol the capital. Song Jing compromised. Li Yi said it in front of His Majesty and the Empress. If he didn't agree, he would be the one to be punished. Didn't you see the future crown prince give Li Yi a shrimp? Uncle, don't be so angry. Song Zaifu is actually not bad. Empress Wang helped Song Jing. Yes, sister-in-law. I am very familiar with Old Song. When Old Song went back today, he brought back a big box of dried tussa pupae from the northeast. Old Song don't have any other ideas. Li Yi followed. What can I say? Give me a jar of chili sauce, Song Jing said. Chapter 820. On the 12th day of the first lunar month, Song Jing wrote a memorial to Li Longji, saying that Zhang Jiao had too much power. Li Longji did not write it himself this time. Li Yi gave him a copy of what he wrote in history. It was quite difficult to write this. In the morning, Li Longji gave Zhang Jiao an imperial edict. The content was, the generals of the Western Han dynasty were mostly nobles. Zhang Jiao did not have the right to speak, so he obeyed. This time he was not given an official position. He was given the position of a scout and entered the regiment. He himself was quite confused. It was good that he was not sent home directly. The edict had already said that he should go home and farm. In the end, he could still manage some things. He thanked the emperor and went to report to Yao Chong. Li Longji found a new job for Li Linfu. Li Linfu was the crown prince Zhongyun. He was temporarily appointed as the patrol inspector of the 22 counties in the capital. This could be considered giving Li Linfu power. It could also be said that it was power. Let's see if he would take it. Originally, Li Linfu was very upset because of Zhang Jiao's demotion. If his uncle was no longer a high-ranking official, how could he be promoted? Seeing that he had other powers, he felt that the emperor still valued him and was secretly happy. There were not many things to do in the imperial court. Soon, everyone finished talking and went back. Song Jing returned to the political affairs hall and found Su Yi and Bai Gu. Li Yi wants us to create trouble for him. Why? Su Yi was the most puzzled. Who would ask others to create trouble for themselves? Bai Gu said gloomily, he thinks we are stupid. When we create trouble for him, he will teach us how to do it. Arrogant. Sui was also depressed. Think about what kind of trouble we can create. Songjing was also not convinced and was ready to give it a try. Li said in front of everyone. The ministers sat in their seats and did whatever they wanted. Chang'an City East Market. Rising Sun Grocery Store. The shop assistant was shouting with all his might. Prices have been lowered. Everything has been lowered. Prices are lower than other shops. 5 coins for 1. 50 mu of fertile land has also been sold. The people were watching and discussing. What's wrong with his family? The things I bought were expensive, and I broke someone's pawned item. His family has always been cautious. How could this be? A few days ago, I heard that his family forced a small zhuangzi owned by a weak woman in the west of the city to sell 100 mu of fertile land and 80 mu of greenhouses for 2,000 taels. Could it be that the weak woman found someone? Weak woman? You don't know this, but that family has 20 guards who can fight and 8 maids. Then this method is really powerful. Let's buy it. It is indeed cheaper than the Skycloud trading firm. Everyone said as they took out their money to buy it. How could they not take advantage of the situation? Shopkeeper Jiang and his son Jiang Hui brought the property rights information of the shop and found a broker to Xiaolan Shuangzi. This shop in the Eastern Market is worth 2,500 taels. The price is 2,150 taels. Within 5 days, another 1,000 taels will be delivered. Shopkeeper Jiang didn't see Princess Yongmu, but he heard the child learning pinyin, so he didn't dare to disturb him. He saw Xiaolan, the guards, and the maids. He wanted to ask, why didn't you live in Zhuangzi in the beginning? At that time, if I had seen your lineup, I would have said that even if I were to die, I would not have thought about your village. The guards were strong, and he could see the bulging flesh on their backs from their necks. The maids walked at the same pace and they stopped at the same pace. Xiaolan looked like a girl who had been ordering others around for a long time. What about the people she served? He saw a big glass mirror in the living room again, the kind that reached the floor. Why are you giving me your shop? Xiaolan glanced at Zhou Gui and didn't touch the deed. To compensate for the gold Buddha statues. Shopkeeper Jiang stood and didn't dare to sit down. My family doesn't sell gold Buddha statues. How can you compensate for it? Xiaolan continued to be aggressive. She was venting for Zhou Gui. I know I was wrong. Shopkeeper Jiang lowered his head. Jiang Hui accompanied him with grief and indignation. It's not that you know you were wrong. You didn't do anything to us. You admitted your mistake because you want us to let you go. My shopkeeper was forced by you and almost killed himself. Xiaolan's words were still harsh. Shopkeeper Jiang pulled his son and turned to Zhou Gui. He bowed. Shopkeeper Zhou, we were blinded by greed. Please forgive us. After we close the shop, my family will move to another place to live. Why don't you slap us a few times to vent your anger? The Jiang family can't take it anymore. Zhou Gui thought of the days when he was scared out of his wits. He raised his hand and suddenly put it down. He knelt down in front of Xiaolan. Get up and kneel. Kneel. You only know how to kneel. Xiaolan raised her leg and kicked him. Zhou Gui was kicked and fell. He stood up with a smile. Change the deed with the broker. We want the shop and the 1,000 coins. Xiaolan helped Zhou Gui vent his anger and agreed. After changing the deed, shopkeeper Jiang gave the broker the money, cupped his fists and turned to leave. He didn't want to stay in Zhuangzi any longer. Zhou Gui, take 250 coins and give them to the broker. 1 cent is the matchmaking fee. Xiaolan knew the rules. In a large transaction, 1 in 1,000 was the broker. Just now the Jiang family gave 250 coins. The broker made a lot of money. Wang Dongzhu, I don't want it. I'm staying to say that if you need a broker in the future, you can look for me. I'll do it for free. The broker smiled and refused. You don't want money? What do you want from me? Xiaolan didn't think that free was good. My name is Songji. I've done a lot of business in Lantian County and now I'm in Chang'an. I don't want money from the Li family Zhuangzi. Songji's smile didn't change as he explained the reason. Xiaolan narrowed her eyes. What does the Li family zhuangzi have to do with my zhuangzi? Yes, it doesn't matter. Why don't you give me 2 fresh cucumbers from the greenhouse? I'll eat them. Song Ji followed Xiaolan's words. How do you know that the Li family zhuangzi is the one who did it? Xiaolan was curious. Vegetables were easy to deal with. Other than the Li Dongzhu, who else would have such means? Opening a bunch of warehouses just to scam a shop. This is not a small price. Song Ji said his judgment. Yes, Li Dongzhu is naturally capable. Go to the greenhouse and choose. When Xiaolan heard Song Ji's words, she agreed. Okay, today's vegetables are settled. Song Ji didn't say anything else. He glanced at Zhou Gui and turned to go to the greenhouse. Zhou Gui found a basket for him and accompanied him to pick vegetables. After entering the greenhouse, Song Ji spoke to Zhou Gui. If you have anything, look for me. My name is Song Ji Broker. Not only will I not take your money, but I will also help you see the situation clearly. Because of the Li Dongzhu, Zhou Gui had heard of Song Ji Broker. It was said that there was nothing in Lantian County that Song Ji couldn't do. If he could still stand in Chang'an, he was not an ordinary person. Whenever father and mother feel unwell, they always go to the Li family zhuangzi to get free medicine. It's not that they can't afford medicine now, but they feel that the medicine from the Li family zhuangzi can be taken quickly. Song Ji gave a reason. In fact, he wanted to maintain a relationship. With his current ability, even if the imperial physician didn't come out for volunteer medical treatment, he could still invite the imperial physician. He naturally didn't care about the money for the medicine, but he insisted on going to the Li family zhuangzi to ask for it. The Li family zhuangzi would give out a lot of medicine every day. Usually, the Li family zhuangzi wouldn't give the medicine to rich people. They would only give it when the people who asked for the medicine were under too much pressure. He was the special one. He wanted to be tied to the Li family zhuangzi. When he found out about the Jiang family's matter, he guessed something and took the initiative to go to them. He didn't earn a single cent. The money he received was to be given to the broker in the East City. He was robbing others of their business. He just came to say hello. He ran an errand for nothing. He even had to tell the broker in the East City that he didn't have the money of the zhuangzi. Chapter 821. It's time to eat. Hurry up and wash your hands. Princess Yongmu called a group of children to eat at noon. The number of people increased. There were 60 people and a few older children. Previously, some of the neighbors were worried. After this crisis, they were sure that this little zhuangzi had a deep background. If he wanted to harm their children, he wouldn't have to find other means. The main dish for lunch was assorted fried rice. The chef of the Li family zhuangzi made it. First he fried the eggs. The other things were diced carrots, chopped green onions, diced cucumbers, small pieces of cabbage leaves, diced pork lean meat with oil, and blanched diced mushrooms. Then he used cooked oil to stir the rice that had been cooked last night and mixed the rice into grains. He put the fried rice in the pot, lowered the temperature of the stove, and dried the oil bit by bit. At this time he added other things to fry and added a little salt. The rice was golden in color and contained a lot of oil, which was good for the absorption of carotene. Then he steamed eggplant with minced meat, stir-fried shrimp with celery, tofu, sea cabbage with black fungus, a bowl of shredded radish soup, and a fruit plate with watermelon and muskmelon. This was the lunch for the people of Zhuangzi. The children and adults ate the same food, but the portions were different. The neighbors' children had never eaten such food in their lives. After they were full, they strolled around and went to sleep. It was like kindergarten. Dongzhu, a day's worth of food is not cheap. Zhou Gui's heart ached. The neighbors' children were very good at eating. If you don't want to eat, then save it. Xiaolan rolled her eyes at him. I mean, when danger comes, people want to protect you. Do you think it's because you're good looking? What's the point of eating this? Have you been to the Li family zhuangzi? Do you know what the people of the Li family zhuangzi eat? Xiaolan didn't care about the money spent on food. She felt that although the neighbors didn't help in the end, their friendship couldn't be repaid with money. No. Zhou Gui shook his head. He had never been to the Li family Zhuangzi. Ordinary people couldn't enter now. There are still 3 days left. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, I'll take you there to broaden your horizons. See more, listen more, and speak less. Xiaolan planned to have Zhou Gui learn from the various stewards of the Li family Zhuangzi. Don't act like you don't know anything. It'll be embarrassing if word gets out. Okay, thank you, Dongzhu. Zhou Gui was very excited to be able to go to the Li family Zhuangzi. In the blink of an eye, it was the 15th day of the first lunar month. The matter with the Jiang family was settled, and they sent another 1,000 stallions. Through selling things at a low price, they paid off the broker's loan and moved away. No one knew where they went. Early in the morning, Princess Yongmu brought people and gifts to the neighbor's house. She said that today was a holiday and there would be no classes. Everyone would celebrate the Lantern Festival. There were some fireworks set off at night, but she was not coming back. She would only be back in 2 or 3 days. The vegetables in the greenhouse were directly thrown to the hired people. They could sell them and take some home themselves. It was the holidays. The group of people did not bring any gifts and took a detour from the southern part of the city to the Li family Zhuangzi. Zhou Gui and the Li family Zhuangzi were very excited. Their Zhuangzi was indeed related to the Li family Zhuangzi. They could go there now. When they arrived at Baqiao, they happened to meet the group of Nanka's big family. Zhou Gui was just about to move aside when a person ran over from the opposite side. Long time no see, it's been a few decades. Quick, beauty, come with me. The person started to talk nonsense as soon as he arrived. The palace maids, eunuchs, and winged knights also started to run with him. Move aside, I want to get in the car. The person pulled Zhou Gui to the side and got into Princess Yongmu's car. Zhou Gui. Then their group went in first and Nanka's big family followed behind. When Tian, did you miss me? Li Yi tried his best to fit his identity and give Princess Yongmu a different sense of novelty. Yes. Princess Yongmu's personality changed a lot and became more lively. When they were about to reach the main courtyard, Zhou Gui finally reacted. That was Li Dongzhu? How could Li Dongzhu be like this? He was too different from the image he had in mind. Zhou Gui, Lian, follow me. I'm Sun Xine. Someone came over and greeted Zhou Gui and Lian's family of 5. Manager Sun. Zhou Gui hurriedly greeted. Sun Xine was the second manager of Li family Zhuangzi and was ranked among the top managers. Come. Sun Xine nodded as a greeting and led the 6 people to another place. The 6 people walked very cautiously and looked at everything curiously. It was the first time they entered the Li family Zhuangzi. On the other side, Li Yi first arranged for Princess Yongmu and the others to rest in the courtyard. Then he went to find people from Nanku to discuss tonight's program. Tonight, there would be fireworks in the 2 cities, the south of the city, the west of the city, the imperial city, and the Li family Zhuangzi. They had told the commoners not to run around and that they would be able to see it everywhere. Zhou Gui and the others were let to take a bath and change into new clothes. They began to visit Zhuangzi. At first, when we came to Zhuangzi, we also felt that everything was inconceivable. Later, we got used to it and became energetic. We looked different from ordinary people. Sun Xine noticed that Zhou Gui and the others had a sense of inferiority. They would lower their heads when they saw the villagers, even if they changed into new clothes. They felt that they were inferior and were not as good as ordinary commoners. Ordinary commoners had a fixed position and had an equal relationship with the villagers. They felt that the master they followed could not compare to the master of Li family Zhuangzi. Both sides were not equal because they did not know that their Lil, Miss, was the eldest princess. His Zhuangzi Miss seemed to be relying on the Li family Zhuangzi, which meant that their Lil Miss should be. When Zhou Gui thought of this, he suddenly felt that the Jiang family was lucky that they did not deal with them to death. If Li Dongzhu liked his Lil Miss, it was normal for him to kill them to vent his anger. Li An's family also had their own thoughts. They wanted to unite around their Lil Miss. When the time came, they would belong to the maternal family, which meant that their maternal family was weaker. In their hearts, Li Dongzhu liked their Lil Miss, which was why he gave them good things and helped them. If not for Li Dongzhu, their Lil Miss would be bullied to death by the Jiang family. Do your work well and learn more, especially literacy. Currently, there is no one in Li family Zhuangzi who is illiterate, including the families of the older students. Sun Xian's attitude was gentle. He did not dare to treat the other party as a weak maternal family that was easy to bully. After a while it was noon. Their family was invited to eat with Li Yi. 8 palace maids and eunuchs accompanied them. Li Yi, Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan sat at the same table. Don't eat too much for lunch. In the evening there will be a barbecue feast, a bonfire party and many places. You can eat while barbecuing. There will also be meat skewers and vegetable skewers. Li Yi was easy to get along with and said to Zhou Gui and the others. The 6 people were flattered. Just as they were about to bow, Li Yi turned around and said to Princess Yongmu, Tian, let's dance together tonight. It's very interesting. Dance around the bonfire. Okay. Princess Yongmu began to look forward to it. She felt that it was interesting to get along with Li Yi. What about me? Xiaolan was anxious. Let's dance together. Hold hands and dance around the bonfire. The dance steps are simple. And you guys? Li Yi took care of Zhou Gui and the others' emotions. He used a special way to talk to Princess Yongmu while not neglecting the others. In the past, when he was selling medical products, he could make everyone feel comfortable. Even if he was tired, you're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.